Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be left. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
我每天都在关心我前队友过得怎么样。上路阿志嘛，就是最近在忙别的事情，可能有意想不到的地方。打野跟中路就基本上在当兵嘛，打野刚当完，北体感觉就一样废在家里。跟教练他们，因为有时候会团练到嘛，然后有时候就会问他们问题，然后问他们日文的东西。就是现在的情况的话，就是大家的实力都差不多吧，谁努力一点都有机会拿到冠军。日文的话，我是刚学，然后基本上没有什么基础，所以沟通上有点困难。私はウディです。
まずはやっぱりコーチの お二人のすごいなんだろうな仕事っていうのがすごい良かったと思うし、それに加えてやっぱりメンバー同士のやっぱ信頼っていうのがすごく大きかったんじゃないかなと思いますね。正直、特別な方法っていうよりかはやっぱりよりどれだけ LOL に向かい合えるか打ち込めるか、なんだろう、一言で言えばハードワークですよね。もう本当に今年に全てをかけて、練習してるというか、やっぱり本当にいろいろと最も向き合うことができたからかなとは思ってます。もちろん今までもずっとしてましたけど、いや本当に怖いですよ、イージェン。本当に怖い。てかもう今年1年彼と戦わなきゃいけない、俺かわいそうだなと思いますもん。本当にいやマジでしんどいです、イージェン。いやもうでもなんとかやられないように年上としての意地を見せます。
Till you're Khi mình thấy TSW vô địch ở mùa trước, mình khá là vui cho bọn họ, nhưng mình cũng có phần cảm thấy khá là cay, bởi vì mình đã khao khát chức vô địch đó rất là lâu rồi. Nhưng mà cũng không sao, mình sẽ cùng GAM để tiến tới những chức vô địch sắp tới. Mình nghĩ TSW đã làm khá tốt ở mùa first stand vừa rồi, nhưng họ cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn để có thể đạt được kết quả tốt hơn tại những giải thế giới. Mình thì cũng không muốn an ủi gì nhiều, chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ XD cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình luôn muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Once again Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is another glorious night here at the LCP in the English Dome. I am Pike on Air, your main caster and host tonight. Join with me, the ever glorious, the ever fantastic, the subtle, the glorious almost, Carrick's joining me tonight, mate. How you feeling?
Well, no one's ever referred to me as subtle before, but I am so excited for tonight.
It's the subtlety of it all, though, Carrick. That's the beautiful part, as we got some banger games tonight. But before we even get into that, let's have a quick look at yesterday's results, as it is day 2 leading into this week 3. And let's have a look. It was CFO versus DCG, an upset there, with DCG taking their first win off the board. Carrick, what are your thoughts on that? And then we'll move into MVK and DFM.
I think DCG looked really good, bouncing back after a rough start to the split for that team. CFO, though, their new roster did look like it had a lot of fight in it.
It really did, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do coming forward. But Vikings taking the 2-0 up against DFM. But no more with yesterday. That was old history. Let's look at the current standings of the LCP in Week 3. SHG and Secret Wales sitting comfortably at the top with those wins. Vikings now in that 3rd place. Ground Zero in 4th. GAM now sitting 5th. Really love DCG getting that final win on the board, sitting 6th. And Flying Oysters and DFM now at the bottom part. Standings looking pretty strong, but let's have a look at the player of the match standings as well now, Carricks, because we've seen so many phenomenal players coming out into the Rift, and honestly, it's a clean slate. Everyone's sitting comfortable at first. Do you think this is expected?
I think it is for now. Towards the end of the split, I'm sure we'll start to see some real stars emerge. But I'm noticing there's a few logos of our games tonight, so we're going to see if maybe someone like D-Ray can add a second.
D-Ray, oh dear me, you might even say, as let's have a look at today's matches, because yes, it is going to be an absolute banger of series tonight on the Sunday. We have got 2 Titan teams in your first best of 3. It is Secret Wales versus SHG, then following GAM into GZ. Now, both of these series characters are absolutely huge. Right off the bat, Secret Wales and SHG, that is your teams that are sitting right at the top of the podium right now, facing off. How excited are you, mate?
It's impossible not to be incredibly jazzed. We saw on the standings, this is one of our last ties. We need to figure out if it's Team Secret Wales or SHG that are the kings of the LCP right now.
Look, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It is Secret Wales on your screen. We've got Pun, Isto, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA. This team is looking undeniably strong. Coaches as well been leading the charge and getting these drafts into the best spot possible. But Carrick's like, this is the team that we're saying is holding the crown. They are the kings right now. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything up against their contender. You might even say it's the prince of the league, looking to solidify their place at the top. But this team is so undeniable.
It absolutely is. I think Pun has just been putting on clinics for the entirety of 2026. Team Secret Wales look unstoppable, but what is an unstoppable force to an immovable object? That might be what SHG is tonight.
That little quote just then gave me tingles, Carrick. That was absolutely phenomenal, because yes, SHG, this other monster in the league, they have come out of the gates absolutely swinging. Evie, Van Wyn, Aria, Marble, and Vista. Honestly, if there's any team that can take the crown, it is the Hawks. They have it in them. Their aggression, their perfect games as well. Every series thus far, they have looked so good. Yes, it's only week 3, but now they're up against an actual Titan, and we've got to be a little bit worried for them.
Well, worried and excited. I think there's so much to talk about here. This is the big test. We've been talking up SHG, saying, are they the top dog? They need to prove it. And I think the matchup that really matters is this one on your screen. Histo and Van Wyn are the conductors for these teams.
Oh, look, and now that we're getting the stats a little bit more padded out throughout the split, we can actually see where these guys are sitting. And we can look at Van One and say, yes, he is an enabler of his team, but wow, it is 3rd, 1st, 16th. Doesn't really matter all that much. It's just kill participation. 1st, and 5th for his toe. He is everywhere on this map and is putting in the goods at the top of the leaderboard for half of those things, Carrix.
Yeah, look, Histo was someone that if I had to pick where might Team Secret Wales have a weakness, for a long time I was looking at Histo and saying, I haven't really seen it yet. But now, going into this split, look at the stats, they don't lie. He is leading the Wales all the way through.
Look, and that is exactly what we're hoping to see tonight. You see this man on the Neferi, you get it on the J4, the Xin Zhao. It's these aggressive jump-in dive comps he loves to play. He is all about putting out massive damage. Let's look at our predictions though here, Carrix, because we've had some very interesting thoughts about who's going to win tonight, and I can see you've got a 2-1 for the side of... Wait. Are you going SHG?
Our predictions are backwards.
They're backwards.
No, our predictions
are backwards. So I've got SHG.
That's how close this one is.
It really is. Like, we've both obviously got the same scoreline. We just think one team might be a little bit better. But you know what? That adds spiciness to the broadcast, Carrix, because obviously you've got thoughts on Secret Wales.
I really do. I think Team Secret Wales, they are the top team. They were who we sent to first stand. They won last split, and I do think they will hold up to the test today. I think, as you saw, Histo has been playing out of his mind. I think he can swing that mid lane matchup and just get them over the line. But I can't say I really disagree with you picking SHG.
Look, it's almost like the small track record right now, and it comes down to which team I personally think is reading the meta a little bit stronger. And I think, yes, Secret Wales are still absolutely an undeniable force, and I'll be saying that so much throughout this series. But SHG have actually risen to the occasion. I just want to see them do it against our #1 seed. I think they've got something in the bank. They've got plans. They've got preps. I know they're cooking something. It's like we saw last night. Cassante mid is so random, but it got the job done, Carrix. That's the thing. So maybe I'm thinking SHG is cooking something very similar.
And I think that's something to really shout out as well, is the ingenuity of the coaches behind both these teams. Warhorse and Corgi, they've been shouted out by their players in interviews and the like. They are really good at their jobs. And I know that sounds so vague, but we see it in the draft. They pick to the exact expertise of their teams. And coming into a match like tonight, I have to imagine they have both been working overtime thinking about their drafts.
Yeah, I think the preparation will be absolutely insane. It's funny, one of those, these sort of teams, they're obviously scrimming each other a lot of the time too and getting that practice on the board. How often do you think SHG is actually scrimming up against Secret Wales too? Like, this is one of those things. Maybe these two teams don't fight each other all that often because they know they're the big contestants. So it's going to be a very interesting series. I like our predictions. I want to deep dive into it a little bit more while we're just looking at these amazing players on our screen. Secret Wales, you've put them to win 2 games out of 1. Why do you think they're going to drop 1 game?
Well, I think it's a matter of just, I think if I predicted a 2-0, it would just be disrespectful to the Hawks. I think they're on incredible form. And the big matchup that I think will be the breaker, I think the junglers, it's not the direct matchup, it's how they influence their lanes. And I think if we look up to the top lane, the role that Evie plays for SHG is he is just an enabler. He sets the team up and he does a fantastic job at it. But where I think that role is very hard to play is where you are just against a star player like Pun. And I think, I can't say he'll do it 3 times because that would be disrespectful to Evie, or I can't say he'll do it twice in a row. But I do think that top lane matchup might cause problems.
Yeah, look, and you're so right. I think there's definitely a note of that is where Pun is an absolute beast up here. He pulls out the volley bear. He pulls out all these incredible picks that make him so dominant. But I also look at the bot lane. I'm looking at Eddie versus Marble. I think Marble might just have a better champion pool right now in the current meta. We were talking about it off air, and where Eddie likes these hard dive engage comps. He loves the Kai'Sa. He loves to get nitty gritty. We're just not really seeing that as much in the meta with your Varuses. You even got your Sivers. We're just not seeing the full potential of what I think Eddie can really bring. So I'm curious how that's going to play out, Carrix. What are your thoughts real quick?
I actually think you're spot on, and I think we've seen it play out even in Team Secret Wales wins. We always used to talk about the killer instinct of Eddie's Kai'Sa, appropriate for the champion, but I think sometimes he struggles to turn it off a little bit. He'll be playing the Varus, the Xayah, the Sivir, but he'll still be playing it almost like it's a Kai'Sa. Those champions just simply play a different role. Meanwhile, I think Marble, particularly Varus, has been incredible for him. I think that bot lane could swing it for the Hawks.
We're just going to have to wait and see, though, Carrick. We're getting the countdown. It's looking so close. We're getting ready to see who's going to take this series tonight. Is it going to be the kings of the league, or is it the Golden Prince, the born king, Lord looking to be, Carrick? I don't know who it's going to be. We've got our predictions. I'm so pumped. You know what? Forget it. Let's get the right fist going, and let's pump it out. Oh. Wow, just... Oh. Left other way. Oh. Yeah, other way. That's yeah.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one. And the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Riot Fist be there. We are back and rearing to go. I'm on a train going somewhere, and it's straight to Summoner's Rift. Maybe not. Maybe we're going to be looking at the LCP arena instead. We're getting our walkouts in just a second, Carrick. Two teams, two undeniable forces. My goat in his blazing jacket right there. He's looking fierce, strong, and fighting fit. I'm so hyped for this series, Carrick.
Exactly. It's the hype train stopping all stations to the LCP arena. This is the match of the week. I've been looking forward to this. I'm so happy that we get to cast it together as here they come. It's Team Secret Wales making their way down to the stage.
Look, and hitting those fans' hands is always nice. We're seeing, hopefully we get some more cool artwork tonight. That would be pretty slick, but there is the bow. They're looking good. They're on point. Not as many giggles as I was hoping for, but you know what? Maybe that's a good thing, Carrick, because we've seen a little bit of laughter. They're locked in. That's exactly where I was going. They're primed. They're looking at this series going, nah, this is no joke. We need to show up. So, you know what? Let's see if the Hawks have anything to say about that, if they're looking to have a little bit more fun on the Rift, because Carrick, at the end of the day, it's a game.
Oh, it's more than a game for these players, I think. But I think if we're going to get a bit of silliness and a bit of fun, the Hawks are a good bet for it. We know Evie has his signature thumbs up to the camera. He does love showing off as in they come. Looking fierce.
I'd love to see how slow Evie could actually do that thumbs up. Like, we've seen some pretty slow thumbs up, but I would love to see how slow he could do it. So maybe I'll talk to the production over there and just like, hey, just get him to do the slowest thumbs up humanly possible, and let's just see how long we can keep it on broadcast, because I just think that would be absolutely phenomenal to watch. He's just there. He's like, it's just like a fist up in the air slowly. And it's not even done. It's like not even halfway there. But okay, Carrick, let's get to the nitty gritty of it. We've got some 2v2s coming up, and they're going to be good. We got Pun and His Toe for the side of Secret Wales. Definitely a bit of a dynamic duo, going to be looking very strong. Our top end junglers. But if we look at the other side, it is going to be Evie and a Marble looking to hit the Rift. Hit the bridge? The bridge.
Yeah, the bridge. And I think this isn't always an interesting one. Your top laner and your ADC don't necessarily have inbuilt synergy, but there are so many silly combos and stuff you can do. You never really know what these guys are going to pull out. And I actually do think this 2v2 is really important because I think first pick really matters in this matchup.
Oh, like we were talking about this off broadcast, so let's give it to the folks at home about why we think it's so important, because you're right. I think both these teams really have strong priority of where they want to be looking. Now the difference is this 2v2, they've got to put their best foot forward to secure that, because this could make or break the series. As we do start to get in, bans are going to be coming out very shortly, but series bans so far, we've already lost the Volibear, the Elise, we've got the Anivia, the Poppy. On the other side, we got the Elise, we got the Volibear, we got the... wait. It's so close. It's literally the same except for Varus and Poppy.
Pretty similar. Yeah, it's pretty similar. The only thing Team Secret Whales did pull out the Anivia Poppy combo, which is always a fun one in 2v2s. I wonder where they're going tonight. We've seen a lot of Singed this week. Singed Cassiopeia. Maybe we'll get a little bit more of that.
Yeah, look, I think there's only so many great combos that you can really get, but it's that double poison into it. I think you could even see like the Cassiopeia Twitch as well. If you're putting Evie out there, maybe the Twitch could be an option too, get that poison still. But the Draven being banned out, obviously they're trying to get rid of that really aggressive AD carry. They want to sort of put the ball in Marble's court, and no pun intended, but they're actually versing pun. Oh, I did a double whammy.
Pretty impressive there, Pike, starting off on a high. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Caitlyn going as well. Caitlyn is sort of just pretty oppressive. Oh, no, it's going to be Callista for the ADC ban.
Look, that's the safety of the Callista, being able to pull them back out, take it off. Yes, the slowest thumbs up no to mankind.
Here we go.
It's so slow. Oh, it's not slow enough, but I love it. He's looking good as we are seeing our champions locked in. Oh, it's a Zillion and a Varus being locked in, so the revive could come in hella clutch, but a Pantheon being locked in there as well. Wait, no, they're not looking at Zillion. They're going there. Honestly, okay, no capping. I had an Udyr in my ARAM today, and it went nuts. It was like 25 kills to like 3 deaths or something. It went crazy. So maybe on the bridge, maybe they're watching my games. Maybe they're watching what I've been doing and saying, that's a good idea, Pike. But now the Zillion's been flipped up on the other side. Marble picking it up with Evie. Ooh, what do you think? This is a bit of an interesting one.
This is an interesting one. I kind of love Zillion Pantheon. Never really thought of it before, but you put a bomb on the Pantheon, he jumps in. As his stun ends, you throw the second bomb, get a bit of chain CC going. I kind of love it.
Yeah, the chrono shift is just going to be pretty big as you get that revive, so it's going to stop that kill. So if you don't follow it up with something, it's going to be pretty rough. And there's the thumbs up again. Of course, it's his toe doing it this time. Oh, that's Mundo Monies. And you know what? I was waiting for them to play Mundo for CFO because I was just like, CFO, that guy's the financial officer. But no, I never got to do that pun anyway, which was absolutely devastating. But still, we're looking at the 2v2s here. Carrick, who do you think's going to win this one? Thoughts? Oh my god.
I think SHG, they've cooked a little bit harder, and I always reward a chef. So for the 2v2, I'll predict the Hawks.
Oh, I like that. It's all about cooking pretty hard, but throwing out those bombs, pun. Oh man, it's honestly, these 2v2s give me a lot of nerves. Like maybe I've got an upset tummy, maybe I'm just a little bit nervous for who's going to win it, because like I don't get as nervous in Summoner's Rift. I get nervous on the bridge more. Maybe I'm just a tryhard in my ARAMs. Who knows?
Well, it's because you never know what's going to happen. Summoner's Rift, we like to pretend, we're experts. We always know what's going to happen next. On the bridge, it could be anything.
Yeah, look, you are absolutely bang on. There's a nice little engage. Evie trying to get a little bit of damage down, but already burning through a lot of mana. But Pun just going to be able to heal back up. Those shields are so powerful. The little bombs doing a little bit of work, but nothing to write home about. I think it's going to be a bit of a slow cook here. Carricks?
Yeah, I do think, look, the SHG, they don't want to fight till level 6. They want to have that chrono shift available. And of course, it's hard for Pun to get it going.
Ooh. No problems there myself, but still, it's all about how you can play it out on the bridge and just death by 1,000 cuts, as Logan likes to say. He likes to say just a little bit of poke. The slows are good. His toes down being looked at. Big bombs. The double hit is nice, but Evie's taken very low. Ooh, nice sidestep of the piercing arrow is going to keep him alive just a little bit longer, but might have to look for a reset here, Carricks.
Yeah, maybe. Is still on half health. Obviously has that pseudo tankiness of the Pantheon E as well. Doesn't look like he wants to go back yet. I think they're fishing for level 6.
Yeah, look, I'm not a big fishing fan. Oh, there's the flash forward. Pun is a little bit aggressive, but you got to be careful. Evie is going to be low, does have the shield. Flash comes out, and it is burned for a long time. That's not going to save you once again, but, oh, man, honestly, it's just, they love that thumbs up, and it's thrown me for a loop.
A lot of damage went out onto Pun there, but these Udyr shields looking very mean.
Ooh, okay. Double flashes, like, that's not too bad. Histo's pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, now we'll get a reset. That tower is looking a little bit low. SHG, the timer might be ticking for them.
Ooh, well, honestly, yeah, how did it get so low? Who was hitting it? Were they just shoving in waves?
It was mostly just Udyr.
Oh,
Udyr
wow.
just whacking it.
That is insane. And now they're backing off, and Udyr's actually gone the double Dorians with a nice little Ruby Crystal, so it's a bit of AP. Now the boot's being locked in, looking to get that extra mobility, but oof, Varus with a Tunneler. I kind of like it. Obviously looking a little bit more damage, poke heavy too. We'll have to see where they're going to be putting it as. Now they're starting to hit it up. Evie, doing a good job, but here with a piercing arrow is going to be enough maybe to send him packing. But level 6 confirmed for Evie. So, but now don't worry, it's confirmed for Pun and Histo too. So Chains of Corruption is going to be very, very big in this fight. One lockdown could really spell disaster.
Of course, but there is that chrono shift. Marble, arguably the most important ult on the bridge here. If Evie goes in, goes really hard. Oh,
straight on down. Might be looking for a little bit. There's the chrono shift. It's already been used, so they have to reset this fight. Evie taking with a lot of damage, and Marble able to get out alive. But now the ultimate's down, Carrix. That's what you were just talking about.
Yeah, that is a big tool gone. Traded for that Chains of Corruption. That is Histo. He's a jungler. He's not actually a virus.
It's a lot of damage. The bomb is good. Evie now looking for Histo. He's concerned. He's throwing up the scared cat. This looks like it is going to be an SHG victory. The 2-0 on the bridge looks damn good in their hands.
Oh my. That is going to be first selection secured for the SoftBank Hawks. They can pick either their side of the draft or the side of the map.
They've gone for blue side selection, which is pretty nuts here. That's definitely, so that obviously they want to get that priority, most likely even looking towards top side, but still, like, we've seen a lot of success out of the blue side and a lot of priority of it from other teams too.
That I really did expect the winner would pick the second pick, but no, the SoftBank Hawks, they don't mind. They think they have good drafts for both sides, and they just want that priority, as you said. I love the confidence.
Look, and that's the beautiful thing though, right? When you're going up against the king of the mountain, like you need to have confidence. You need to be feeling good. And I think we did see that Evie was feeling quite good about it and obviously getting primed and ready to go. It now comes down to that they won the 2v2, so there's even a little bit of confidence there. They're like, guys, we got hand stiff right now. We're all good. So now they got to live up to that. They got to start prepping a little bit further. Corgi and Murray there, out there getting ready with the team. They're obviously thinking up those great strats. I'd love to get into the minds of a coach, Carrix. Genuinely, like, I'd love to know how they sort of think. And maybe we need to hit up like LS or something, or hit up some fantastic coaches. I don't even know, but what are your thoughts on that? Do you think these guys are just in another level?
I definitely do. And I think Team Secret Wales is a really interesting microcosm of it. I think for a long time, Vietnamese teams did struggle with coaching. There were a couple of really good coaches. Seal is one of the real Vietnamese coaches that had pedigree, but they went and got Warhorse. They brought in this proven, just this person we knew was a fantastic coach, and the team just leveled up, going from the second best team in Vietnam, GAM was consistently beating them, to clearly the best Vietnamese team.
Yeah, look, and I'm so keen to see how that's going to be working out for them, because right now coaches have such a crucial role in not only just reading the meta, but making sure that these teams are set up for success, looking at the strengths and weaknesses of their players. Oh my God, again, that's two
a
today.
treat encore?
Oh my Lord. Oh, stop it, Evie. You're too much for me, mate. And the rest, like, you see else, they're just like, what is going on? Oh no, that's SHG. They're probably going, what's going on?
Yeah, the aura has stunned the entire stage. I'm worried about my prediction now.
Look, you should be, Carrix. You should be. But no, as you see, Secret Whale's there as well, getting ready to go. Draft probably going to kick off in just a minute here, guys. So sit tight as I just love getting a good look at this arena. Like, do you want to go there? I want to go there.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to go there. One day, I'm sure we will all get over there and we will meet our heroes in real life. But the draft is here. We're getting ready to kick it off.
I am pumped to kick this one off as it is pretty staple bands across the board, Carrix. We're seeing the Ashe, we're seeing the Varus, we're seeing the Ezreal, and we're really looking at Marble and Eddie right now because, you know what? Maybe it was because I started talking about them. They thought, hey, we need to take these guys out, but Pantheon off the board now as well. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think so far, I think you're right that it's standard, but the Ezreal's a little bit strange coming out of SHG. I think that's a champion Marble has really performed on it. Not necessarily one I think of for Eddie. So SHG clearly knows something I don't.
Look, they might know a lot more things than we don't, but I can definitely tell you that not giving Eddie and Ezreal is a smart call because you know what? I see it like it's the mind games here. If Eddie takes the Ezreal, maybe they're just like, we just don't want to give it to Marble, so we'll play it instead because we can trust Eddie's skills. Like, he's got those hands, but now it's about how do they actually move across it. But still, SHG, they are a force, and now the Rise being taken off the board too. Tells me the side is looking mid lanes. Orianna is still up and available here. Carrix is still a big, potent combination, and there's the Nocturne taken too. That. So maybe it's a first pick Orianna for SHG.
And I think Team Secret Whales was put into a bit of a corner there where they had to decide, do we give up Orianna or do we give up Karma? At least, banning the Nocturne, at least you get one of them. I think if I'm SHG, I'm picking the Karma here because I really think Marble can be your X Factor and playing through that bot lane makes so much sense to me.
Yeah, no, I do like that. Yeah, the Karma been so highly sought after, but there's the Rumble instead. But this opens up a Cassante that hasn't been taken off the board, and we've basically seen Rumble versus Cassante every single time Rumble is picked, but they're hovering the Ambessa first, and now Pun's saying, guys, give me that Urgot again. I'm cooking. I can do it.
Urgot did work last time. They're clearly thinking about a lot. I think if they can get Pun on Cassante, that's a big win for SHG. But yeah, I think this makes sense. Lock up this Orianna. You don't need to pick your top laner right now. Just lock this one up and a Jarvan as well to get that ball delivery. Perfect first round here for Team Secret Whales.
It definitely tells me that we're looking most likely at like a Xin Zhao being locked in for the other side. So Van 1 on that Xin makes a lot of sense, but there are other champions that could work really well. Nefiri has performed exceptionally into this J4 and be able to jump out of the Cataclysm, negate a lot of the damage, especially from a ball delivery system and avoiding that shockwave. So Nefiri still fits really well into this comp of we jump on top of them, drop an equalizer, get some damage off. So keen to see it, but okay, they're looking at the Akali instead. Arya is feeling good tonight. Carrix.
Yeah, it just goes that counter that we've seen into the Orianna, sort of throws down the gauntlet and says, I'm not just going to pick the other side of a control mage matchup. I'm going to try and win this mid lane and win it hard. And I love that confidence from Arya.
That you're bang on. It is full confidence. There's that Nefiri I spoke about. It makes so much sense into the comp. And now they're saying, we're going to get to your backside. We're going to get to the back end of your team comp, no matter who you have with Eddie, with BA, who's going to be sitting at the back potentially if they go like a bit more of a control mage, which is like a Bard. They're not going to be too far up in the front line. But the Bard is all about negating that flux of damage from the Nefiri and the Akali. So I like this pick, but we haven't seen the greatest success from it currently in the LCP. So do you think BA is the exception, Carrix?
I think BA is the exception to a lot of rules here in the LCP. This is a champion that he's always performed really well on. One worry I've had for Team Secret Whales in this meta is BA is not an enchanter player. Throughout his entire career, he plays that engage, and it's just not the style that's really common at the moment. But Bard is that perfect microcosm. He's a little bit engaged, he's a little bit enchanter, he's a little bit question mark, and I think it works perfectly for BA.
I love that. Was cool artwork too. Marble, cool. The spark of the LCP, and I believe it. But now we're getting into the second round of bans, and the Nautilus taken off the board. So obviously giving Vista a little bit of respect for those hook engage comp champions.
I want to see Xayah banned by SoftBank Horse.
Xayah?
I want to see Xayah. Xayah just makes sense. There's an Akali, there's a Nefiri. I like being able to press Featherstorm.
Yeah, look, you know what? I fully agree. And it's also very hard to sort of lock that champion down no matter what, as long as that ultimate is up, and they're always going to do damage. So we could even see a Xayah Rakan coming out. We did see that too, so it could be Marvel Vista looking at that. But there's the Karma. We saw that taken off the board. The fact that it came in at the 5th ban is kind of insane.
It really is, and it does just show the priority that's being put on these direct matchups, on giving the Akali to Arya, on getting Nefiri for Van 1. It just shows the way that they want to play this is not just tier list based. They have a plan, and Mbessa being banned out, I was leaning towards Xayah, but taking away a strong aggressive pick from Pun makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, look, I think they're trying to alleviate and give Evie a little bit more, maybe proactivity or advantage in the top side. Rumble, just as long as they get ahead, they can do so much. And Evie is one of those players. Pun, yes, is known as this mega aggressive, can play pocket picks. Like, Volibear is still up. Like, I wonder if he just picks the Volibear right here, right now into this Rumble. I don't know if it's going to do well, but we know Pun can pilot it well, and that's all that matters half the time. But the Anivia being locked in, Carrix, oh, I like it. Into, wait, Anivia support?
Support. Yeah, that's
but
Anivia support.
But Bard.
Anivia top.
Where does the Bard go? Is that actually Anivia top? Oh my god.
It is Anivia top. It must be.
They are cooking. And honestly, it's chicken tonight. That's what they're cooking, because that's a bird up in the top side, and I'm kind of here for it, because that's, how does that feel? Like, I don't even know what that is. I need to go look up some stats or something, because that is crazy. Lucian being locked in here, and then Emilio to pair with it. Awesome. This is fantastic, because you can get rid of so much with the cozy campfire and disengage a lot of that CC coming out from the shockwave. It's going to open up a lot more. But a Jhin being looked at, Carrix, no, it's a center instead. Maybe not. I feel like Jin's pretty good. It's a lot of front to back.
I like the idea of Jhin, just that zone control, being able to open the pizza slice up on top of your Jarvan, your Orianna, your Anivia. You don't need huge damage from your ADC in this comp, looking at it. You just need zone control, and I love the Jhin for that.
Yeah, no, definitely do. But I feel like one thing that we're missing quite heavily from both these teams is, where is the tank? We saw this last night where it was just, let's just go full whack and see who comes out on top. But if I'm looking at these comps, Is Pun really the hero of the story that can carry on an Anivia? They've carried on some other very high potent champions. I just don't see Anivia as it. Would you agree?
I think the one thing that Anivia can do is really contend with the way Rumble gets lane control. The way Rumble plays is he just spams his Flame Spitter, he has really safe harass, and then he overheats, runs at you, and just punches you a bunch. He can't run through a wall, though. Every time he overheats, you put the wall in front of him, walk back a little bit. I think... Look, I don't know. Shockingly, I'm not super familiar with the Rumble Anivia matchup, but I do... It makes sense in my head that you can neutralize a bit of Rumble's early game.
Yeah, look, I do agree, and I think that's probably the plan here, is that at the end of the day, Rumble's all about that equalizer in these big team fights. As long as they can keep him sort of stalled and not in these team fights, maybe responding to a side lane most of the time, makes a lot of sense. So it's going to be a very big one. This is the series. This is game number 1, Carrix, of Secret Whales versus the Hawks. This is a big matchup, and whoever takes this series is going to solidify their place in this number 1 spot on the ladder.
Exactly, and there's so much stakes here. Going forward, we only play 1 round robin. The loser will be waiting for playoffs to potentially get revenge, and we may well be looking at a preview of our finals. It's early doors to call it, but if you were calling it now, these are the teams we're sending to MSI.
Yeah, that's it. And now we're going to do our Glizzy Nefiri. You're going to do it with me. Pick one. Just
I don't know what
Orianna.
bit this is.
Oh, you don't know the bit? Okay, so me and Logan, basically, all of last night, every time we were seeing the cool skins, we would call out the skins, but we do it in like almost like a, well, like, it's just like a, like a deep voice, like we're trying to get people excited for it. So it's just like T1 Bard. It's just enough for people to be like, oh, what's going on here? Like, oh, cool skins.
Ah.
But we'll do it for the next game. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
It's a bit of a weird one, but I could see Logan was like, I don't know what Pike is trying to cook here, but he's cooking something.
Well, we've got Skinergy in the bot lane. It's T1 Jhin, T1 Bard. So there we go. Team Secret Whales, early lead.
Oh, but spotting out his toe up on this top side too, looking for that early invade means we are probably going to be the flip of this rip, but again, popped on another ward, so it looks like it's a diagonal cross of the jungle cams. I kind of like it.
I do. I think just playing these vertical jungle makes a lot of sense. I do think the one thing that this Anivia could be really vulnerable to is early ganks. There's a bit of a cheeky play there by the Whales. Just hanging back. I don't think you want to let the Neferi just walk in behind the Anivia with a Rumble on top of them. So just playing like this, guarding that off really makes sense to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think just, like you said, the vertical jungling's pretty good. Aria already burning through one of their pots. So it's a bit of a slower fight here in this mid lane too, but it feels like D-Ray is getting a little bit more control, but it is an energy versus a mana champion. So once you burn through that mana, you have to reset, whereas we are going to see Akali be able to maybe sustain a little bit longer with that Dorian shield. But we got 2 TPs on either teams. They're obviously looking for those team fights and looking to rotate around pretty heavily. I feel like we've talked about this. Both these teams very highly love to go for objectives, and Van One could be caught out here a little bit too deep for Wes, as his to say, we got to cut the dog off at the head, and now looking for that reset, and I think Van One's just out clear. That's kind of nuts, as, okay, they're looking for a scuffle already. Both these teams love to fight Carracks. It could be interesting as, look at this, Van One all alone, has to go up. Flag and Drake's good, Flash is being burned, and it's first blood for Van One. They're turning his fight around. Ari is looking for a little bit more, the Shroud is nice. There is no man on the side, Marble picking up the kill. It is SHG's aggression at the start of the game, solidifying a 1k gold lead at 3 minutes.
And this is a disastrous call here by Team Secret Whales. They say, we have mid-prio, but we can't talk about it.
We can't even talk about it as Eddie has that 4th shot. You gotta be careful. Barry is burnt as well. Heals too. But flashes upon flashes. We have 4 flashes already down at the start of the game, Carracks. Like, what is... I think Secret Whales just made a bit of a miscall there.
100%, and I think the call was our bot lane is being shoved in, but we have mid prio. As we see when this play starts, we don't have the minimap, but D-Ray has prio, BA has the first move here. The call is we want to get a double scuttle. We just want to force Van One off. We want to get this scuttle crab, but then it all just goes a little bit wrong. They go too deep. His toe is isolated, and now it's gone as badly as it can. D-Ray gets hunted down. There's a bit of a lead. Arya, okay, a little bit upset that he flashes there, even though the kill's coming in. Still, just gets that early lead, and it's actually Van One getting the double scuttle.
Yeah, look, and that is pretty big for SHG. The 1k gold lead so early is going to be very helpful. And then you can still see, looking for that re-engage once more. I believe the smite was good, but it's not going to be enough. His toes trying to just claw back at what's going on the rift. But Van One found the answer.
Yeah, and look, it's an early mistake by Team Secret Whales, no question, but I don't think it's broken any matchups, thankfully. The gold was a bit distributed. It didn't all go to one person. That said, Eddie on this Jhin is not going to have a super fun time against an accelerated Lucian Nilio.
Oh, look, and that's one of the staple bot lane matchups that a lot of people don't like to verse. It used to be Lucian Nami, now it's Lucian Milio, who can do so much in these fights, especially when you are trying to go forward, especially as Histo wanting to jump on. Just send them packing as Milio, and you can force the fight out and cancel out the flag and drag. As long as it's timed well, it's super possible. So I'm curious to see how it's going to be played out moving forward. But first dragon is up. It is going to be a Hex Tech drag, so we're not going to get those tunnels for today, unfortunately. Carracks, any soul you'd like to see?
I think in a game like this where there's no tank, it's all aggression, there's only one Drake for me, and that's an Infernal.
Yeah, baby, let's get an Infernal Drake. It's my favorite one. I love just picking up the little cinders and getting the speed boost around the map. I like the extra damage, don't get me wrong, but you know what?
You get a mini game.
Yeah, it's like, why not? Like, it's always fun. That's why look, I'm not sold on Chemtech. It's obviously not my favorite dragon, but I like the empowered blast cones. I like being sent flying like half the screen away. It's just a vibe.
All right, Pike, for you, we'll bring back original Hextech Rift.
Yeah, let's not go a little bit too far there, Carracks. All right, that's a bit too much, if you ask me. We're going to TP and an Equalizer being dropped. Van One is in motion, looking to come down. Does not have 6, it does not have the hounds to call in. But no, it is Van 1 having to flash away. TP was burnt too. So definitely, Summoner's burnt is not ideal, and Arya playing very aggressive in the mid lane, burning the execution.
The perfect execution coming out is interesting. Arya just getting a lot of control, but his toes up top.
And good flash out of Evie too. Hirsto looking to make that play, and a good response from Secret Wales for that initial play on top side.
Yeah, I think that could have been a really bad scenario for Pun. He TP'd back, was immediately chunked to half and had to back. Just come up, Hirsto comes up, just resets his wave, pushes it under tower and lets him get another reset, I think is a really good call. It also let him finish that tier. Pun actually TP'd back the lane without tier. So good for him that he gets to start stacking it up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see when we're going to see a little bit more rotations out of BA, and we're seeing it now as they're trying to track out Van 1 just a little bit more. But might have caught Milio, caught Vista, just maybe snapping just a little bit as they are looking to capitalize. As a cancelled back could mean they get priority on this dragon.
Certainly looks like it at the moment. BA will be able to move in, take out this control ward, just make it a little bit harder. If you can zone Van 1 off as well until the sweep is done. Yeah, that ward, that deep ward rune coming in pretty handy. It's going to take a while to remove it, and he's just still going.
He's everywhere. The control from BA is phenomenal. And now Pun is in a bit of a pickle as Evie is on the wrong side of a huge minion wave. Has to use all that temperature just to stay alive a little bit longer. Marble doing a good job just holding their own down in this bot side. Yes, they're only down about 5 minions or so, but it's still quite a bit when you are into a BA's Bard who is just roaming around.
Yeah, it's interesting. That early kill almost just bought Vista the room to leave the lane and just say, you know, Marble's already got a little lead. It's okay if he falls a bit behind in CS. It still works out, but oh my.
Yeah, call the hounds as the equalizer drops again. They're trying to get that egg as they do lower them enough, and now it's all about melting the egg down. It's scrambled eggs for dinner, and they're handing the kill over to Van 1, which is looking at the Void Grubs now, and a really great pick on this top side.
And it's all SoftBank Hawks all the time. They are just on the front foot constantly. They go up, get themselves some fried eggs with the Rumble. Hirsto caught just a little bit behind the play.
Yeah, look, they're up in farm, but they weren't really in the right position trying to get that early vision as well. But Van 1 accelerating. This is what the dogs can do. Jumping across the maps, having a little bit more movement. As the curtain call has gone out, Marble doing a good job just sidestepping everything. Eddie unable to land one.
Yeah, Eddie, cameraman sold him out a little bit there. Is this a scrap in the mid lane?
Well, as they're looking for a little bit more, D-Ray did get hit with the shuriken, but the flip is not going to go through. Arya has to be so careful. A shockwave could end his life right here, right now, but it looks like they're playing a little bit safer.
Well, I think the shockwave got used at the start of that play by the looks of it. I think D-Ray caught the shockwave, but now has to play around that perfect execution. But with a potential brewing dragon take, shockwave being down certainly doesn't help the Whales.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal, but I think Wales, like you said, we've been saying this whole time, Wales are still in a pretty good spot. It's only 10 minutes into the game. No dragon has been secured yet. Both teams are sitting very comfortably. Only the Void Grubs have been secured topside. And we said this about SHG. Maybe they want to give a little bit more love onto Evie, especially on a Rumble and a carry pick that they want to give the kills and the gold over to. But it was Van 1 being like, maybe I'll take the kills instead, because if you can shut Eddie out of this game too, it's going to be very hard for a huge DPS to come out, and it's really going to go on to D-Ray on this Orianna. And honestly, it's not consistent damage. It is just a blow them up and hope for the best.
Totally. This is, yeah, you're totally right. This is an Alpha Strike comp for Team Secret Wales, and they may well be looking to set one up. With his toe down here. Oh, lovely, lovely Vista.
That's exactly what I was hoping to see, is the call, seeing them being picked up on the ward. There's the equalizer again. Ari's actually TP'd up, looking at Pun. There is no egg, and it's just fried chicken for dinner once again. And Pun is sitting 0-2, and there's kills across the board for everyone on SHG.
And I mean, this is looking dominant for SHG. Team Secret Whales have been caught flat-footed. They're not responding to what SHG is doing. The fact that Arya is allowed to TP up to the top lane, pick up that kill, and yeah, Coach Com's coming in. I think that's a good call. Team Secret Whales, they need to right the ship.
Yeah, that's it. You see Seal looking to get a little bit of information out. I feel like it's, guys, maybe slow it down or look for those smart plays. Look for your 3v2s or your 3v1s even, and be smart about where you're going. Obviously, we can't understand or hear them, but that's okay, because right now we're focusing on how good the gameplay is. And now it's pretty stable across the board. SHG comfortably 1.5k gold up at the 12-minute mark. And now they're looking potentially at their first dragon.
That they are, and it's so hard for Team Secret Whales to fight back around this dragon, with Van 1 in particular being so far ahead. There is a window here where the lead means a little bit less. It's Sundered Sky and Spear of Shojin finished for both junglers. They are sort of even.
Yeah, Flag and Drag goes out. Tempered Fate as well. There's a TP looking to come down. They just need to get out of dodge. Curtain Call is good.
Oh.
The wall is there, but Vista is caught in the middle, and Eddie with the Curtain Call lands the 4th shot, and it means it will be Secret Whales securing their first dragon.
Lovely play. That is what we want to see this Team Secret Whales comp do. It's what it's built for. I think the only downside is this is lovely for Evie. Just got to push a big wave into the tower.
Yeah, look, and that's going to be very good. The farm is starting to stack up. We actually saw Pun had a lot more control over the top side. Evie's now fully in control once again on this Rumble. But Dragon secured a little bit of ability haste, and 5% attack speed is pretty good, especially when you have a Jhin, especially when you have a J4. But BA on this top side, Evie needs to be very careful.
He does, and I like this from BA. They've identified, SHG have read that this Anivia is an easy gank, have just been moving Van 1 and Arya up there. BA just comes up, puts some vision down, just sort of exists in the area so that there's no easy, just walk up there and get Pun's passive.
Yeah, his items are now across the board, starting to be locked in. Arya wants blood. BA has gone with the magical journey, but has to flash because the tunnel didn't go all the way through Carrick's, and it's a little bit of a disaster. BA now summoners burnt, but got to be very careful. Arya does get hit. Nice little stun coming out, but no, it's going to be enough as the fight is a brewing. But it looks like they might be looking to back this one off. Van 1 has to be careful. They're in the wrong side. Marble 2, got to be very careful. Warm Hugs is nice, but it's going to be enough as they're looking just to slow it down.
Yeah, I think Team Secret Whales just regretting their movement a little bit. D-Ray not in that fight. If there had been a shockwave, I think we would have seen his toe going very, very aggressive, but good call by them not to make that decision, as Evie just proto-belts forward to make sure he can get a little bit of damage in.
Yeah, that extra mobility as well is going to be so good for Evie, who's going to be able to do it. As there it is, Van 1 getting the flash out of D-Ray, and now they're going straight back onto it. Shockwave is good, but is it going to be enough damage? They're looking to jump underneath this tower. There is the Flame Spitter. No, the shield was just too good with the Tempered Fate holding Van 1 alive, and it actually saved his life, but still, they kept D-Ray out of the fight, and a big success, I would say, for TSW.
Yeah, I think saving D-Ray there is pretty massive. The fact that they're able to counter that movement. And as I've said, Van 1, he's just looked like he's gotten the better of this early jungle matchup. It's the matchup we highlighted before the game as teleports are coming in.
Evie is looking to be a little bit scared. He's already burned Flash. Protobelt's good. Sidesteps. The Flash is there. Cataclysm 2. He's got nothing. And his toe might go down for his troubles. It's a 1-for-1. Evie is chuffed with that play.
Yeah, Evie doing really well. Got away from that EQ flash, so didn't get knocked up. His toe had to drop the ult, got trapped under tower. And in the meantime, it was plates picked up in mid lane. Even a Team Secret Whales play ends up favoring the Hawks.
Yeah, now the Rift Herald's being looked at. Shelly not going to be long for this world as they are trying to jump forward. Marble doesn't have much, but uses the culling just to try and get Eddie just a little bit lower. But not much matter means they might have to look for that reset. But still, SHG comfortably ahead. They lost about 300 gold, but Arya, the solo ball to D. Give me a replay.
That's why we pick Akali into Orianna.
Yep. That's right.
Yep. We had it ready. Arya had the confidence. And D-Ray has he's 0-2. He's down in farm. He's down in gold. it's a really brutal start here for Team Secret Wales. SoftBank Hawks are here to make a point.
That is 100% it. And here is that replay. Okay, full health D-Ray into just like a, what? Oh, the flash forward is insane. This is 100-0. Dodges out the shockwave Carricks. Oh my lord.
Oh, Akali, what a champion you are. Looked pretty interactive there. D-Ray might be shaking his head at that one.
Yeah, look, not the result you're sort of after, with Aria now going 2-0-1 up in CS. The gold is looking even better. Rift Herald is available for Van 1. They could use it to crack open this mid, but depends where they're looking to send it. But now, Evie's looking at Pun and says, I've got damage now, picking up that proto belt. And a mask is actually equalizer lands. Van 1's now here to return fire. Send in the hounds because that is just another fried chicken. And the re-engage. Histo tried to flag and drag over the wall, but it got cancelled out. Disaster for Histo. And honestly, Secret Wales are scrambling.
Well, something's being scrambled for sure, and I think it's Pun. This is a matchup where we said that he needs to take it to Evie. Evie has been this role player, while Pun has been more of a star for Team Secret Wales, but that dynamic is looking completely different. This Anivia top, it's not working so far.
Yeah, watch this replay, Carricks, and break it down for me, because, again, they're both full health. Proto belt forward is looking so good, but the damage is just too much.
I just feel like it almost felt like the wall came out just far too late. I don't know if it was on cooldown and been used before, but the whole dynamic was when the Rumble's running at you, you just put the wall up and walk away. He couldn't do it as D-Ray sent packing again.
This is just the Aria diff. D-Ray we've highlighted as one of the best mid laners in the league, and honestly, Aria is just eating him for lunch. And you know what? I don't know if Robot would taste any good, but I think Aria is enjoying it.
I think you'll take it. It looks like a delicacy with how hard he's going after it. Gets that first tower as well. And the SoftBank Hawks now 3,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes. This is not looking particularly close.
Look, and this is what we wanted to see from the top two teams. We expected them to put on a masterclass, but what we wanted to always say when it comes to the top two teams and how they should be playing, we want to start seeing that next step up again. We want to see them at the level of, are they able to contest the LCK? Are they able to take on LEC? Can they take on these pro leagues and actually step up once again to put LCP on the map? Because at the end of the day, Carricks, are they made for this? And that is the question, and why we hold these teams to such a high standard. So I'm loving to see this play out at SHG and really take it to Secret Wales.
And I think one other thing, while we've got just a moment where there isn't action, I love the LCP. Last year, it was CFO all year. It was the Taiwanese part of the LCP dominant. Now we're looking at this clash of 1 and 2, and it's the VCS and the LJL. The LJL as a region to produce a team as good as the Hawks. There are so many longtime LJL fans that are finally getting rewarded because this team, yeah, they can compete playing like this.
Oh yeah, and they are putting it forward. It's still 3k gold lead is looking good. We can see there's the Baron being summoned, but is it going to be enough? I don't think they could really contest it just yet, but 2 towers for none on the side for SHG. They are feeling very good. Opening up that mid lane, it means these rotations are going to be ever so quick.
That it will. The Baron spawning in what I like to call the airport. The runway open. Could be a very, very dangerous one. We're looking ahead a little bit to Baron fights, but it's hard to play into Team Secret Wales comp here, but there's a sneaky man in a bush.
Yeah, as you can see, Evie's caught out Punt again. I feel like chicken tonight as Fist is coming in for a bit of a party. Flash out, keeps Evie alive, but no, they shut it down. It's not enough, but Aria, can they do the 1v3? They have to sidestep. Nice little moves. The happy feet are good. Stun isn't going to land, but they have to get out of dodge. But a successful fight from Secret Wales. They're looking at their first tower.
And this is the resilience that we expect from our top teams. Team Secret Wales, things have not been working this game, but they put things together, they go up, and they make it work. There's nothing really back. It's the Herald dropped in mid lane. It's a few plates for SHG, but it's Team Secret Wales firing back.
Yeah, Van 1 as well, posturing very aggressively, trying to keep the vision on their side of the map. They want to make sure they can see this Baron at all times with the scuttle on top side opening up too. Let's watch the replay, Carrix.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Evie. He just doesn't realize that his toe's there. This is a great play from him, turned into a bit of a disaster. Vista arriving, just can't save him from the flash forward. Lovely combo from his toe and Pun. And great stuff here from BA as well. Arya was looking for a way in, but in the end just has to use the ultimate to get out.
Big thing there of note as well is they use 2 flashes to secure it. So the flash timers for Pun and Histo are exactly the same because they really wanted to secure that kill. They needed something in that moment to come back as the gold still hasn't really moved in their direction. But now it's about where do they start prioritizing their information of what they want to secure. Arya is now caught out. It's a 3v1 again. Arya getting the flick back. Shuriken is good, but now they need to survive a little bit longer. Shockwave locks them down. They're over the wall. The Sion's too much. The shutdown hits. Shot 1 is just too good. The TP from Pun as well. They might be looking at the Baron.
And I think they can do this. They could see that Van 1 was on the bottom side. There was that sneaky ward in the sort of bend bush. There will be a TP up. It's looking like a Baron fight.
Yeah, I love these ones. It is going to be the 4v5 as it is still Secret Wells. All their equalizer drops. It's doing a lot of damage. Marble trying to hold on. Culling is good. They got to look at Pun. Evie's already taken out his toe. They've got the egg out of everyone too. It's just too much. It is SHG cleaning up the fight. They're jumping in. Eddie's taking the secret tunnel out of dodge. They've just given them the Baron Carricks.
It's a disaster there for Team Secret Wales. Complete misexecution on the fight and an incredible equalizer by Evie. SHG, they muscle their way in, a man down. They win the fight, they get the Baron, and they are showing why this team has so much hype behind them.
Oh my lord, guys, let's watch it again. Walk me through it because it was actually saying, show me that equalizer.
It starts with the wall being a little bit wasted there. Van 1 isn't locked out. There's nothing on the side, but there's that equalizer. It burns his toe down. Oh. Baron comes in with the assist, spikes him down. Pun, he looks like he's playing the position of a normal top laner, but he's on the Anivia. He gets cooked. The egg is cracked, and then the Baron's on 1,000 health, and they just say, yum, 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 I'll take that one. And SHG are in a dominant position.
It was a 5v5 because the Baron was playing for SHG. I don't know what sort of coding they're doing, but that was just absolute disaster. His toe, like you said, that burn just ruptured through him, and then that final spikes went all the way up into him, even into the top side. Actually insane read from SHG. They're now taking up the 1.7k gold lane. Shockwave has gone out. Tempered Fade as well. There's the curtain call too. They're spending a lot on Evie. Equalizer has been dropped on BA. He is low. You're going to be so careful. It's a tanky rumble as they are able to survive the storm so well. And they're going to keep sieging this top side. But look at where Van 1 is. They're at that tier 3 down in mid.
And this is the crazy thing here. I saw that Rumble first pick and was a little bit worried about it, but Evie is proving why that draft real estate was given to him. He is having an absolutely lights out performance. These equalizers, Team Secret Wales has not found a way to play around them.
They really can't, and you can even see D-Ray is so low, still getting hit with all those missiles, and really 2.5k up on this Baron power play. D-Ray needs to be careful. One false step will spell disaster, but they're just sieging everywhere. This is just clinical gameplay out of SHG. They've got the gold, they've got the lead. 6k gold up now. Dragon is up. Sadly though, Carrix, it is a mountain drag. Are you upset as I am?
What? I'm shattered, of course, but...
Cataclysm goes in. They're looking for a fight. Flag and Drake's good, but no, it is going to be the Cozy Campfire. It's going to do a good job. Marble's going forward, and it is going to take the tower. Again, Secret Wales making desperation plays.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales just go in and it looks good at first, but then that breath of life from Vista lives up to its name as it just pumps so much health into the rest of the team that Team Secret Wales just realized we're not favored in this. We have to get out of dodge. And Pike, it's getting, as you said, it's desperation plays and it's getting harder and harder. 6,000 gold.
Look, and it's more comes down to I'm seeing them use so many ultimates. They use 3 ultimates independently just to take out Evie, who just used the Seeker's Arm Guard, and everything was nullified. There was nothing they could do, and it just feels like SHG are just walking around the map. Dragons being started up. They've got great vision control over the entire bot side. It was just a huge turn of events, and it all is on Secret Wales just making small micro mistakes. I wouldn't even say they're big mistakes. They've just been 1 inch a little bit too far forward. One wall in the wrong spot is just too much for SHG and Secret Wales to hold on to, but now Seal using the final coach comms. It has been called out. Now they're looking to siege down on this bot side tier 2.
They're sieging up, and I do just want to briefly say, I do think one thing the Mountain Salt does do is Team Secret Wales are going to struggle to kill a team that just has a few Mountain Drakes. If there's a 3 Mountain Drake Mountain Soul, you're just never cutting through that with this Team Secret Wales comp. So the timer has been called, and things might have gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, look, we've got only a couple more minutes, 4.5 minutes in fact, but it is still 1.5 minutes for the next Baron after that devastating play. It is really on Secret Wales to turn this one around. They're starting to scale. The items are coming online. The Rod of Ages for both D-Ray and Pun are fully stacked. Now, what can they do with it? Because at the other side, a 3k gold lead for Van 1, who is yet to die in this game, is really rough.
It really, really is. This Nefiri showing why it's risen in priority so much. But here they come to punish Evie.
Yeah, Evie has Flash, has the Proto Belt. Let's see if they can get out of dodge. Equalizer does go down, maybe just to hold on to the wave. They knew they were no longer for this world. And a good play. Let's see if SHG can make something work off the back of it.
Really good play there by Evie just to drop that Equalizer to kill the wave. This keeps 2 members of Team Secret Wales locked in the bot lane, or at least it keeps Pun there as he has to wait for the wave, then take that tower. But still, it's a good bit of fight back from Team Secret Wales. They're not out of this one yet.
No, never count them out. Secret Wales, they will dive deep. They will find inspiration from somewhere, and they will be as resilient as ever. Pun seeing with the TP actually away, because obviously Van 1 was in the wings, and unfortunately we have seen birds being eaten up by dogs today. But still, gotta be so careful. 15 seconds on Baron Carricks, that's the next fight.
Yeah, and someone really does need to put a bell on Van 1's collar, because he keeps catching Team Secret Wales completely unawares. Good stuff there by Pun, really reads it, but of course burns an important cooldown. Because of course, something to talk about, this is a top laner Nivea. When it TPs in, it has this massive shield that does last for quite a long time. It's just faded there from Pun, but keeps him really safe.
Yeah, Curtain Call's already been used, but I feel like it was a little bit premature. Is Marble doing a great job sidestepping once again, but there's the Hounds. Call of the Pack is good, but now is the damage going to be enough? The Breath of Life is nice. The Culling's even better, but they're looking at the backside. Van 1's taken so low. He's able to survive. Vista keeps him going, and now Histo is not long for this world. Marble's able to lock it down. Evie stayed alive too. The overstep from Histo was a disaster, and the Baron is being looked at.
Yeah, it was pretty...
Still going,
hang on a
I'm
second.
so sorry, they're looking for more. Evie is taking fairly low, but getting those shields is nice to see. No smite is available. Pun might be able to steal something. They have that egg, but really, they are being forced back. The healing's just so good. We might be getting a TP repeat back in from Arya, who, no, it is not Arya, it is in fact Rumble, but now they're looking for a fight. BA is low, good stopwatch is there. Let's see if they can keep the fight going. There's the stash, that's the egg going down. They need to get over this wall, they need to shut it down too. It's a lot of damage, Eddie's doing some work, gotta be so careful. Eddie might just be gone, and it is the egg blown up. It's a double kill for Nefiri. The damage is good, Evie's picked up BA, they said leave D-Ray alone. We can go back to the Baron.
This is a dominant performance from the SoftBank Hawks. There is no other way to put it. They are just outclassing Team Secret Wales. Histo is back on the map to threaten a steal, but there's so many members. There is this Milio to deny the EQ over the wall. It would have to be an absolute miracle. And with the TP coming in, I don't even think he's going to call for it.
He's leaving actually insane. They popped the ward out. They saw that he was there, and it was just the response coming out. Second Baron secured for SHG Carricks. Like you said, they are looking dominant.
And looking at this fight, it actually looks okay. Arya doesn't get that immediate execution onto BA. There's a potential for a follow-up, a good wall by Pun, but he just buys so much time and there's just not enough damage. And then Evie from the side with the TP. D-Ray can't participate in the fight. The shockwave isn't even used.
And the equalizer with the final tick onto BA. Fire seems to be the biggest thing to clip a bird's wings. Obviously, don't do that. It's not healthy or safe or sane even. But still, at the same time in League of Legends, it's all on Rubble to burn this bird to the ground.
If I was under attack by a giant ice bird, a flamethrower would be one of the first things I thought of. So Evie, maybe we're just in sync.
Yeah, they've thought about it. They're like, yeah, so we know Rumble kills birds, right? It makes sense. But okay, they look for another fight. Histo has to go for a little bit more as Marble's dashing out of the way. Equalizer does go down. They're trying to siege it out as the curtain call is good, but they are very tanky. Evie is low, has to burn that stopwatch. The Sonya's has been used, but it's just too much. Histo's got some damage now. Out of nowhere, he's picking up kills. And it's a good turn for Team Secret Wales.
It stops the siege, but now the question of the dragon is asked. You're down, Evie not there. Can you push a 4v5 into this dragon, or does Team Secret Wales just have to collect a mid lane tower and surrender Soul Point?
Oh, look, I think going for Soul Point and giving the tower makes a lot of sense, right? Unless they're looking to siege a little bit more, but they still have Baron, so they could look to back nice and quick, get those early resets. They might be giving a tier 2 here, Carrix.
Yeah, this is the price of Evie. It wasn't even Evie overstepping, really. He sort of came in to play bodyguard and just got a little bit punished. 2 towers back for Team Secret Wales. They haven't given up yet. They are up against the ropes. Their nose is bleeding, but they're still saying, come on, I've got more fight in me.
Yes, and that is the Team Secret Wales we love to see, but we also love to see them as dominant as ever. And it is still Van1 running circles on his toe. He picked up 1 kill, but still, Van1 3.4k gold up. Arya 1.5k gold up. The gold lead, regardless, is still 6k for SHG. 13 kills to 6. You gotta wonder, when does this gold lead get a little bit too hot to handle for Secret Wales? But they are holding the line. And as long as they hold, they can keep...
And scarier. There is no huge scaling threat here from SHG. The Lucian, his damage will scale. Lucian damage is terrifying, but he can get a little bit limited by range. He's helped by Milio, the Cozy Campfire, giving him more room to work with. But there is the chance, and it's a long way off, that Pun can become a little bit unstoppable. Team Secret Wales fans, you must harden your heart and pray to Pun.
Pray to Pun. I like it. I think they should. But still, it's still on their hands. The gold lead has now swung for Eddie once again. Just a little bit more. It's not too much, but it is something, as it is a bit of a gold lead. But again, Marble hasn't died this game either. They have not been able to catch out this Lucian. And I think it is that Cozy Campfire. It is a lot of safety coming out from this Milio pick, keeping Lucian alive for as long as possible. It's just going to be so hard to see. As you can see, here's Toe. That's a replay, actually. Don't worry.
Yep.
Like, where was Histo going?
Not too sure what he was going for there.
Yeah.
There must have been a bit of a read on someone in that brush, but not too sure what that was.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes now still to the next Baron, third Baron of the game, and we are on Soul Point. Heading over, but there's a culling going forward. They want to look at Eddie, but still look at Van1 off to the side, being chased out by Histo. Cozy Campfire is nice. It's able to give them a little bit of that range, but still, nothing to note. Ultimates have been burnt, however.
That they have. This is all taking place in Team Secret Wales jungle. They don't have anywhere safe to be on the map. This jungle camp's taken away. Red buff stolen. Histo got a little bit, he tried, but did not succeed. Arya shoving in a wave on the bot side as well. D-Ray, they're ready to meet him. Now, this is where we judge teams from good to great. This is the hardest part of the game when you're winning, is how do you break the base?
I think it's all coming down to these really strong picks here, Carricks. I think we need one good pick to come out for SHG. If they lock his toe down, who has that GA, so it's going to be even harder. If they can take someone out, it's just going to alleviate all that pressure. Because you can already see D-Ray has to walk back to base, so it's just begging the question, who's just going to get the next objective? And the way SHG is playing, they're just getting all the control they're able to take.
That they are. And we have 30 seconds on another Baron. We have 1 minute on that Mountain Drake that would be soul for SHG. If they play carefully for another minute, they can get the classic sort of Zugzwang where there's no correct answer. You can go towards Baron, you can go towards the Drake, and either result is good for SHG.
Yeah, look, I feel like it's going to come down to one big team fight. It's going to be Secret Whales looking towards something, and then it's going to capitalize. SHG are going to call the play out once again. But Ultimates are now coming back off cooldown. Every single one is up and available. Now it's about when it's going to be used. But still, Eddie has that curtain call. The damage is good. I think they're playing around this Baron.
That they are, and SHG are a little bit split at the moment. They can collapse together, of course. Aria in the bot lane. There's a
Someone
moment
has to respond.
for Team Secret Wales, but they're not going to take it. They are going to send one back.
Van 1, able to jump over those walls. Look at all those dogs. That's a big set of hounds you have to get through. Now look for a little bit more as Ari is looking for the flank angle. Equalizer drops. This is the pick they might be looking for as BA is low. Damage is coming out. It's actually huge. Now they're looking at the Baron. They got all the damage they needed. They could probably burst this one down.
That they can, but his toe still in the area. They do have to play around this Jarvan. They've got plenty of ways to do it, but his toe, can you be the miracle man?
It is the hero move. It's at 6k health. They're saying, okay, let's just back off. Maybe it's not worth taking the fight. We need to get the picks. Eddie is low. Culling is coming out. Shockwave is good, but it's not going to be enough as they look at his on the back line. Curtain call is being summoned. Aria has to be very careful if they don't get the right pick. They will be blown to a smithereen. As again, the fight turns into nothing. Carricks, they were looking, but couldn't find the opening. And now they're turning to the dragon. Oh, wait, hold on. SHG's looking at the Baron again. They're saying, all right, you want to go for that dragon? That's fine. We'll take the Baron instead.
And this is what I was talking about. There is no good call for Team Secret Wales. If they go and get the dragon, they will probably lose the Baron. This might be close enough. The Tempered Fate buys some time.
It's buying time enough. Carricks is all she wrote as it is at 8k health. Looking to go back into it. BA is low, but that's an equalizer dropped on their head. And they have to reset once again. Van 1's back in the pit. Baby can't do it with the health they were on. And it's a bit of a disaster again. Just commit to the Baron. 5k, 4k, 3k. They want a little bit more as Aria has to stop much. Baron's secured. It is SHG looking for a little bit more, but Aria is just gone from this world. They lose one, but they gain the Baron.
And Team Secret Wales got about the best result they could have hoped for. It was a little bit of a fumble from SHG. Aria goes down. The dragon is delayed by another 4 minutes, Pike. And we have to ask again. This is the third Baron now for SHG. You must break the base.
Look, honestly, at this point, the fact that they haven't just shows how well the defense is for Secret Wales. Like you said, third Baron of this game. These are the two Titans looking to battle it out. And in Mount Olympus, no Titan can live for too long because there has to be one winner. And right now, it is SHG looking very strong with this Baron in tow. Let's see if they can make it work.
Let's see. They must push that rock up the hill, and Team Secret Wales is looking to tumble it back down, but it's a Herculean task. No questions there, as Eddie needs to be safe. In that last fight, only got one shot of the curtain call off because he realized, oh no, Aria's going to jump on me, and he needs to be able to layer those shots over the top. They need to find the damage. It needs to be D-Ray and Pun.
Yeah, that is it. And you can see Pun as well now pushing up very aggressively. Level 19 Anivia, you're going to be a little bit scared as there is the culling. Shockwave goes back out. Nice little shield coming back in for Marble too from Vista. Keeping them alive a little bit longer, but still with the Baron up, it really is Secret Wales needing to stick together. basically every champion is almost at full build. And like I've said in previous games, once your champions go full build, it is a hand stiff now. It is all about who is piloting the champion. It is no longer about if your champion is OP. So I'm super keen to see who's going to be able to take this lead once again. Here's to BA waiting in the wings.
I totally agree as well. There's so much discussion we could have about scaling, about who's better at 6 items, but in the end, it is just who has it when you're white knuckling. When it comes down to one mistake, who can hold steady? So far, it has been the SoftBank Hawks, but Team Secret Wales, they've been at the top of the mountain before. They know how hard it is to end a game like this.
Yeah, and you can actually see Ari as well. No Baron in tow, but looking to siege and take this tower up topside. It's a big wave, but it draws 3. So maybe they're able to split up the map a little bit further. Histo is here. Pun taken low into the egg. Hits the stopwatch. Now they're looking to take a little bit more damage. If they can take out the egg, it is going to be very nice pickup. They all save the tower, though. The Tempered Fate is able to hold on, but it is SHG in their base, looking to do more than his 2 inhibs about to go down. This is the opening that SHG has been needing. They split the map so well, Carrix. They could be looking for the end. They're pushing down. They do not have the Baron in tow anymore. Culling comes out. Let's see if it can be used to any effect as they're looking to push further. Waves have reset. Now it's about who's going to be able to get a little bit more damage off. Evie, they're really hard contesting this one. They have the gold. They have the lead. It's a 9.4k gold lead for SHG. Can they muscle their way through? Cataclysm goes out. It's caught on a lot, but no, they're trying to get the damage off. Resets back in. Eddie's low. SHG and Van 1 already taken into the GA. Curtain calls now coming back out. And it looks like Van 1 needs to survive just a little bit longer. One more jump should keep them going, and they do survive. They get the inhibs, but they survive with their lives.
Oh, we are playing on knife's edge as Team Secret Wales, they hold on to fight another day. SHG will get a reset. They do not lose to any of their players. They do lose some Guardian Angels, and with 30 seconds away from another Dragon, they might be the difference maker. But it is Team Secret Wales reeling 2 inhibs down and not a lot of options left.
I love that Marble is actually on 444 CS. That's actually Jin's score line. Yep. I'm sorry, Marble. That needs to go to the other side, sadly. But still, no, honestly, Eddie's already passed that. 458 CS is nothing to be snuffed at, especially in 43 minutes. The Dragon's up in 5 seconds, Carrix.
The Dragon is about to spawn. It's SHG with control of the river. Pun is not here yet. Has wards TP to, will pull the trigger onto a Jin trap. As the dogs are starting this Dragon. This could be it.
This is it as the TP's coming down. Already been burnt out, but it is all 5 members of Secret Wales. They're sitting on top of it. Wall goes up, just trying to stall it out. The Tempered Fate is good, but it doesn't hit. It is taken away. Secret Wales are now on soul point as well. The magical journey keeps them all alive. But look where Ari is. Ari's looking for the back door. They're saying, guys, we can just reset. But no, they have to reset. They take 1 Nexus tower, and they're trying to walk away. But it is going to be a fight. Van 1 here to cover. Arya gets away with murder, taking that single tower away.
And this just shows how close it is. Arya shredded that tower. He does not need long to get another. If he's ever left unattended again, the game could just end as Team Secret Wales, they manage to eke out just another moment, another round in this bout of Titans.
Actually insane here as we are getting so close. We're about 5 minutes or so from the longest game in the LCP. The current longest is GZ versus DFM at 50 minutes, and we are getting dangerously close, and it's a 4th Baron here, Carrix. Let's see if SHG can lock down another one, but the whole team of Secret Wales, they're just moving as a single unit, and they're able to get here in time.
That they are, but they have to be so careful of a potential backdoor. We can see that there isn't one, but Team Secret Wales have no idea.
They're looking for it. Histo is not very far away from the pit. Curtain call does go out. Let's see if Histo wants to make this play. 5k health on the Baron. Not even able to burn through the shield. It is Van 1 just doing this solo. This could just be a smite off. They don't know Histo's there. The blast code's available. They're trying to get the culling out. Damage is low. GA still available into the pit. It's a smite off 50-50. It is taken from SHG. They lock it down and then jump big onto Histo. The play was not enough. They're going to take out this jungler once more. Marvel securing another kill. They're looking to walk down mid. It is the 4v5 that SHG was hoping for. And a huge play. We have to see a replay, but I think they're just going to end it here, Carries, because that was absolutely phenomenal. The two top teams only in game 1 still fighting it out, and they are sieging hard with these Barons. They need to get the damage off. They cannot. Oh, he's in the backline. D-Ray got taken so low. Let's see if Pun can hold on a little bit longer. The stopwatch, the Zhonya's is used. Now they're looking to clean this one out as the damage is even good. Marvel's walking forward. Culling is not available, but it's going to be used as they can do as much damage as possible. Look at Emmy burning through the whole back line. Eddie's still getting the damage off. They just need to hit the Nexus, but they might not have the health in the bank, as it is going to be SHG holding on as long as possible, and SHG take the game at 46 minutes. Oh my lord.
Oh, and you're telling me there's 2 more of these? Oh, what a game. What a performance from the Hawks.
Oh my lord, Carrix, that was actually insane. That was game 1 for the night. It's speechless cinema. That's all that was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's exactly what we want from these teams. That was a fight, a slog the entire way. And I honestly, I don't think there was ever a moment where the SoftBank Hawks weren't front foot, but it was just Team Secret Wales weathering the storm for so long. I don't even know how much I can read into that for game 2.
Like, it begs the question is like, yes, okay, SHG have now won the first game. It's going to get, it's such a long game. Oh my lord. Look at the damage across the board. You can see Marvel was putting in the work as well. But wow, Evie, 44k damage. Like, these charts look small, but the numbers are very big.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh wow, Jarvan didn't really deal any damage that game. No, it was 14,000. And just the numbers looking insane. And yeah, I think Evie, I mean, we start out with a replay of him going down, but it doesn't tell the story. That rumble was backbreaking for Team Secret Wales.
Yep. Yeah, look, they may have got a couple early picks, but it really wasn't enough. The equalizers dropping were just so good, as we are hearing the coach comms come back in. And every time we see these fights, I'm like, when do they actually take this tower? Oh yeah, that was at 20 minutes when the game went so much longer. And it just is a testament to how good Secret Wales was actually doing in this game at holding them back for as long as possible.
They did. They held on, and we did see, despite early stumbles, we're not actually seeing the replay. There's so many highlights to show in this game that there's absolutely no way they can show all of them. But this started out with a rumble, not even, rumble's the wrong word to use because I don't mean the champion, a scuffle around the scuttle that went horribly wrong for Team Secret Wales. Van 1 was accelerated massively, and we saw the ripple and the repercussions of that throughout the rest of the game. I feel like if that doesn't happen, things just look so different as we go on.
Yeah, look, and we need to see a little bit more performance out of the Secret Wales. I think the Anivia pick, it was good, it was doing its job, but I don't think it was just fully able to get it done because the Nefiri was just a clean counter. It was able to jump over these walls, and that's the jungle you're trying to keep out of these fights. But this was the early fight we talked about. This is what set the whole tempo at minute 3 of the game.
Exactly. So this fight, Histo goes way too deep. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think Histo had the best game this time. The Jarvan, it's a champion he's been good on before, but today just looked like nerves got to him a little bit.
Oh, look, like we've been saying the whole time, it's the 2 best teams in the league right now, face to face. We expected this to be our finals just from looking at these teams, and this is the masterclass we're hoping to see. And every time we're going to see Pun go into this egg form, Van 1 was there.
Exactly, and like the Anivia top, I think the Cook made sense, but it just didn't end up getting over the line. Pun, game 2, I need to see him back on a more traditional top laner on something he can play, because Evie got the better of him in this one. And Baron is a sick man. I mean, it helps.
Oh, man, yeah, it definitely is going to enable your team just a little bit more, but to be taken out so late there into the Baron, usually it's like the 4 or 3k health is where you say, guys, we have to full commit, and it was just SHG being so aggressive here too, and there's another Baron fight. Baron even reset off this, and they were able to just melt through them. SHG, it was by no means a clean game. It was a hard-fought game, Carrix.
It really, really was. SHG stumbled a few times trying to end the game. They didn't quite get over the line as cleanly as we would like. This gives me a lot of feeling. I mean, we both predicted 2-1, and after that game, it's harder and harder to see a 2-0.
Yeah, look, it really is. I'm a little bit nervous, Carrix, going into this game too. I think there's a lot to clean up for SHG. There's still a lot that needs to be done for Secret Whales to turn this series around, but the reverse sweep is possible. Carrix, let's go to a break. That was a long game, guys. Stick around. Team Secret Whales, can they clutch up, or is SHG going to dethrone the Kings? You're going to have to wait and find out. We'll see you in a minute.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons.
Khi mình thấy TSW vô địch ở mùa trước, mình khá là vui cho bọn họ, nhưng mình cũng có phần cảm thấy khá là cay. Bởi vì mình đã khao khát chức vô địch đó rất là lâu rồi. Nhưng mà cũng không sao, mình sẽ cùng GAM để tiến tới những chức vô địch sắp tới. Mình nghĩ TSW đã làm khá tốt ở mùa first stage vừa rồi, nhưng họ cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn để có thể đạt được kết quả tốt hơn tại những giải thế giới. Mình thì cũng không muốn an ủi gì nhiều, chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ XD cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình luôn muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
Another day in the office for SHG here today. Carrick's at the LCP arena because they just took a game away from Secret Wales and they are left scrambling. But by all means, it was not a clean game. We expected these games to be a little bit tighter, but no, the competition is so closely matched. Secret Wales held on, but now we are in for game number 2. Carrick's. Do you think SHG can close it, or is the reverse sweep imminent?
I think that in a game where just about everything that could go wrong did go wrong, it still took 46 minutes for a Nexus to explode. And this man on your screen, Evie, was a huge part of the SHG win. He will not have the access to the Rumble again. Pun will be looking for blood to reassert himself as the king of the LCP top lane.
Throwing out volley bears is what I'm hearing, is that's all we need to see. If we can get the damage out and Pun can be on those aggressive top laners. I feel like the Anivia, we sort of gave it as much merit as we could, but we didn't see the vision, or at least we didn't see the vision come to fruition here, Carrick's, because it had some damage, it was looking good, but the egg was just absolutely crisped up on a frying pan and served for Brenner here tonight. And I say, do you know what Brenner is?
I do know what Brenner is.
I love it. That's good. So for all you folks at home, Brenner, it's breakfast for dinner, and that's all we needed to see, because now it is a feast of games. For those of you at home, draft is here, and let's kick on as we are entering game number 2.
It is the first pick for Team Secret Wales this time. The second pick last, but this time they will set the tempo. I think the bans are going to look largely similar. There's still no way we let that Rise through. Yeah. There's still no way we let the Ashe or the Pantheon through. But where do Team Secret Wales go?
Usually to the Pacific, I believe. The Pacific Ocean. It's pretty good time.
Well, no, but these are the Secret Wales. So they're somewhere else, surely.
Antarctica. Yeah. There's a secret base or something out there for sure. I just know it. But still, no, Secret Wales, you're right. There is secrets to be held. Their drafts always throwing us for a loop. The Anivia, the Icebird, maybe they were in Antarctica, was the call. But now we're banning very similarly the Nocturne taken off, Rise, Pantheon, Ashe. I like these staple bans. Can I just say, I do love that Ashe has risen in priority, but we need to ban the Varus out really quickly.
Yeah, I don't want to let Marble get Varus if I'm a Team Secret Wales fan. Do you think there is still that Karma lurking as well? Karma Varus would be particularly deadly as they ban away Van One's Lee Sin. This is a pick he has been favoring.
Yeah, look, I don't mind the Lee Sin pick band out here because, yeah, like you said, Van has been playing this to a pretty successful stapling, and he loves to be early in that aggression, which is what you want from a Lee Sin. So taking it off the board makes sense, means they might be looking for a little bit more sort of standardized jungling. I'm seeing a Xin Zhao still available, and the Ezreal, with the respect to Eddie, there's got to be a secret source there for the secret whales because they keep putting it down in the dust. And honestly, I do like seeing Ezreal in pro play. And there's the Varus. They took it away. They gave it to Eddie.
I think this makes a lot of sense here. This leaves up Karma, and we can pick that in the first rotation for the SoftBank Hawks. I think you should. I don't want to play Sivir as well, like Karma and Sivir. You don't have to pick the Sivir here. Of course, you could lock away a strong top laner or get your first pick of junglers. Xin Zhao seems to be very high prio, if you're asking me. But no, Ari for Arya.
Okay, we haven't talked about this because it's sort of been a little bit slept on. Ari is kind of the GOAT. Like, Van 1 now with the Vi. We've seen this exact pairing in the mid jungle before. I really like it. The lockdown into the charm with the Spirit Rush. It's just going to be so much to handle. So whoever D-Ray is going to be playing, you have to be a little bit scared. But okay, they're looking at the Lissandra, and you know what? That is sick.
I was sort of rolling in my head like, what mid laners can actually avoid the scheduled death at level 6 against Vi and Ari? Lissandra's a pretty good option.
Oh, I love it being picked up here. That is actually nuts. I'm definitely going to have to look into when this was last used in Pro Play 2, but I think it was fairly recently, the Lissandra being picked up, but it only had a 4% pick ban rate, so obviously they've got some thoughts in mind, but this is going to stop Arya in their tracks, at least in the later game where you can shut them down. There's the Sivir now being hovered. It's the standard pick into this Varus matchup.
Yeah, it is sort of just the one ADC that can really do anything about the Varus, just constantly threatening to be able to get in his face. And then in team fights with a Vi is going to make Team Secret Whale's life really hard, just pressing that ult, having everyone run forward at the speed of sound.
Speed of sound. Where do I even go with that? There's got to be some sort of cool pun there. Nah, I'm drawing a blank.
Well, there is one
I'll
cool
save the
pun,
speed
but he
of
hasn't
sound.
picked a champion yet.
Ah, there you, well, you made it too easy there, Carrick. I like to see it. All right, we're into the second ban phase here. Alistair being taken off, so now they're looking at these really strong tank supports that are going to be able to be utilized a lot, especially with Eddie's Varus. I think there is going to be like a Rel potentially could be really locked down. I don't think we'll see an Enchanter because you've already got such strong engage really coming out from the Xin Zhao and the Lissandra too. So I feel like they're looking for something that can just secure the team fight and be a bit more of a front line.
Yeah, I agree. The Renekton ban as well does kind of tell me that they want an Ambessa for Pun. Renekton is sort of the traditional counter into that hypermobile bruiser. Pun as well is really good on that. That also follows up really nicely with a Lissandra. You ult someone, you throw the public execution on top. There is so much CC, so much pick. Not banned out. They will ban the Poppy away. Interesting. BA does love that pick.
Look, and I like the Poppy ban. It's going to stop the Vi. It would stop the Ari as well. It stops any sort of dashes coming forward. That tells me that Ambessa could be in the cards for Evie instead. So they could be looking for that as that, like you said, the source of lockdown that's going to be able to get onto this back line. But now it comes down to the final pick phase as we're getting to our last ban of the draft. And you got to think they may be looking topside once again, because we're still waiting on supports for the side of SHG because they have left Karma up once more.
Yeah, and I think they're put in a really hard position here. Do you pick the Karma, or do you risk playing into Varus Karma, which is just not a fun lane, particularly because I kind of think an engaged support would go a long way for SHG, but playing a melee support into that, I think only Braum is like, you have to go Braum?
Oh,
no? Okay.
Rakan's not too bad. Okay, it's the follow-up engage. You get the cease and desist out of the Vi, get the follow-up with the grand entrance from the Rakan. Quickening as well is going to be so good, so the quickness will really help out. And then Ari can just come and clean up.
Yeah, look, I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm just worried about the early lane if the Karma is the pick for Team Secret Wales. Of course, they haven't locked it away. We don't know that that's where they want to go. BA doesn't favor that, and they just slam Renata.
Okay, first time played in the LCP here, Carrick, especially this split. Very nice pick up there. Renata Glass with that huge cloud that's going to send forward. And a Gwen being looked at too. So they're saying, we will full send it. And they're giving Evie the counter pick. But what do you pick into a Gwen?
It's a really good question. I think it does. Yeah, Mbessa makes a lot of sense, but it locks away a lot of what Evie would typically play. Those tanks are just not really pickable into a Gwen. And this is Mbessa. I think it makes the most sense, but this is Evie. Game one, he took it to pun and he won the lane really hard.
Ooh.
Is he going to do it again, or is he just going to Cassante?
Look, I don't mind the Cassante here. I think that's a smart call. Yes, you're not going to win in the laning phase, but Cassante isn't about laning phase. Cassante is about winning mid to late in team fights and disrupting. So I think this is a good pick. I think it's a little bit more Evie-esque in regards to playstyle. So I really like this pickup. Into the Gwen, though, Pun could get a big lead and really start to snowball this game. But I can't ignore Carrick's, and we have to talk about it a little bit more. D-Rays Lissandra into this, because right now, Aria and Van One on these two picks are saying, we want to just dominate mid. How do you do that when you really can't get on top of this Lissandra?
It's really hard, and I think Team Secret Wales have put together a composition that has so many things going for it. They have the Lissandra to counter out that Vi Ahri. They knew that was likely to come in. Ahri is Ahri. We haven't really talked about it, as you said. There's been too much to talk about. And then look at that. Play Gwen. Get it, you wish.
Done. I like it. That's the aggression. They said, yep, maybe there's a bit of secrets there. They're like, there's going to be a Gwen in this series. It's a guarantee. We're going to get Pun on something nutty, and it's going to be the Gwen. Snip, snip, snip goes the scissors, and that's Pun in full control. But now it is our two teams sitting there comfortably. Absolute demons of steel. Look how composed they are here. There's no smiles. There's no excitement. They are here for blood, and they want this win. As we enter onto the Rift here now, game number 2 here, Carrick, as it is SHG versus Secret Wales. If SHG take this win, they snowball all the way up to the top of the ladder. Same likewise. Oh, Battle Gwen. Arcane Brawler Vi.
Lissandra.
Neo Paxiva. Oh, that was so good. It was like Cosmic Dawn.
Dawn Rakan.
Yeah, La Lucia Renata Glass. That was a pretty good one. That was a bit saucy in that one. But no, as we are onto it, can't ignore, we do see Aria playing on the Ahri Faker skin too. So obviously there's some good vibes and some big plays that are going to be coming out of this mid lane, as it could be the bit of an early aggression coming out of this bot side. BA just posturing. Honestly, BA is one of the most aggressive supports I think I've ever seen in the LCP. They are always standing up so far.
BA is a madman. There's no other way to put it, and it works. They harness the insanity and get so much success because he seemingly doesn't know that death is a possibility in this game.
Ooh, D-Ray's going forward, getting a bit of damage off too, but Aria able to hold the line a little bit more. Vista as well, getting hit with the handshake. Have to be very careful with that one. But it is Rakan. You get hit with a handshake, you can sort of just jump back to your AD carry, so Marble just needs to be close by. So it's not the end of the world if the handshake comes through. And you know what? Carrick, sometimes shaking someone's hand is not the greatest experience. It's sweaty. There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, too many times down at the local game shop, I've been like, how about we fist bump instead? That sometimes is the play. But early on, I do think these handshakes can get really deadly if you manage to get... The handshake does two things. It forces a spell shield from Marble if it's ever thrown towards him, and then you follow up with that hostile takeover. It can be hard for Marble to exist in these fights.
Well, at the same time, Marble's really not going to be able to do all that much in the early game. We know Varus has a little bit more priority, at least, at the start. But Sivir is all about that late game. Get me 4 or 5 items, and Sivir's not only going to shred through waves, but going to shred through champions too.
That she will is obviously a late game threat. But I just have to stress, we are 1 game away from SHG dethroning Team Secret Wales as the de facto kings of the LCP, and what a win that would be for them. I think they've put together a comp that can do it, but his toe.
Got to be very careful. They are so far up, they don't realize that there is an early gank coming on, so there's the throws out. Flashes are good, but the grand entrance is nice to keep his toe alive, but the flashes use Spell Shield just a little bit premature at first. Block over to Eddie. Secret Wales are on the board.
Yeah, he had that knock-up prime, just ready to go. Charged it up on a minion, I suppose. I didn't really see, but it was just an instant dash, instant knock-up. Nothing Marble can do.
Oh, and Pun's just happily chunking away at this tower. That absolutely insane. Well, this is just expected in this topside character. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, so it starts out actually Marble with really good reflexes there, managing to get the spell shield, flashes away, and it's just, yeah, just primed on a minion, gets the knock up. The piercing arrow was good, and Marble just can't find the way out.
Yeah, wind becomes lightning, it becomes a kill too, is the only downside. This is the big thing, especially for this bot side as well. Marble's always going to get that early shove, so the gank's going to be so careful for, because Sivir just auto pushes waves. The second you activate those boomerangs, they're going to do so much damage.
Exactly, and that is... it's so tricky here, because you don't want to push into Eddie and BA. As you can see, they're just getting... Every time they go forward, they take an enormous amount of damage. It's hard for Vista as that melee support to really exist. And it's just so much control for Team Secret Wales. Last game, we saw an early game mistake around an early scuttle snowball. This time, it's going well early, but Van One has something to say.
Yeah, Pun being looked at once again. Flash comes out. They see if they can get the CC chain, as they might be looking for the dive, and Van One says, I'm not making these mistakes again, and has to back out. But an early drag being looked at by Histo. This is a different Secret Wales we're seeing. This is what we expect from the Secret Wales. The early aggression on these objectives. This is a dragon that got started at 5 minutes.
Exactly, and this is a really good call here. They just see Van One top, Histo's in position. They just take the dragon, they set things right from last game, and they've got a huge wave crashing. This could turn immediately into a dive.
Yeah, there's still no flash on Marble as well, but now Evie's looking this top side too. We got 2 fights across the map. Pun has to be very careful, as they were pretty low. They did come back to lane with a TP, but they're just being chunked out once again, and now the proxy's happening, and Evie's quite happy with this one.
Yeah, Evie with a really good call there. Just hit level 6 a little bit early, burns the all out to get a really nice lane position, chunking Pun down. We'll get a nice reset as well, as Eddie's knocked up. Van One in the area, but they know he's here.
Yeah, no, it's just a bit of safety, good vision control coming out of Secret Wales on this bot side. They obviously know that Eddie is going to be the damage dealer that they have to be careful of. Ari as well, doing a good job, just sort of staying even with D-Ray, but I feel like Ari, as a champion, is going to really struggle into this matchup, because you do just get stifled so heavily. It all comes down to how well your poke is. So it's going to be interesting as the game goes forward. D-Ray's just doing a really good job, I'd say.
Yeah, this Lissandra doesn't need to do anything fancy. This is picked more as a neutralizing pick than anything else. Just needs to get through the lane. Just a little bit of gold down. It is just that first turret plate in Arya's favor. Nothing to write home about. It's about that level 6 that has obviously come through. Now, Van One, if it weren't for this Lissandra, it'd be really obvious where he's meant to play. But with the Lissandra here, the question does come, where is Vi going to put this pressure?
Where would you put it though, Carrick's? Top or bot?
I think you have to put it into bot, just purely because I don't know if you can put it top. Gwen is so hard to gank. Around that level 6 has so much counterplay, so much healing from the snip, snip, snip. I think you have to try and find a window where Eddie's been left alone, like right now. Of course, Van One on the wrong side of the map for it. But if you can find Eddie alone, he doesn't have counterplay to the dive.
Yeah, I have spent a lot of time looking at windows, and it's really important to find good ones.
That it is. And it's
I
always
wanted to
very
see your
hard.
reaction to that. I just wanted to see your reaction. Being like,
was,
is Pike just living inside and just like scared of the sun or something? It's true, but we don't have to go too deep into it. But I just wanted to see your reaction. Oh, as they're looking for something mid, Arya being hit with the 2v1, but I think it's more about just getting more control in this mid lane. But now Van1 up on the top side looking at the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and Team Secret Wales know this is happening. I'm kind of curious what they're going to turn this into. Vista is just getting aggressed on by his toe. Can they find anything more? I don't think so.
No, it's not really worth it. Dragon is up in 2 minutes, so I think they're just shaking another handshake of sorts, giving over the Void Grubs, which I'm not sure is the greatest objective really to be handing over. Yes, you get an early drag as Team Secret Wales, but these Void Grubs, especially with a Sivir who can clear waves so quickly, you'll be able to chunk out these towers so fast. As they send out the hostile takeover, is going to be enough as Marble is just chunking it out. Spell Shields used. BA had to do a little bit more. There's 4 members bot side. Vista's doing a really good job trying to hold on, but Eddie locked down Marble. Flashes go forward, and it's just an absolute disaster. Here comes Arya looking for a little bit more as the dashes go forward. Spirit rushes nice. Misses the charm, but the shard is down. Is so good, and Arya able to return a fire on this kill. But a great play out of Secret Wales.
And Arya came in there with more health than the collective team of Team Secret Wales. They were all blinking red, anemic health bars across the board. Well done from Arya. Arrives, takes down Eddie. All out on top side.
I think Pun is no longer for this world, as
Eddie's
Eddie's just got all the health they need.
I mean, we talk about the Hawks coming in to try and kill a king, and Evie is here to commit regicide.
But look at this, the hostile takeover with that beautiful spell shield, just able to negate anything more, but the quickness as well, trying to stop Eddie, but they cleared out the wave. The whole team was there. There's flashes burnt everywhere. Oh.
Yeah, and in the end, so many resources were burned on the dive. There's no counterplay to Arya coming in. Eddie goes down to the tower in the end, and the rest of Team Secret Wales is able to get out. It's a good claw back of something for Arya, but the play is incredibly positive for Team Secret Wales. But as we were getting to, Evie on the top side just comes in, solo kills Pun, blunting that aggression. And Pun, it must be said, he's getting outclassed on the top side.
Yeah, that Kanik item being already completed at 10 minutes is just going to make it so hard for Pun to be able to do anything. Really shutting out this Gwen is critical because now they're up gold. They've got that kill. They're up 10 minions as well. So these little advantages, you might even say death by 1,000 cuts, but usually you say that for the Gwen. But it's actually Cassante, so maybe it's death by 1,000 clobbers. We could even say as Vista is caught out in a bit of a rough spot, has to grand entrance just to safety as Vision's being secured as Dragon is up on the board.
Dragon is on the board. Van1 in the area. There is a lot of champions in this bot side River Pike. We might be looking at a little bit of a brawl.
Yeah, I love it. Histo's already got there. Wind Becomes Lightning is good. Let's see if we get the knock back as Van1 needs to be very careful. Flashes are good. Heal is even better. And they've burnt a lot of summoners there. It was BA looking very aggressive for that. But it is Histo and Team Secret Wales that come out on top.
That it is, and without that flash, it's so hard for Van1 to actually do anything in these fights. The hostile takeover is so good against Vi. It runs in onto the angle, but Arya roams top and is looking for Pun.
They're wanting to do a little bit more damage. The flash comes out. They have to be careful. Spirit Rush is used. They were just looking for some sort of trade on the other side, Carrick, and they're still going to lose the Dragon. This is a bit rough for the side of SHG. Missing out on these Dragons is so detrimental to one of their big win cons, which is control.
Yeah, totally agree. These early Dragons, Team Secret Wales is coming in with a plan. And as much as things might be going wrong on the top side, it doesn't actually interrupt the way they want this game to play out. Pun will catch up. Pun will scale. And though Evie might be scary, if you are threatening Soul, what can he do?
Evie, always inevitable, especially when you have 5,000 health available to your name. Now, BA is actually getting chunked out as well. It's the 2v1. The hostile takeover is sent packing, but here comes Vista looking to return fire. Van1 and Histo battling it out, and Evie actually survives. No way do they hold that line just a little bit longer. This champion is inevitable. D-Ray's off to the side. Vision's good, but I think they're just trying to clear this one out. D-Ray is in dangerous spots, but wants this kill, wants this blood. They have spotted them out, and they're going to be so careful, but the fight resets.
Just hurdling them in,
kettling
them around this tower.
Oh, but the quickness of summon, Grand Entrance is good. Let's see if Eddie's just going to be taken out. Spell Shield's nice. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough, as it is. Eddie flushed it forward. It's a kill. Eddie actually clutched it out. And yes, they're able to take it away. That is a 4-1 Eddie, looking so fierce, but he is incredibly low. And a great play out of the AD carry for Team Secret Wales.
All right, Eddie. Okay, I see you. We're watching. That was a bold play. He was one auto attack from death and just decides to take the universe into his own hands. He's 2,000 gold ahead of his direct opposite, and he is fuming from game one. This play starts with, I actually think, a really good read. The Hawks realize they're getting kettled in. They go for the weed here, but Eddie just sidesteps, just gets the perfect amount of damage. And then the big heal comes in, is able to get away.
Actual disaster as the second coach comes for Seal as well, locking them down, sort of obviously giving them the insights of what is the next play, because Dragon up 2.5 minutes. We have 40 seconds on Shelly. This is going to be a big thing of note that we have to be careful of. So where do these teams look to go next? And I feel like it is topside.
I think if you're the Hawks, you want to play through your strong member, who at the moment is Evie. He looks really dominant in the matchup. I think you can try and leverage that. At the same time, if you're Team Secret Wales, I think you might be okay just leaving that alone. The Cassante, yes, it will become very tanky. Yes, it has kill threat with the all out, but it's eventually Pun will become a much more fearsome side laner. I want to play around our 4-man hit squad, around this Lissandra and around this massive Eddie. And I think we're just going to be waiting for Dragon.
I don't want to wait for Dragon carry.
I don't either.
Boring. Give me fights. Like, let's just have a brawl for the next 5-6 minutes, maybe, just back to back. Make it real aggressive, because Van1 is looking down this bot side. D-Ray is only here, but no, okay. They reset. Kind of a snooze fest.
It's so hard for them because the D-Ray is the target of where you want to send this Vi Ari, but the Lissandra pick just completely neutralizes it. If you try and make a play in on this Lissandra, she's just going to self-ult, just going to throw the E, and there's just really nothing that the champions can do unless there's a major mistake by D-Ray, which you're not going to bank around happening.
No, but now that we're entering into the 15-16 minute mark, let's look at a bit of collect ourselves a bit. We've got items completed across the board. You know what? Big praise to Eddie. They're going on hit. Hallelujah. Yep. I've been calling it forward for so long, and it just makes the most sense when you're going up against a Cassante. You need to have consistent damage in these team fights. I'm here for it. Essence Reaver, though, on the other side, Marble is happy with this one. Just getting that empowered sheen damage is going to be so good moving forward with these waves, but also into these team fights. Another one, Sundered Sky, Katie Rook is good. Seeing that Gwen hasn't completed an item, the only member on this team and in this game without a completed item. So definitely tells me that Evie's had a really dominant performance, and with a Dragon in 15 seconds, SHG are posturing pretty heavy.
They are, and there's also a teleport mismatch. Pun doesn't have the item, doesn't have his teleport either. If Evie can isolate this, force Pun to stay top, they can force a delayed 4v5 around this Dragon.
Yeah, it's all about getting that early shove, though, because it will just mean Pun is going to be able to take the entire tower if left to their own demise, but still, again, lots of posturing here. They've got great vision for the side of Secret Wales, but the gold lead is starting to slowly dwindle away as there's a TP coming out from Arya. Clearly, they're saying this is the play, and it's already been started up. The drag being looked at by SHG nice and early. Secret Wales ready to contest.
D-Ray goes through that tunnel. Van One's going to chase him. They're going to try and collapse.
Marble getting caught out as it might be too much. Good spell shield is used. They aren't able to use the Frozen Tomb just yet, as the others on the other side, Evie, Arya are here. I think they just have to back off. It was a really nice read out of SHG, and they pick up their first dragon of this game.
Yeah, this is a really interesting decision from Team Secret Wales. I feel like you could have fought there, but they just make the read that instead they're just going to let Pun catch up a little bit, able to pick up a tower plate, pick up a wave. Yes, you drop the dragon, but now your Gwen is much more relevant.
I do love a good relevant Gwen in my game. It's always nice to play with because it does do a lot, but first tower also confirms it. His toe looking at Marble. Spell shield was used, but they do take Marble very low. There is a crack in that ball that you have to be very careful of. It might not be able to roll as well as you want, as it is the Rift Herald being started up. It did spawn just a second to go. Now, it's who's going to take it, as it looks like it is control to Secret Wales.
Yeah, I think Team Secret Wales have full control of this area. I don't think we can test this one, and the recall out of Van One certainly confirms it. You don't have the strong side of your map here, Evie. Just on the bot side with D-Ray, and we actually had the reverse situation where it was D-Ray that had the teleport mismatch down there. So a objective back for Team Secret Wales. Of course, they'd love to be on Soul Point at the moment, but a Rift Herald will do. If they can crack open this mid lane, they will be in a very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully back that. I think with this Rift Herald, they're probably going to be sending it most likely into a side lane, potentially at the next objective even. But you've got so many towers to use it on. It's like, where do you want to put that priority? Because you could crack top. You could potentially crack mid if you have a few members there. Look, there's still a couple plates you have to get through. I'm still just wondering, how does Team Secret Wales get further into this game? Yes, you have the 2k gold lead, but you still have a Sivir that you're contesting against. But you know what? Okay, I take that back. Eddie's looking so damn good. 2.5k gold lead. That 2k lead is all on Eddie.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, it's more than the gold lead on Eddie. The rest of Team Secret Wales actually a little bit behind. That is mostly in the top side with Evie, as we keep talking about. He's having a really dominant performance. If I'm the Hawks, I'm just wondering where I can actually flex Evie and whether I need to. We've gotten the tower in the top lane, pushed that one down with Arya. Pun is still catching waves. He's not this fearsome Gwen yet. I fear we may be in a holding pattern for a little while longer, Pike.
I think both teams have sort of agreed that maybe we need to slow this tempo down, but they have spotted out. Pun could be caught in the wrong spot. Needs to be very careful. No tower available, as there's just a little bit too overextended. Great entrance, knock up again. Oh my lord, the CC chain is actually disgusting, but the siege mid has started. The Rift Herald being used to great effect. They are going to crack open this mid tier 1, take a little bit of gold back. So a kill for a tower is not the end of the world. Oh, they can't.
He's going to lose his driver's license.
Oh.
No, take away his peas.
Oh, Chains of Corruption. Evie has to flash. Very nice out of that, but 4 members and a lot of ultimates used. Frozen Tomb, Chains of Corruption. That's a lot to spend, as they might be able to turn something back here in the mid lane for SHG.
They do pick up a plate on the mid lane. Arya should be able to get this bot lane tower as well. So it ends up a fairly positive play for the Hawks, just moving really well. Of course, the mid lane tower sort of not in gold, but in sort of map movement is worth a fair bit more than the bot lane, so Team Secret Wales won't be too upset. Pun now has still not caught up in items. That's what I'm really watching, is when we have a 2-item Gwen that can threaten the side lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very soon. They're very close to that. They're just waiting for about probably 500 gold at this point. It's not a huge amount. It's going to be the next team fight. They will be rearing and available for it. But towers are starting to reset a little bit more in favor. It's only a 1.3k gold lead now, Carrick. So SHG have brought this back quite well after quite a few questionable dives that happened. But, ooh, Vista, got to be careful. Might be the wrong place, wrong time, as could be caught out, but easy to get out of dodge as you jump over to Marble. Nice resets.
Yeah, D-Ray not pulling the trigger.
Oh my god,
but
going straight into it as the hostile takeover comes in. It's a lot to go through, but can they lock down Eddie? He's just gone. That's your damage dealer, and a huge play from SHG. They've turned it on their heads. Van One turned this tide. Now they're looking at his toe as well. He's no longer for this world, and Baron's up and available here, Carrix. SHG just said, we're going to pull this trigger, and they did so well.
yeah, just a huge engage there. D-Ray hesitating to come over from the Wolf Pit. Might have turned it on its head as he's dueling Aria.
Frozen Tomb is good, but it's going to be enough as the Stips are coming through. They should have looked to reset this fight. BA pun. D-Ray is just looking so good, but now the damage is good. BA's getting another reset too. It is a killing spree for Evie. Vista's back in this fight, and D-Ray's caught once again. Marbles out on the board. They're chasing Pun, but can you escape? So many dashes, so many slashes, and it might be Pun no longer for this world as the cease and desist is so close to coming back up off the reset, and another pickup. What was a Baron play just turned into more and more kills. Carrix 8 and 6, and SHG have taken the lead with 500 gold.
They have grabbed this game by the horns. They've wrestled the Whales into submission, and they are looking unbelievably connected and great. This is a terrifying team, Pike.
You are 100% bang on. This is the Van One replay of going straight onto Eddie, caught out taking a pink ward and just sleeping a little bit too much. The hostile takeover, yes, it landed, but didn't really have any effect when the rest of the team came to support them.
And the bailout not able to reset Eddie. The damage wasn't even close to there. D-Ray desperately tries to peel, but at this point, the lines are broken. Team Secret Whales comp, it's got a very sort of obvious structure in how it wants to be set up. They couldn't form their lines. So even with a good pick here onto Aria, okay, you kill Aria, but Evie is too strong. BA is in between a Vi and a Kazante. Not a fun place to be. We come back to live. Van One's dead.
Where did Van One go? You're driving that van a little bit too far away, mate, because they were up at a tier 2 and were caught out.
Well, we'll have to see a replay of quite how Van won. Yeah, how that van ended up off the freeway, because now it's Team Secret Whales that can threaten Baron. There's no jungler for about 15 seconds.
Yeah, you got to be so careful. Pun doing a good job trying to hold them back. Vista now off to this side. It all comes down to can Aria, can Marble actually be able to do the damage, but Marble's not even there to posture or throw out the ricochets. Good charm lands. D-Ray's already at half health. Let's see if the rest of the team can lock in and do something. Handshake is good. There's also take a great entrance is nice. The damage is good, but the smite is just going to be too easy for them. It is secured. D-Ray's low. Eddie's on the back line. He's just taken out, and Eddie locks down Evie. Now they're looking at Aria as they're going to charge forward. Not much matter, and they have to back out. But that Van One pick was too good.
How does this happen? It starts with a charm onto Eddie, but a hostile takeover timed perfectly, and Van One falls for the trap. Of course, Eddie got hit on purpose to set that up, I'm sure. Definitely wasn't just his team reacting perfectly, and now it's Team Secret Whales, 2,000 gold ahead, taking the reins right back. The wrestling, we're in the mud, Pike. We're in the mud and we're wrestling.
I don't recall ever signing up for army training here, Carrix. I signed up to cast League of Legends because this series is absolutely insane. The flip-flops are so big. As a nice little grand entrance onto B8, sent over the wall. There's a lot of members there. Where did you go, Vista? That was not the call.
No, just gets pop blossomed into the wrong part of town as there are a whole pod of whales waiting for him. As they turn good to great, they siege up this bot lane tower. Pun is in the mid, stopping anything really happening there. Team Secret Whales have got back on their feet, and they're looking good.
Yeah, 3k gold up now. It's 26 minutes in. They really want to take us to a game 3. They want that reverse sweep as they are just charging through. There was just no response from SHG. They thought Evie could hold, but maybe not able to do enough as that cannon is still chunking it away. This is now back in this fight, 4 members, but I think this tower is just gone. SHG, they were looking so good. They turned it around, but one false step from Van 1 spelt disaster. And it's just snowballing at 4k gold now for Secret Wales here. A 3k gold power play on the Baron.
And this is the strength of these teams. Pun in trouble.
Might have been caught out as the quickness is being used just to get those slows off. The needlework's coming back in. No other member for Team Secret Wales is available. Jumps over. There is a tunnel and is able to get out of dodge.
The great escape comes in handy. Pun able to get away. Not adding a 4th death to his tally. Still needs to really sort of activate this Gwen, become a little bit more fearsome like his ADC, Eddie. And as I was saying, it is a game of inches when the teams are this good. One mistake from Van 1 has snowballed into Team Secret Wales controlling the map.
This is also just the Secret Wales power is if they get a little bit of a lead, they can snowball even further. We saw SHG sort of struggle to not hold their lead, but to do anything with it. Whereas Secret Wales, they've gotten one and now they're just pushing in so hard and aggressive. This is reminding me of what we hope to see them moving forward in the international stage. And now this is a better sort of look. But SHG still very, very strong. Undeniable as Histo's going back forward. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough as the handshake forces Evie back. And a lot of damage as there's a TP going back down. The flank is good. Pun is here. Might be looking for something as they're trying to get on Vista, trying to get on Van 1, and they do get out of dodge because Dragon is up and it will take either of these teams to Soul Point.
Exactly, and that is a really important thing to focus on. SHG did fight back in the mid game, get themselves 2 dragons in a row. So this one is not as horrible to lose. They'll take a mid lane inner in trade. No, they don't even actually get the tower.
They have no wave.
The wave
oh my
wasn't there.
lord, bit of a disaster. Maybe they weren't looking for that fire. Maybe they were like, we're maybe not strong enough to be able to take it. I'm not sure what the comms were there, but that was not the play for SHG.
We've got to catch our breath for a moment here, Pike.
We do.
Because we are standing on the edge of a cliff.
I don't like heights, Garrett.
I don't either. I'm terrified.
Actually,
I predicted Team Secret Wales to win, so I'm really scared.
Honestly, would you ever bungee jump? Like, be serious with me.
I have bungee jumped. I have actually bungee jumped when I was a bit younger. It was pretty cool.
Was it cool?
I was terrified. I am petrified of
I love it. Look, you're facing your fears. It's important. I love it. That's the dream right there. I'm a big fear facer. Like, it's just nice to, you got to push the limits of the human potential. But now it's a big siege going on too. Charm is going to hit. They clear the wave. Hostile takeover is now used, but it only hits Arya. So that's a big ultimate off the books now here, Carrix. Very interesting play as Baron is up in 54 seconds.
Pun just dancing away from that one. Needs to get a reset. Clearly has something ready to buy as they're just delaying him and delaying him too much longer, and he actually just can't reset. The Hextech map does help him, but at this point it looks like he's going to stay. No, the reset's coming in. It is the Hextech map. It doesn't take too long to get back out to this Baron.
No, 4 members strong, looking to recall 5 members. They're obviously all saying, guys, reset. Items across the board are looking so good, especially for Eddie, who's getting so dangerously close to 5 items completed. Getting to that 6 is going to be huge because Eddie with a Jack Show makes him so unkillable. But at the same other spectrum of it all, Marble coming in, almost finishing an IE. Once that IE is done, those ricochets are going to hurt.
Oh, hurt is an understatement, I think. They are going to kill. This Sivir is going to get scary and scary. What I would love to see from Eddie is that Seeker's arm guard and the Zhonya's that we do see Varus's pick up. He's basically invincible once that happens, but Baron has been pulled.
Yeah, Baron's already been started out, down to 8k health. It looks like SHG is going to be here to at least try and contest, but you're going to get over the wall pun, making their moves across. It's on 3k, it's just going to be secured. Almost stolen away, but no, it is Secret Wells who secure out the Baron. Now they're trying to get over. There's the Spirit Rush to get into the backline. D-Ray already trying to stay alive with the Frozen Tomb. A shutdown onto Eddie is so handy for the side of SHG. They're looking at D-Ray as they are gone. Huge shutdowns across the board. SHG are actually cleaning up the map. They only have 2 more members to go through. Van One is all alone trying to take on Pun and BA, but no, Van One is just about to survive with a split second. He can dash forward and they get away. 2 members only with this Baron Carrix, and honestly, that's pretty good odds for SHG.
And that is the most valuable Guardian Angel you will ever see out of Van One. I'll talk about it more when we have the replay, because as you said, it's only 2 Baron buffs escaping. One of them is on Pun. Very, very valuable. You can send this Gwen to a side lane with those empowered minions, with those boosted stats. As Evie fancies himself clearing away, but he will do it. Let's have a look at this replay. As you said, the Baron was nearly stolen. Van One gets in. At this point, you'd think he is in too much trouble. He's too deep. But look at Eddie. Going down low, he gets that bailout, but the GA means he's not reset. He desperately flashes, going, I need to kill someone. But the Bloodlust can't be sated. He does go down. If he lives, I think Team Secret Wales clean up this fight. But as it stood, it was Van One able to live, gets away from Pun here as well. And this game has more to give. 40 seconds from Dragon.
40 seconds, sole point for Team Secret Wales, and the gold is exactly the same. Van One may have been caught out. You've got to be very careful. Just be able to get out of dodge. Taking them quite low is not where Van One wants to be, because they're looking for this steal now. 34 minutes into this game. They're looking for a fight as Evie trying to frontline very well, but they're pretty tanky, as they do need to look for the reset. Look at the big wave down bot side. If they don't decide to contest this Dragon, they could look for a TP play, maybe just to get another objective on the board. But really, 5 seconds they've committed. Histo's gone on in, but Envy did not take any damage, barely scratched his shield, and now they're looking for a reset. As the charm goes forward, Histo could be caught out. It's going to be enough damage. They're trying to survive a little bit longer, but no, Histo takes out Aria. It was a little bit too far forward. It is Secret Wales now in the 5v4. Envy's trying to hold on, but now they have to look for the steal or look to take most of the base, because it is Secret Wales very comfortably looking down at Soul.
And it was almost baiting Aria's tendencies there. Aria, he's going to hit the perfect charm, so just have the Mikhails ready to get the turnaround, as it was a cleanse from BA that freed up his toe to jump in, take down Aria, and then there is no possible contest on the Dragon. Hextech Soul secured for Team Secret Wales. They have no gold lead, really. This is dead even. But as we can see, the move forward, instant Mikhails, they go in, and there's nothing Aria can do. The hostile takeover doesn't really find very much, but at this point, they're just on the run. They know Soul is secure.
Yeah, just a little bit of an overstep by Aria on Ari. It's always going to be a little bit rough, but yes, this Soul completed means the clear is going to be even that much faster. And look at Eddie's damage. What is going on? On hit Varus, guys. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you start playing lethality Varus, just make sure there's no tanks in the game.
Yep. As soon as there's a tank, you wish you're playing on a hit. I'm so glad to see our Varuses in the LCP moving over to this on-hit version, as Team Secret Wales bearing down. They'll crack open this inner mid lane tower, and it gets harder and harder for the Hawks.
It is getting harder. 36 minutes in. These games are not short by any means necessary. It is still SHG doing a reverse of last game, which is they're just holding on. They're not down by much. It's only a 500 gold difference. We got 11 kills to 11 kills. So 11-11 tells me my angel numbers are coming to fruition, which means I am going to see SHG take this win. It just makes sense. But you know what? That's a little bit of a hokum. But still, some people believe it. And you know what? I believe that too. I believe in people here, Carrix. That's the difference.
And I believe in League of Legends, and I think this has been an incredible game after an incredible game one. And putting all my bias aside, I'm a Team Secret Whale supporter right now, purely because I want a game number 3, and they're in a great position to get us there.
Oh, I do like a game number 3, especially against these Titans. It's a repeat of the finals at Split 1. We saw DCG take it all the way with Team Secret Whales. Let's flip that script, as now they're actually saying, guys, we know Baron's up in 45 seconds. Do we just commit to bot side and force Pun to come down? But they still have TP, so I'm not sure what the call is here. Are they just committing? They're not backing, they're waiting.
Ooh, Pun,
they found it. Pun is just being
arc.
caught. It's just too much. Aria's locking it down. Yeah, Baron's up in 24 seconds, but now Histo's looking at Marble, flashes over the wall, able to survive a longer day on the hunt, being used to great effect. And this trade is so good because you can see they're now looking to think, can we keep pushing? But instead, they're trying to get those resets and go to the Baron for a 4v5.
And this is actually a really interesting situation where this trade actually might favor Team Secret Whales in the short term. Yes, you're down your Gwen for 30 seconds, but the Baron is not going to be immediately started. We need to have SHG establish some vision. No, they think they can just blitz it. They're down a flash and a ghost on the Sivir. The delay must come in for Team Secret Whales.
They're trying to do something as Vista's going forward, but caught out. Frozen Tomb instantly blown up. Eddie's already picked it up. Hostile takeover's even better. Evie's now gone too. It was SHG. They had everything to gain, but everything to lose too. Marble's now getting the damage off. Let's see if they can take out one more as Eddie is so low. They get the reset. The bailout is too good, but no, it's Marble still inevitable. DA is just gone. Aria is inevitable. The TP plays coming back in, but it's a double kill. Aria wants to hold this line like there's no tomorrow. Bed1 is dashing over walls and just breaking Pun's ankles. Bed1 might go down to the Baron. You're gonna be so careful here, but still, it was a huge play. It looked terrible for SHG, but they turned it around, Carrix.
And once again, Guardian Angel just thwarts the attempts to get Eddie reset, to get him going. He's playing. We'll see it in this replay. It starts out with a fantastic play. They move in. Vista can't quite find anything. He gets blown up. But then Eddie, look how close he's playing to the front line. He's leading the charge here because he knows he has the bailout safety. But then the bailout comes onto him in a moment. It's on him. He goes into it. He gets a kill. He's saying, oh, I'm happy. Oh, no, it's a GA again.
Oh, and it's just so hard. Like, GA is just the cancel and the counter here. And Aria actually coming in so big for SHG. And they've secured the Baron. They went back and took it. Carrix, that is insane from SHG. They're 2.5k gold up. This is SHG's game to win.
SHG showing that they have just the same resilience as Team Secret Whales. A lot of teams would have crumbled after losing Soul, after losing a few fights, but no, SHG shows why we have so much faith in them. And look at the damage numbers, Pike.
Oh my god, Aria on this Ari is an actual force of nature. Don't even worry about the rain, worry about the typhoon that is coming in, because Aria knows how to play Ari so well into these late games. The downside with this Baron, you still have to contest this Hextech Soul. Look where Pun is. They know he's there. Could they look to just turn this one around? No, don't do it. It's crazy. Aria's off to the other side too.
Tricky.
It's a nice little... Oh, it's where who's your target that you need to go on? D-Ray wants to look for something, so they do just get over the wall, trying to stay in the darkness. They're looking to rotate down. Elder is up. Charm goes forward, but they don't commit fully. But Histo is at half health. You're going to be very careful of how much damage it will take to die. They're jumping over the wall, clearing out this vision. Let's see if Ari can make some moves. Spirit Rush is used. Hostile Takeover is available. Let's see who's going to be going on as they go straight onto one. D-Ray has to use the Frozen Tomb, holding on a little bit longer. It's just not going to be enough as they take them out. It is just so much damage. Maple trying to hold on. Aria able to do a double kill. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Eddie gets the survive after a a triple kill to Marble. It's just actually insane, and it's still 2 members to 1. With the Baron buff in tow, they can hold on a little bit longer, but they are pushing down mid, and look at the bot wave. It is in the middle of their base, and they have to get back in time.
I don't think they can end. Evie is far too tanky. He can clear this wave. They will get a mid inhibitor. Team Secret Wales, they're calling that they can just hit. Oh no, they will take the tunnel. They'll get out. Hunger needs to be a little bit careful as he's now cancelled himself. Should be able to dash away. I don't think Evie can catch. It's a little bit messy there, I think. But it is Elder on the plate here.
Look, it has to be like Eddie is doing
game.
this. Pun is available there as well, but here comes Vista now, so it is a tank. It's top laners versus the supports. 5k, 2 TPs used. D-Ray is now joining this fight. Is the steal possible? It's the damage is going to be enough, and it is Red Team. It is Secret Wells who take the Elder, but Arya is doing damage. Eddie able to pick up Vista too. Wait, Arya, you're going into the pit once more. Spirit Rush keeps them alive, but an Elder on this Secret Wales roster is really rough.
And this replay feels like ancient history, as it was everything committed onto D-Ray. He gets that frozen tomb off at the last moment, and it buys so much time. Even as the triple kill came in, it was Eddie, the bailout. Finally, no Guardian Angel, and Eddie was able to clutch it out. It is 4 Elder buffs for Team Secret Wales. They are 25 seconds away from Eddie. They will want to wait for him. But you said a moment ago, it was the Hawks' game to lose, and now it's the Wales' game to win.
It is 43 minutes. These games are incredibly long, and it is a dead even gold scoreline. Carricks, if you are not excited by the LCP, this is the series to change your mind, because we could be looking at a game 3. We could be looking at SHG taking the win. It doesn't matter, because it is absolute League of Legends at its peak.
This is exactly what we want. It's back and forth. It's dead even gold. How often do you see that at 44 minutes? But it is the big buffs in favor of Team Secret Wales. Both of the dragons are theirs. Nothing can be done to save mid lane. It is a nexus and a dream for the Hawks.
But is that enough, as dreams do have to come to an end, and it looks like SHG's dream of the perfect 2-0 series could be nigh, as it is Secret Wales sieging into the base. The Elder buff will keep them going a little bit longer. It is the miracle run if SHG can pick up this team. They need an ace in order to keep them alive. But no, it is still Secret Wales pushing in further. The dive is deep. They're looking at the towers. They're looking to siege this one out. They cannot walk up though. Marble is shredding through the ricochets. The re-engage from Histo is going to be enough as they try to hold on. The Crescent Guard is nice, but the damage is still getting flicked back up. Can they do anything? Marble trying to avoid the hostile takeover. It's straight back in. The Elder buff, it's not enough. They're able to clean them up a little bit longer, but they're taking onto the towers. They just need to hit the Nexus here now, Carricks, as it's still too much. They're jumping forward, and it is Secret Wales taking game number 2 and taking us to a best of 3 series.
Oh my, this is why we sign up to Cast. We have a 1-all series, both games going over 40 minutes, and we didn't call it the match of the week for no reason. Team Secret Wales will not be 2-0ing, as that sign begs the question, but they could still 2-1 as we are going the distance.
Reverse sweep is imminent here, Carricks. That is the scary thought. It is so hectic on a Sunday night that we are seeing a game 3 at the start of the night. These two teams are looking to face it on the Rift, and they are not holding back. Both want this win so badly, and I love it.
I adore it, Pike. Look, oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
when
What is going
22K is looking like a quiet performance, you know we've had a hell of a game.
Oh man, it's just actually insane. Look at the gold graph as well. Like, they should not be so backwards and forwards. And it was just all Secret Wales holding on. SHG came back and then they started to clean up once again. Team Secret Wales, they just had the sauce. Eddie's kill there was massive. And you know what? I put it down to just a slightly better draft. I actually think the Lysandra came in clutch. The Renata Glass came in really, really clutch too with those bailouts. There was a lot going on that it's going to take way too much time for us to break down, but we can try our best.
We can, and I think draft we might have to save until we're looking at the next one, because as you said, it's a huge topic. I think something I really want to point out in that game is when we came into this series, we were saying, we think Pun is this star top laner, but Eddie might be a bit of a weak point. It is flipped on its head. Evie has been the better top laner in both of these games. He has been dominating up there. But in that game, Eddie was lights out.
Yeah, look, and that's going to be the crazy thing. Marble was put on a little bit of the back foot, and I put that down to just playing Sivir. I think you have to wait till you get these items, and then we only saw Marble being able to do something as the game got to the late game, but it just wasn't enough with Eddie being so far ahead. It just came down to probably a little bit of an item diff, but still 40 plus minutes into this series, and these teams are just really struggling to close it out until it's the final point of difference where they're like, we have one, let's just full send it.
And full send ended up being the way to go in this one. And it's so crazy that I think there were 2 or 3 fights that Team Secret Wales could have broken the game open if it weren't for Guardian Angels denying the bailout from Eddie. There were so many times where he could have come back to life and there was just smidgens of health on the SoftBank Hawks, but in the end wasn't able to do so. As Arya as well, we barely got to really talk about it because there was so much going on, but he was on that Ari. He has just laser guided charms, and he was a huge part of why that game took so long for the Whales to get over the line.
Yeah, and honestly, we talked about these junglers at the start of the whole series being like, this is where these point of contention is going to be. And both these junglers on very comfortable picks. You have the Vi, you have the Xin Zhao, and they were still doing 50-50 smite fights. It wasn't about the champions anymore. It was just which player could play better. And they're just so dead even. It's actually incredible to watch. It's like when you're watching other regions, you usually can tell which jungler is better, which one has the advantage. LCP, they're all so evenly matched. You can't call these fights for what they are. You just have to hope that one team might have the slight advantage. Because again, the bailout, the GA, it's all part of their plan where they say the shutdown was really good. And both teams were playing exceptionally well for the whole time.
They really, really were. And it's so interesting how sometimes very high-level play can look so sloppy because both teams are forcing mistakes. Sometimes these fights, like that Van 1 engage, it looked silly. He's Wing no one and he's just caught out. But it was because of how quick the response was from Team Secret Wales. It started out well. This fight as well, it comes down to so little. Once again, it's GAs denying the bailout that continues this game. It's Arya running rampant on this Ari. And the question just has to come, who has more in the tank? Because there is actually almost a physical element of it now. You've played two 40-plus minute, incredibly high octane games. What do you have left in the tank for game 3?
Usually a banana, a protein bar, and maybe a white monster. Usually is my go-to.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep,
that would keep me going for a game 3.
And that's all we're hoping we could potentially get. But no, it was Secret Wales coming in big with that second game. Let's see if they can bring it back. We are both very accurate to who's going to take this series. That's the crazy thing here, Carrix. We both said it was going to be a 2-1 for either team. We're just going to have to wait and see. Carrix, I think let's just take a minute, guys. Stick around. Secret Wales versus SHG. The clutch game is coming in. Do we have a reverse sweep, or is SHG going to take the throne? Stay tuned.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
まずはやっぱりコーチのお二人のすごいなんだろうな仕事っていうのがすごい良かったと思うし、それに加えてやっぱりメンバー同士のやっぱ信頼っていうのがすごく大きかったんじゃないかなと思いますね。正直、特別な方法っていうよりかはやっぱりよりどれだけ LOL に向かい合えるか打ち込めるかなんだろう、一言で言えばハードワークですよね。もう本当に今年に全てをかけて、練習してるというか、やっぱり本当にいろいろと最も向き合うことができたからかなとは思ってます。もちろん今までもずっとしてましたけど、いや本当に怖いですよイージェン。本当に怖い。てかもう今年1年彼と戦わなきゃいけない、俺かわいそうだなと思いますもん本当に。いやマジでしんどいですイージェン。いやもうでもなんとかやられないように年上としての意地を見せます。
don't give up. Come with the sand, we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are
I don't think I have ever eaten my dinner so quickly, Carrick, because that was such a long set of 2 games, taking us to a best-of-3 third game between Team Secret Wales and SHG. We're already in draft, ready to go. Honestly, if I burp, I apologize, everyone. It's not my intention, because we're ready for game number 3, Carricks. I don't know if we can live up to these last 2 games. If it goes another 45 minutes, I might lose my mind.
Well, can I offer you a lovely dessert? Because it is game 3 between our top 2 teams in the LCP. As the fans, once again, Ezreal and Ash will not be seeing the Rift. Pun getting some respect with the Volley Bear being taken away. That is a bit of a specialist champ for him. Though, he needs to pick up in this series if Team Secret Wales are going to lock in the top spot.
Yeah, we're seeing a change of action here as well, because Secret Wales got that win. They've taken over on that blue side, which means SHG forced onto red, which means they might be feeling at a slight disadvantage. But at this point, this is when they start to say, okay, we know what champions we want to get rid of. Ezreal, Volibear, Nocturne. We want to secure something good here, but it's all on the Secret Wales to really disrupt this gameplay as they take away Ashe, Pantheon, very staple thus far.
I totally agree. We're not giving up Rise either. I think that makes a lot of sense. Arya looked deadly on the Ahri last game. I'd hate to see what he'd look like on the Rise. Where is the first pick going to be? Where is the priority for the SoftBank Hawks? I'd actually love to see a top lane pick. I think Evie has looked fantastic.
The tough thing with picking top so early on is you open yourself up to a bit of a counter pick. Unless there's a really strong priority pick you want to go for, it's hard to pick top first. So I think maybe looking at this mid lane, looking strong. But okay, they picked top Renekton straight off the bat.
I like this one because it's soft bans Ambessa. I think that's something that Punt had been looking for. It was sort of that big bruiser still available. But could he throw down the axe, bring about Ragnarok? No, he's going to have to think about it.
There's a lot of champions Pun could pull out here, but I'd like to see him on something a little bit more aggressive. The Ornn would be nice. It's all about that team fight, but Lee Sin being picked up instead, his toes feeling themselves as they're getting this Lee Sin, the blind monk. Let's see what you pair with it, though, because you want something a little bit aggressive and high mobility in the mid lane. And I feel like with that, and finally, we're seeing a Nautilus pick if they decide to lock it in.
Nautilus just getting the priority. There are still so many enchanters open. Lulu, Karma, all of these options still there, but BA says no. Pick me the hook champion. Let me engage. Unleash me upon this Rift. This is a champion he adores. He loves playing this style. And it's early aggression from Team Secret Wales.
I'm not going to lie, we see the Wukong being locked in. I say full send it. Arya, pick up Yasuo. It's time. Like, let's just see what's possible. But no, they lock in the Annie instead. We're going to get the Fire Girl out onto the map ASAP. So, wow, okay, we're in for it. I am keen. This Annie's going to look good, especially into the Aurora.
Yeah, D-Ray firing back immediately with that Aurora, with that real damage threat. Of course, there is a little bit of flex opportunity. Aurora is mostly a mid laner these days, but has spent time on the top side. So there could be some trickery from Team Secret Wales, as much as we do expect that to be D-Ray.
I do love trickery, especially when witches get onto the map too. It's always fun, but the Alistair now being banned out, so they're looking to get rid of anything that's going to be a bit of a disrupt into this Nautilus, especially having that frontline tank. Yes, you have the Renekton, so you don't really want to hook a Crocodile, unfortunately. Usually when you go fishing in Northern Territory, you're not hooking Crocs as best as you can. So still, you're going to be very, very cautious of what's going to be going down. But what would you pick into the Nautilus? Like, is there a thought? I feel like Leona's a pretty good answer to this, especially getting the little bit more CC and control.
I think it's just a question of whether you're playing for lane or you're playing outside of that lane. I think Leona can take it to them. I think Bard actually, so not Bard, Braum can do a lot. Just put the door up, keep Marble really, really safe. But I sound like a broken record, and the teams clearly just don't fully agree with me, but there's still this karma. You're against a melee support. It's difficult for Nautilus to exist in a lane with a karma.
Oh, you can see they're a little bit upset. I think they saw the Misfortune band and they sort of read it like a book, and taking that champion off, it's got such high damage, the bullet time can put in a lot of effort. So now it comes down to what is another good AD carry that can go with the Nautilus? What is Eddie's speciality? Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, I think Xayah makes a lot of sense as well, getting away from the engage. But they're just going to go, okay, we're picking a tank in the top lane. Pun will take Sion.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Pun on a little bit of a back foot, being a bit more of that tank engage too. Going to be following up on BA on this Nautilus. It's going to be quite interesting. But now it comes down to what do you pick in the bot side? You have free reign. You can't play Xayah Rakan because Rakan is already gone. So it really begs the question, what's going to work into this Nautilus? And you need something with a lot of shred.
I think like there's still Yunara, there's still the possibility of like a Zeri Yumi, but no, they the Kai'Sa, they pick away from Eddie.
I like it. I love Kai'Sa's. The killer instinct means you can do these nice little dives, especially with the monkey jumping in too. But what support do you pair with it? Leona still comes to mind. Rel, just as good. Once you engage on them, they're just going to engage right back, and a Magnet Storm can disrupt so much of the fight.
I kind of love this comp as well from the SoftBank Hawks, from like sort of the intangibles. You've played 2 monster games, you're getting a little bit tired, you're getting a little bit fatigued. You just play an all-in engage comp. You go wild. That's Zamira Hubba. God, that would be hype. No.
Draven.
Oh, you're teasing me.
Do it. Do the Draven. You want to play it. I know you do. Come on, Eddie.
It's a melee support. It's a short-range Kai'Sa. This could be a real Draven. I think Xayah makes a lot of sense, though.
Boo. No, I shouldn't do that. I wanted the Draven so bad. We haven't seen it since the golden age of a doggo from CFO. But still, Xayah being locked in is pretty good. The safety is going to be really good to evade all of that full all-in, especially point and click CC coming out of this Annie. The Dark Child is going to be an absolute menace out on the Rift if it picks up any of these squishy members. The downside, there is a lot of work to do for Evie and Marble to be able to chunk out a Scion and a Nautilus.
There really is. Like, I think this is a hard one to call, because I think if everything goes right for SHG, their composition is so easy to play from professional players, of course. It's just an all-go comp. We just call go, we call a target, and we dump everything into it. Any misstep from Team Secret Whales will be punished to the absolute most extreme degree. But there has to be a misstep. If there's no misstep, this comp can fizzle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we are going to see a lot. Kai'Sa does scale really well. Get the Dawn and Dusk. You do a lot of damage as you start to hit them. You could even get a little bit of shred on there too if you really decide to get like a Lord Doms. It's all possible with a Kai'Sa. The build path is so versatile, and especially with the static shift changes coming soon, not out yet, it means you will be able to do so much extra damage. So Kai'Sa is going to rise in priority so hectically, but this is 4 members going down to the bot side, maybe looking for a slight cheese.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an invade coming in. No, it is just going to be a ward put down, as I guess they were thinking about something, maybe anticipating something from the Hawks, but in the end, everyone seems to just back off. We play a bit normal.
Yeah, there's Mecha Zero Scion.
Storm Dragon,
I love that you're just laughing.
Mythic Chroma.
Oh, Battle Bunny Aurora.
Cosmic Dusk Xayah.
Ooh, IG Kai'Sa. Battle Queen Rel. Ooh. Subterranean Nautilus. That's way too much fun. It's also just getting late. I think we're getting a bit of like the tired sleepies where we're like,
we're going a little bit crazy.
We get away with? Yeah, a little bit stir crazy. I've been in this room. I'm trying not to wake up my neighbors and I don't know. I don't even care about them right now. That's fine. We've got League of Legends to worry about here, Carrick. That's the difference because it is still game number 1, game number 3, series number 1. It is Secret Worlds versus SHG. Both teams want that podium spot, and this is the one series they need to secure it for themselves. Let's see which one's going to get it done first because we see another early gank. Histo is in the wings. Marble getting the barrier out early. They have to be so careful. And let's see if the reset comes in. They're not falling for it again here, Carricks.
Really well done there by Vista, just stunning BA up. So he didn't get the follow-up auto attack onto Marble. So the root couldn't come in. It did allow Marble just to dance back, didn't have to use his flash. It's a good start for Team Secret Wales, but it was sort of crisis averted by Vista.
I do like a good crisis averted, but now a lot of damage being traded in the mid lane. D-Ray and Arya just sort of poking each other out. Good stuns and electrocute procs on both sides. I'm kind of curious. Like, I feel like Annie should win this matchup just purely from how much range you do get. But I'm not sure. I feel like once D-Ray gets into the mid-late game, the team fight aspect of Aurora is going to be so big. But at the same time, the flash is first blood for Arya. What is going on?
Well, I think I can say, and this is all my own analysis, that at about level 3, maybe level 4, Arya can look to get first blood.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Double TP's burnt too. Flash is burnt on the other side. And Histo not able to catch the scuttle. Could be a trade as they are walking down bots up. And now look at Eddie in a bit of a bad spot as the flashes go forward. Is the damage going to be enough? Is he looking to turn this one around? BA is just not going to have the damage. And Marble is just able to hold it a little bit longer. But both so close. Wow.
So have a look at the replay there. D-Ray desperately tried to get away, but of course, you cannot escape a point-and-click Q from Annie. Just losing out there. And I think before that really happened, I think what I was going to say, regardless of the kill coming in, is, in lane, Annie is just oppressive. She has so much lane. It's all... oh, hang on.
Van, what? No flashes available, but nice proactivity.
There's a lot of people around this mid lane.
I think they know something is up as Histo's going to hit. The crash down's good, but BA's going to hit back with a nice bit of damage. D-Ray is low. They're looking straight onto the mid laner. Once again, Arya picking up their second kill of the game. But no, Histo is going to return fire with a kill of their bone onto Vista, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, but it's not a good 1-for-1. It's a support going down versus a mid lane. D-Ray is going to miss a fair bit of CS here. I think he'll be able to catch most of it. Let's have a look at the replay. This is the bot lane that we're looking at. It was Eddie being caught by a crash down, and it's only heroics from BA. Lovely flash by Vista as he just about gets away.
It was so close, but yet... so far, Carricks, that is the difference. It's inches versus miles in a best-of-3 series. But now it comes down to how well can Marble hold line. As a good hook threads the needle. It's just Subterranean skin, guys. If you can get that skin, just get it on Nautilus. It's a little bit free.
It really is. Not much of a Nautilus player, but whenever I see my support with that one, I know I'm in for a good time. As Evie has popped the Dominus, wants to just walk down Pun, use that early strength of the Renekton.
Yeah, nah, Pun able not to really do too much into this, is just trying to shove back the waves and have a little bit of control, but Evie doing a really good job. Again, Evie's been my standout player this whole series. They've really taken it to Pun. And it's phenomenal to see because we did say Pun is the best top laner in the league, and I think Evie might be giving us at least a good argument as to whether they might not be.
I mean, they certainly haven't been today. Evie has been by far the more impactful and dominant top laner. Even in the loss, his Cassante was just very, very difficult for Team Secret Wales to deal with, while the Gwen only came online late.
it's just so rough to see, as now we see his toe heading up towards the top side. Evie able to walk away. No mana for the side of Punt, so this could be a little bit of a solo bolo if they do decide to go underneath the tower, but no mana available means it's just going to be free plates. And look at Arya versus D-Ray's health right now. It is a lot to go off. And even with his toe in the wings, Arya is very comfortable sitting up here.
Yeah, Arya doesn't mind, has Van 1 in the wings of his own. One of them could enter stage right, of course, but Arya with a stun prime, the Between Two Worlds comes out.
World, it's looking good, but it's not going to be enough. Arya still just has that slight lead. The item advantage is good. And nice little charge. Unstoppable Force is good, but Evie's like, I can still just proxy. This is fine. There's no damage for Pun yet. As nice steal away. Here's Toe, very happy to invade here. Could be looking to rotate down and look for a gank onto Marble, who is just above half health. But it is still Eddie with a strong lead of 20 CS.
Eddie, a bit of a shining light early on here for Team Secret Wales. Have built that lead himself and BA. No real jungle interference down to the bot side either. This lead does mean that Team Secret Wales will get first bite at the Apple of Dragon, but they need to zone Van 1 away.
Yeah, Van 1 still looking to come back in, but looking to take the fight as the Cyclone does come out. Eddie is probably the target. Dragon has been secured, and it is BA going to be taken out. Marble getting their first taste of blood in this game. Featherstorm is used, but it's not enough, and Marble with a double kill does not bode well for this bot lane. Marble is online.
Yeah, Eddie just held that Featherstorm for so long there. But regardless, Marble plays it well. Have a look at the replay. They're just trying to zone away. Just try and make sure they can't get in. I feel like you just kind of send BA in as the sacrifice. Eddie has Featherstorm this entire time, just doesn't press it. He's waiting. He gets knocked back and then presses it, but there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and you can see Histo landed that resonating strike too, but didn't decide to follow up. So it's just like, no, I don't know if I can secure this. We can see the XP level of Evie and Punt in this top side doing a good job staying above, but SHG, it is Arya now sitting on top. Oh, the hook misses, and Arya able to hold on a little bit longer with that BA being a fierce tank in that bot side. But now they're looking at the grubs.
That they are, but Van 1 just walking alongside his toe. They're just going for a little stroll up the river, and it's the strength of Evie that's making it very difficult to change Secret Wales. I think his toe will just kind of look to go in after Van 1 has gone. He'll take one, his toe will get two. They'll split the objective.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Still nice to be able to cancel out getting those Void Grub passives, but still, it's just trying to negate as much as you can. Look, his toe still has a really strong lead. That one kill, and they're up at least 3-4 jungle camps, makes it really hard for Van 1 to be able to do anything except try and be proactive in ganking, because they will start to scale up regardless. The Wukong will become relevant no matter what against a Lee Sin, unless Lee Sin just becomes a Dragon's Rage kick in the backline.
Marble is alone on this bot side just for the moment. No aggression by Team Secret Wales. I think it's so interesting because I think Team Secret Wales got off to a really good start. They sort of lost D-Ray, but that was just a blip on the radar. Sometimes it happens. You get solo kill. You can kind of ride it off, but now a 2-kill Arya, a 2-kill Marble. Things are getting a little bit worrying as Eddie does get a good shot.
Yeah, the Blade Caller did do a good job there as the hooks are still going wide. Marble does have the kill instinct. Oh no, there's the Dominus being popped. Evie's trying to hold on a little bit longer. Do they have the healing to survive? Has to burn Flash at their tower. Pun is taking it to him. And if Evie's not careful, he could get dove. But no, it is going to be a fight down to the spot side. Hook does go through. Vista tried to get the crash over the wall, but did not land it. Depth charge has been used, so that is a couple key ultimates down for this bot side roster for TSW.
Thankfully for Team Secret Wales, there is no objective for a little while that the Nautilus ult would be necessary for. It just needs, D-Ray just needs to walk away from the big angry bear. It's so annoying how long Tibbers last. It's just here forever. It's just going to walk up, interrupt the back as well. Arya just dominating this mid lane. He's only a little bit ahead in CS as D-Ray is going to miss another wave here though. It's pretty unfortunate. just pulling away.
Yeah. The Malignant's already being picked up for Arya is such a huge spike because it means you get Tibbers back that much faster. So getting these tower plates, getting the crystalline growth is always nice. And Van 1 and Histo looking to fight this one out. BA off to the side, but Cyclone's good. Histo has to ward hop away just to stay alive a little longer. But Evie, now they're looking at Pun. Can they re-engage this fight? Double Cyclone is used. Pun gets burnt with the stun, with the flash, with the Cyclone. Van 1 able to get it, but that's a zombie Scion too. Vista needs to be very careful. It's a big damage, but the between two worlds gets it done, but it's not going to be enough. As a great stun comes through once again, but it is Histo. It is him. He's stunned up at this tower. You have to be so careful not to go for the re-engage. He's going for it. It's a double kill for Histo. He's making it work, and Van 1's running like a monkey up a tree. He lands the triple kill. It is huge from Histo's Team Secret Wales jungler.
Histo just making a TikTok montage in Game 3 against the SoftBank Hawks, going wild on this Lee Sin, and any early game jitters we were worried about clearly not affecting him, but Eddie, oh no, Featherstorm!
The Featherstorm. Oh, wait. Oh, Voidseeker didn't hit, and there's a chance coming down. Is it going to hit? He does get off to the side. One good charge might be enough, but here comes Vista to save the day.
Oh, let's have a look at this replay. It starts with Pun getting caught out. The flash isn't very good. He doesn't make a huge amount of distance. He's caught. It looks great, but then you've got to contend with the zombie. BA lands the max range hook. You think, oh, maybe it'll just be Vista going down. But no, fantastic out of D-Ray. Able to get them all low, and then it's just Histo making a bit of a mockery of it. Sonic Wave goes in, kick flash, reads exactly where Van 1 was going, ward hop, and bang. Gives him the thumbs up before it even landed.
Oh, that is gross, gross, gross. And the gold lead is actually still even, but it's looking very good in the jungle. It is a 1.3k gold lead over the Histo. We talk about what Lee Sins need to do, and it's early impact. And if I'm not seeing incredible impact right here, right now, I don't know what we are watching instead, because Histo, like you said, is a montage man.
And it's the second dragon as well for Team Secret Wales. They're leveraging that lead, getting that impact. As Seal gets on the line and tells the boys how to navigate this next little bit of play. This is a really, I think this like 14-ish minute mark, when the game moves completely out of lanes and into this more macro phase, that is a perfect time to call in the coach comms. I wouldn't be too surprised to see one for the Hawks as well.
Yeah, I feel like the Hawks coach has been a little bit quiet in this one. I think they're just saying, just commit, guys. You've got this. So it's very interesting, but you got to think about it from a larger scale is when you get to games and series where you can't use coach comms. Maybe it's not ideal. Maybe you got to be really prepped on how your team is meant to be moving around and what you're looking for. So this is one of those LCP specials where we are one of the few regions that get to do coach comms, and you get to see the live reactions of it all. So I have to see, as there is a lot going in. There's a good hook keeping them over the wall. The crash down's not going to keep them alive as they have to burn flash, but it is going to keep Vista alive.
Histo doesn't quite land the Sonic Wave to follow up as Pun just chasing Evie away in this top lane in the bot lane. Both of them not really super big threats to each other as Histo has been found, but Lee Sin will never get caught.
No, he can't catch anyone, and now we're getting a second coach comms coming in. You're right. I think it is this 15-minute mark where they're getting a lot of vocals from the coach telling them this is what you need to do. But you only get 3 of these characters, and that's a big thing. If you start using all of them too early, you can't do anything late, and these games have been going pretty late.
They absolutely have, both past 45 minutes. Surely this one won't kill us, as we might get a cleaner one as Herald started for Team Secret Wales. Van 1 in the area, but there is a ward to spot him. I don't know if he'll be able to get close enough. No, it will be an objective for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, just give it over. It's not the end of the world. Rift Herald is good, but it still is SHG in a bit of control over these lane states. You do have the pushing waves with the Kai'Sa and the Renekton, so it's really about where you send this Annie now to be a bit of a disruptor. As you can see, Pun trying to get a lot of damage off, Evie taking a lot of tower shots, and Pun is very healthy.
And I think that puts paid to what might have been an attempted dive. You see that there's 4 members of the Hawks converging on Pun. But BA here now, Pun very healthy. This is risky.
Dominus popped. This is the play. They want to go for the dive. They have the damage. They have the moves. Is going to be enough as Arya is able to pick up Pun. BA's all alone, but they get the zombie, and now they let him be.
Fair
Let
enough.
the dead rest.
They proved me wrong. That was actually very, very well executed. They don't lose a huge amount in exchange. It is really just D-Ray pushing that top wave, but with a teleport, they'll save the tower. It's a good play by the Hawks.
Yeah, look, they might be able to get a little bit more action here as D-Ray is still being chased down. Not much mana to speak of. Evie does have that Black Cleaver and the Merc Treads, but just to force them off, nice little play there. But you can't keep committing 4 or 5 members down onto Pun. Yeah, fantastic player, but he's a tank. You need to be picking these priority picks. 80, his toe right now. You got to start looking at this to be able to maximize what you can do on the map.
Evie will pick up some more gold as he chips away at this tower. And again, best mate Pun shows up and says, hey, don't forget about me. We will be locked in this eternal dance of top lane. Checking back in on the bot lane as well. It is still just a lead in gold over to Marble. Those 2 kills coming in well. He has 2 items completed. Eddie needs to find a little bit more gold and a recall before this dragon spawns.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a bit of a tough one. Dragon up in 45 seconds, so they need to be able to push the objective somewhere. But Marble with 2 items, it's a big spike. Most likely looking to go for that Void Seeker next, but a Dominus on top side. It is Evie feeling quite good, trying to take into Pun, but with a Bramble and a Sunfire, you can't really sit on top of him for too long. Now they're looking for the re-engage. They're fighting over this blue buff. Then one trying to get that control. The vision's good. Vista pressuring and posturing so aggressively, and Evie is actually so low, he might not be able to too long for this world. He has to slice out just as fast as possible. But now, blast over the wall. Nice crash down. Magnet Storm is good, pulling BA back in, but the damage is just not there. Depth Charge is available. Let's see if they get the steal away. It's not going to be taken too far, as Arya is good, but it was actually a steal. Beautiful pickup by his toe. So they do take that blue, and now they're looking at the dragon. But TPs.
Yeah, but there's no answering TP here for Evie. I think this will be another dragon from Team Secret as they simply can't fight. 5v4. Now, soul point secured. Team Secret Wales, it's looking like it's everywhere his toe goes is turning to gold. Arya forced off this tower, just knows that there's not a lot he can do, but no, drops the Tibbers.
Yeah, it does a good job. He's just trying to Vista's trying to come back into this fight, but Punt is taken low. Like, how do you deal with a tank? Obviously, little girls.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, it's just throw a bear at it, which I think would actually solve a lot of problems.
Look, if you had your enemies there and you were like, if I could throw anything at you right now, I think a bear is like number 2 or 3 on the list.
I shudder to think what number 1 or 2 might be if a bear is number 3.
I think we need to ask Twitch chat that. What would be the worst thing to have thrown at your face? League of Legends answers only. Right now, bear is number 2 or 3. So if we get some better answers in the chat, you know what? We'll give them the credit where credit's due. But now they've dropped the Rift Herald. It is looking to go maybe get the TP out of Arya, just trying to get that charge off. It might not secure the tower, as there's the Unstoppable Forces coming in for a big charge, but it's not going to land in time. Now they're looking to turn this fight around. 5v5 in the mid lane, Carrigs. They committed a lot, just wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough to crack the tower, but it does get it low. Eddie has just been catching waves there for a long, long time. We kind of mentioned it was about a 500 gold lead to Marble. That has gone down a little bit as a fight.
That charge is nice. Oi, Unstoppable is too much for Histo, who's just getting so much damage off. Pun is just this huge force that is not killable at the slightest. D-Ray is coming back in. Between Worlds is good. Evie as well is low. It just feels like this roster cannot get it done in the face of the inevitable Flying Monk.
I mean, his toe, pat yourself on the back. He's been everywhere as the 3rd and final coach com seal. The final word in this one. Have to imagine he's just telling them how are we going to play the next 3 minutes till Dragon?
Yep, that's basically it. Is like, guys, play around this drag. It is the pick, but the way that BA's working this magic on this Nautilus, there's a reason it has 100% win rate thus far, and it has almost a permanent ban rate in the LCP. It is being worked to such great effect, and I worry for the side of SHG into this matchup.
I think it's really hard to outplay a Lee Sin that's this fed. Histo is clearly feeling it. He's got the adrenaline running through his veins. He's been perfect. And now Marble's being tasked to jump into this team, jump into a potentially giant pun, into the Lee Sin. And I don't know how we activate this Kai'Sa. These 2 items for both AD carries. Eddie has still been quiet, but I think his job is so much easier.
Look, the best thing is Marble needs to reset here. Once they get a good reset, I suspect they're going to have most of that Voids, that Blasting Wand, a little bit more as, oh no, Evie's caught. See you later, Alligator. Wait, he's still alive. He's slicing. He's dicing. He's dead.
He does put up a good fight, but 3 is too many. Team Secret Wales pick themselves up a kill. They pick themselves up a tower. They grow that lead even more. And Pun picked a good game to get back in form.
Oh, yeah. And this was the series again we've been talking about, why it's so critical for these teams to go forward. You know what? I'm looking at Kai'Sa and Marble's items right now. I think they're going straight Dusk and Dawn. They got a Blasting Wand.
I think
they got a Rubik. Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Dusk and Dawn on the menu. As we're a minute away from the Dragon, SHG are moving in early to get vision control, but a hook lands.
Yeah, Van 1 able to land it, but not much is going to come off it, unfortunately, as good vision control is here. Dragon up 45 seconds, and it is the control of Secret Whales in this river. Who knew whales liked water?
It's crazy. You wouldn't think they'd like rivers, though. Maybe we need a map with an ocean.
Ever seen a river whale? I haven't.
Though. No, I haven't. Me neither. I did see a seal that, like, there was a seal on the road near my house the other week and locked it off for about 3 hours.
What? What about dugongs?
Yeah. I've seen dugongs. I think they're really cool.
Oh,
they don't live.
They are quite cool. They're gentle souls. But no, they're looking around. They're already just going to be taking this tier 1 side now. And it's just control coming out of Secret Wales. It's a very different team we're seeing. You give them some strong picks and they're making it work in their favor. This could be a big fight. So I'm just going to keep going as they are looking at this Dragon going back in. Fan 1 wants to be here, but that is Pun, who is so tanky. Evie's not even in the field, not even close to the river, trying to get onto this flank, but it is the Dragon that's going down. They're full committing. Is it going to be enough as the blue team does steal it? And it is the Soul picks up, and it is just too much damage. D-Ray picks up Marble. That's their damage dealer. They're just way too tanky to hold on, and Evie is not long for this world. The Croc can't keep going, but still, it's just too much, and it is Secret Wales absolutely dominating in this game 3.
And there was, I'll point it out in the replay, but there was some 6-pack, 10,000 IQ play there from Pun at the start of that fight. But what matters is it's Soul secured for Team Secret Wales. It's a 5k gold lead. It's 4 kills, and it's going to be a Baron. Look how this starts. We don't see it, unfortunately. He actually TP'd on the spot. So he had the max health shield coming into the fight. So the Scion was just invincible in the backline. And it bought so much space. BA hits a massive hook onto Evie to make sure Eddie is safe. But at this point, the damage is done. Pun has tanked up so much, allowed D-Ray to have all the space in the world. And it was a good smite from Histo to make sure everything went the way of the Whales.
Yeah, Wales, they're feeding good tonight. The Shrimp are in form. Unfortunately, SHG are Hawks. They are not small krill. So the downside is a 6k gold lead over the Secret Wales is pretty rough at 25 minutes. You know what? I wish we had games like this for the last 2, because this is a different Secret Wales that we're finally seeing on the Rift. and I'm here for it. This is why they are the #1 seed. This is why they have been so formidable, all split one long. They want to prove why they were able to go to first stands and why they deserve their seat at MSI. But still, they're charging down the tier 2 tower. No one can defend it. They are just too big. As now Arya is here between two worlds, gets D-Ray out of dodge, and they're now looking for the big fight. His take going a little bit too deep into their base, but it's two members, and they really aren't taking that much damage, unfortunately. Histo's able to walk out very, very strong, and they're taking a tier 3 now. This is just the victory march heading down for Team Secret Wales. They've taken the first inhib in this bot side, and I just don't know what you can do as this side for SHG. They've got no answer. Yeah, they take a tier 2 with Evie up on this top side, but it's just the whole team's in their base, and I'm worried for what's going to happen. The gold lead just keeps snowballing further and further, Carricks.
There's a teleport behind. Evie is trying to make the miracle.
A pun is going to have to flash out tankiness as it is, and now Evie's caught on the wrong side of this team. They need to collapse or go for more, but Histo off in the wings lands that. Is it going to be enough, as they could look for a flashy insect, but they don't. It is still close. They're going for the re-engage. Is it going to be enough as Vista is low? Magnet Storm's nice. The damage is too good. Look at Eddie. He's getting it done. The damage is so big onto Arya and Marble to flick back. There's just no stopping this roster. Team Secret Wales cleaning up the Hawks. They're sending these birds back to the kitchen where they belong. The triple kill for Eddie is all she wrote, and Secret Wales are taking this best of 3 series to the bank.
And it was a whole 9 rounds, but in the end, Team Secret Wales have the endurance.
Oh, imagine throwing that many green fists of thumbs up in the air. We're not going to see Evie able to do it, but Secret Wales take out the series and confirm why they are the best team in the LCP.
They just prove why they are the kings of the LCP, why they have been so dominant. They fend off a valiant fight from the Hawks as they take it down 2-1. In the end, they just had the resilience.
Look, and that's what it comes down to when you start getting into these best of 5 series. You got to get the skills up a little bit more, but you got to say valiant, incredible effort out of the Seabank Hawks. They just looked so, SoftBank Hawks, apologies. They looked so good all through it. He's going fishing. I told you he's looking for it. Absolutely huge. These Whales came up with the goods. The Hawks just couldn't muscle it together, and the reverse sweep was just incredible. So now, yes, well played there, D-Ray. You are an absolute legend on the Rift, and you played so incredibly well. It was a very close series right up until the end, though, here, Carricks.
It really, really was. The first 2 games were unbelievably hard fought. It really looked like the Hawks might be able to get over the line in game 2. But when it came to game 3, we just saw the class that Team Secret Wales has up and down the map. Pun, first 2 games was outclassed by Evie, but game 3 came in, and that is a 23,000 damage Scion.
Yeah, not ideal. It's not when your tank is doing the most damage, like in the game. There's questions to be raised. So maybe the Renekton first pick wasn't the right call. But let's have a look at some of these replays, because there were some good ones all in and around the Rift here, Carricks.
And I mean, how many of these will just be his toe montage clips? We know this one is. He ends up getting a triple kill in this play as he was electric on the Lee Sin. It's so interesting because Van 1 sort of, if you go back to our head-to-head graphic, what seems like a million years ago, Lee Sin was actually highlighted for Van 1, but it's his toe that ends up picking it. He picks up a very well-deserved player of the match, both on the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin. He was game-winning.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you know what? If I was going to give it to anyone, it was going to be Histo as well. Makes so much sense. This guy really stepped up, not just in that last game, but second game on the Xin Zhao. The fights they were doing were incredible. And even trying to get caught out, they were able to do stuff. But I love these coach comms. And let's just give it a few seconds. Let's give ourselves a breath to listen in on what they were trying to say here. One thing I actually want to note here, Carrix, is with these voice comms, Coach isn't actually talking all that much. He's just sort of adding to the general conversation that's going on about what this team's trying to do. I feel like he's just being a little bit of a support network, being like, guys, this is, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you going for? What's the play? Because the rest of the team is the most vocal, and this is the difference between a good and a great team. You want a vocal roster that is able to talk to each other and actually have strong communication to make plays work.
And I think that's exactly what you want it to be with the coach. I would be worried if I heard a coach comment it was the coach talking too much, because it means that the in-game system maybe isn't quite there. But Team Secret Wales clearly has their shot callers. Seal was just coming in to essentially be someone there as an extra voice. In the end, though, it was plays after plays. Eddie on the Xayah was electric. We were talking about all of these picks, how the Kaiser was an excellent pick away. But when you go for this all-out, one-button, dump everything onto a target comp, it's hard to look away from Xayah.
Yeah, it really is, and it just makes the most sense. The safety of that champion is insane. And even in this double kill going over to Marble, they lose the dragon still, so it's already the dragon stacking started, and they traded it for kills, which didn't really extend into anything.
Exactly. It was these early kills, and this is a mistake from Eddie. I do think he held his Featherstorm for far too long. He really greeted it. But as you say, it just didn't really turn into anything, mostly off the back of the heroics for Histo, where it looked like maybe SHG could get something rolling. It is this fight that we're seeing again, and they can play this over and over. It's like music to my ears. As Histo just shut it all down, gets an actual shutdown there, dances back, drops the tower aggro, goes in again. This Lee Sin was unstoppable, and when the Lee Sin gets that strong, how do you play aggressive on the map?
You really just can't. That's the big difference. And even here, Featherstorm was used in such a good way, off on the backside between two worlds. And still, there's just Evie trying to hold it. It just felt like SHG was way too divided. And in the face of Histo, who was just throwing out the damage, it was too much. You can see Evie's trying to secure Histo, trying to secure BA, but there's nothing you can do when your mid lane is stuck in the pit. And D-Ray doing such a good job. Look at that. Eddie's damage was just huge. Just let to scale so far. And then the Featherstorm just to get a beautiful Blade Caller. Oh man, this was one of the better games from Secret Wales of just showing how dominant they can be.
Totally agree. I think they looked amazing, but we have to look ahead to our next series as GAM Esports will be the second Vietnamese team to head to the Rift.
Yeah, GAM's going to be looking real feisty as it is this full roster. We've been looking forward to this team playing because they're one of those other ones that everyone has such high hopes for. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be pulling out and whether they're going to get this dub on the Rift, because they've got a bit of a feisty opponent. They've got a bit of contention to go up against, but I'm looking at Artemis. I'm looking at Drakthar as well. It's this jungle AD carry. There's so much going on here, and you have to be very nervous because Drakthar can be dominant, but if he gets sort of steamrolled a little bit too much, he sort of feels a little bit lost. So I want to see this team really come together, but I know you have some thoughts on this, Carrix, before we go and see our matchup for them tonight.
I really do. I think GAM looks best when they play through Artemis. The best way to deny them is interrupting that. If we overload the bot side, and that's something that I think Ground Zero, that is their matchup tonight, can do. Ejung, Husha, Jimian, Shun, and Orca. Shun is sort of the opposite of Artemis. He has been succeeding when they just leave him alone. They just go, Shun, you're going to be fine. Play Ezreal, play these champions where we don't even think about you for 20 minutes. We get the rest of the map ahead, and then he rejoins the team, and he's doing great. And I think that's how you beat Artemis as well.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to see these really strong picks from Orca being like the Bard. We want to see these heavy roaming champions. I think there's a lot that can go down into this, but there is one man that's name always comes onto my lips when I hear Ground Zero is Ejung, this top laner. You even saw that it was Evie who said, I'm scared of Ejung. They are a concern. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play tonight. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Carricks, we got a whole nother series to go. It's only halfway through the night. I think we're getting ready. They're on the stage. They're just getting primed and ready to go. Honestly, I think we need to take a short break before we get to this walkout coming up very soon. But what do you think, Carricks? What do you think maybe will be the prediction that we could get up moving for this series?
I think I have to predict GAM 2-1, I think. And another 3-game series might be the end of us. But we wouldn't have it any other way, as we love the LCP and we want as much of it as we can get.
I love your prediction, and I think that is a good call. I think it will be a 2-1 as well, but you know what? I'm going to flip the script again on you. We're going to say it's GZ. I got to support my boys. Let's see how they're going to get it done, but still comes down to which team's going to have the more dominant performance. We already saw Secret Rails take that win and hit the top of the ladder. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with series number 2.
Stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them nails right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
Must be my aura. Everybody follows my aura.
Style and flow, check my steeds, amazing glow. Been through the highs and lows, now I'm the star of the show. Yeah. Check the memo, check the tempo. You know, you have to lock in and grow. This one's a natural flow. It's calm, tell them ring the alarm. They can't resist this charm. Got the whole world in my palm. Nothing can slow me down, you can't hold me down. I just hold my ground, I don't mess around. Cameras out when I step in town.
Aura, same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura.
Yeah, step correct. Only the big wins I collect. And when the Wi-Fi connects, I'm all over your timeline. That's the effect of aura. Top of the league, no warm up. 100 degrees, no sauna. You're not on my level, stay in your corner. I'm too real. Only big dogs in the field. Big planes on the airfield. Big houses that we build. Yeah, definitely. It's all in the way I walk. Matched by the way I talk. Celebrate that sparklers and corks.
It's my aura, same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Khi mình thấy TSW vô địch ở mùa trước, mình khá là vui cho bọn họ, nhưng mình cũng có phần cảm thấy khá là cay, bởi vì mình đã khao khát chức vô địch đó rất là lâu rồi. Nhưng mà cũng không sao, mình sẽ cùng GAM để tiến tới những chức vô địch sắp tới. Mình nghĩ TSW đã làm khá tốt ở mùa first stage vừa rồi, nhưng họ cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn để có thể đạt được kết quả tốt hơn tại những giải thế giới. Mình thì cũng không muốn ăn ủi gì nhiều, chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ SHG cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
Darkness can never
好的，来到了下半场的比赛，马上就要进场的队伍，他们在上周的比赛内容当中，凭借着一人一龙之力摧毁了对手。马上要进场的就是越南永远的老大哥 GAM， 上路 Kiaya， 打野 Draktar， 中路 Ares， 下路 Artemis， 辅助 Taki。 教练 ，No！ 而GAM面临到的对手是新生代的屠龙勇士复仇者联盟。 GZ 上路一剑，打野护下，中路 Jimmy N， 下路炫，辅助 Orca， 教练 Skywalk。 以开赛前的气氛来看的话 ，GAM 看起来态度是比较轻松的，而 GZ 在来到了 LCP 之后是还没有战胜过 GAM 大分的记录。比赛究竟会如何？会不会成为龙的响宴之下的牺牲品呢？比赛马上开始。
And that is why we got to give the arena some love, because that guy just gives me all the hype in the world every single time. He makes me feel like I'm about to like take a bite out of a cloud and just eat all the goodness that is esports. The hype is for real and I'm here for it. But Carrix, we're in the second series. We're lining up for a big one. It is GZ versus GAM. You've said GAM's going to take this dub. I think it's GZ. Chat's thinking easy GZ as well. We're going to have to find out because we're going for a side select 2v2 here, Carrix, and I am down for it.
And this is a very different series than our first. The series was a battle of the gods of the LCP. These teams have looked a little bit more mortal, but the series is still really exciting because they're evenly matched. This is a slightly lower echelon, sort of our 4th to 6th kind of bracket is where these teams sit. And these games really, really matter when we're talking about looking forward to playoffs. You don't want to just miss out on playoffs to try and make a run at a slot for MSI.
Yeah, that is 100% it. And now we're entering into this 2v2. We got Artemis and Taki versus Orca and Shun, which should be quite interesting. So it is our AD carry and support for GAM versus our AD carry and support for GZ. So we might be looking at standard AD carries and support picks locked in here. Carrix, do you think that could be the game plan?
It may well be. I kind of like just giving Artemis a chance to warm up his hands a little bit, get him involved early. We talked before the break about how he has often been a focal point for GAM. As, yeah, Caitlyn, take that one away. Cassiopeia as well. That's a pick we have seen a few times. GZ actually has it banned out. GAM still has it available. GAM do like getting this one over quick, though.
Yes, they are full aggression all the way, no stopping. We'll have to see what they plan to lock in, though, because we've got a long series ahead. We both suspect it's going to be a best of 3, so we could be here quite late. But that doesn't mean these two teams can full send it, as we do see the Silas being locked in already for Artemis. And I don't know, I kind of like it. If you give too good of an ulti over for the GZ side, it's going to be rough. And a Chains of Corruption is a rough one to give, as it is the Varus Tahm Kench combo into a Silas Rengar.
It's so interesting to pick Silas in this 2v2 because so often they don't make it to level 6. So the downside, quote unquote, of Silas not having an ult doesn't actually play into things if the game ends at level 4.
Yeah, look, hopefully, maybe it will, maybe it won't. You never know. But Silas is a great fighter, loves to get in those like 1v1s. We have seen outplays by Faker himself on such a champion. But I'm also looking at this Rengar pick. I feel like they are just full sending it, and they want to absolutely destroy Shun on this Varus. Because if they can get on top, he could just die.
Absolutely could. Hiding in this brush. If you get caught by that abscond of Dark, you know that big cat is coming in as well.
It's nicely done as Artemis is still taking a lot of damage, but Shun hit with the electrocute. The flashes go forward, trying to get the double knock up. It does land. Shun could just be able to take a lot of damage back out. Taki is low, the jump forward. The barrier is too good. And always, like we said, GAM likes to make it quick and easy. And they really made it a little bit too easy for GZ there.
Live by the GAM, die by the GAM, as they just go in immediately and just say, we'll see what happens. It was kind of close for a second there, and then it really, really wasn't. GZ do select first pick coming into this one. They have a plan to secure themselves a nice OP champ.
Yeah, look, and there's so many on the board now that we're no longer in a now that we're at the start of a new best of 3 series, there is everything up on the board and ready to take. It now begs the question, what do you look to pick up? So many priority picks come to mind. Varus, Orianna, Rise, even Embess has been up there. Like, there is so much you could look into here, characters, that we've already seen tonight. Pantheon's another one. It's just the list goes on. It really depends where we want to see the priority for GZ. Who do they want to get the good nuggets of champions onto? And we did talk about this bot lane being good, but you can't ignore Ejun, Jimmy and 2 standout performances on both these players that, if they get a priority pick, can run a game.
That they can. I think another pick to really watch has been the Rise. Both of these mid laners have had really solid performances on the blue man. Was banned in every game last series. He kind of maybe should just stay banned. Maybe I wouldn't mind that. But RS in particular has looked very, very deadly on that pick. GAM really loves these semi-globals where they can cheat tempo, whether it be the Rise, the Pantheon, the Nocturne. They do lean towards it a lot. And after last week, Drakthar has to be on people's minds, basically single-handedly getting GAM the series win over MVK.
Yeah, that is 100%. And MVK already showed yesterday why they were such a formidable team to go up against. They had full control start to finish. So it's nice to see that the layout of how these teams are landing on this ladder is quite diverse. As we do see as well, SHG's now just dropped back to that second place, but still got some good points on the board by able to take one win and send it to a game 3. Now it's all about, what does GAM and GZ do? Who's going to pip that post and take the slight lead? Because 2 extra points here would be pretty big in jumping you up that ladder quite well here, Carrix.
May well. I think, as I said, look, every series really matters. When you only play one round robin, the fact that if you lose a series, you have to wait till playoffs to try and get your revenge, and you may not even get that far, is pretty intense, honestly. I think it really leads to every series mattering so much, particularly for these middle of the table teams. The band's coming in, blue man gone.
I like it. Get that Pirate Smurf off my screen. I don't want to see it. But Orianna, Rumble as well taken off the board too. So nice different bands coming out. Very different to Series 1-2. So it's a big vibe here so far, Carrix. Now it all comes down to, what do they start to look in the pick phase? Pantheon is still up on the board. And GZ, I think they like it, especially with the Defiri being taken out. Nice lockdown and getting it off the game from GAM.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was sort of looking at it going, if Pantheon, Karma as well, that's very true. Taki is a big player of champions like that, so if they let it through, which I don't think they will, Karma for Orca Makes a lot of sense. Locked away. I think we'll see Pantheon in response.
Yeah, you got to look at this Pantheon. It's just such a high impact jungler right now, able to get
What
through.
Ash
But the Karma, we haven't. Oh yeah, well there's the Ezreal be locked in instead. So there's been a lot more. So giving a bit more to Artemis is going to be quite good here. There's the Pantheon, the follow-up pick. They have the space for it. Now, what do you pick in response?
Yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth here. It's kind of clever. They kind of soft denied the Ashe Seraphine by saying if you pick that, we get Pantheon as well. You don't want to give that away. So Xin Zhao or Husha, it's actually been very, very successful in the LCP. This champion has looked pretty difficult to respond with, even though it should have some pretty noticeable weakness. Siva as well for Shun. There's another champion that you can kind of just leave it to farm.
Yeah, well, that's what we said, is it shouldn't needs to be just can happily sit in the sidelines and just farm it up. We saw it in the previous series. It just all on Marble was about sitting off and just getting some gold in their pocket. But Jace being locked in means Kiaya is looking very, very fierce in this top side. It could even be flexed mid, depending on the matchup. But putting it in top, it's going to be dominating. So what is Ejung going to pick in response to counteract keeping this Jace at bay? Because Jaces do so much being that melee and that range. Hold on, melee, if we're going to throw in a Logan quote there. Sorry, it's also getting late, and I'm like, is my brain starting to wander?
I honestly, this Jace is a really interesting pick because I actually don't think Kiaya has had a lot of success on it. He deals a lot of damage, and if you just look at damage graphs, yeah, the damage is there, but I actually don't think the game impact has been there, and I don't think it's been there for most of Kiaya's career. He loves Jace, but I don't know if Jace loves him. Maybe they've worked out their love affair now.
Yeah, maybe they're not Victor, unfortunately, and there's not that cool thing going on there, a little bit of a bromance, but still, at the same time, getting the Jace on the board, I'd like to see the cool arcane skin because it does slap, and then we get to do the cool voiceover for it. Maybe we change it up. Maybe we start doing something different with that. I don't know. I did say I was going to do like a David Attenborough impersonation as these games go on. I said that last night. Maybe tonight's the night, but who knows? It is still League of Legends. We've got through the final sets of bans: Bard, Twisted Fate, Sion, and Cassante. So taking those tanks off the board on this top side, giving Kiaya a little bit of love, but Malphite is available and could be a menace to deal with.
Definitely could be, as the Cassante ban there. Ejung, okay, we just slam Pike. Okay, Taki.
Okay, that's kind of insane. Like, depth from below is just going to be a huge thing. But now, how do you get around a Siva who can be on the hunt and get away pretty quickly? Karma with the mobility and boost, with an Ahri being hovered who can just spirit rush out a dodge. Like, there's a lot of movement that Taki needs to predict.
It is really tricky here, and it's interesting because we've talked about how GAM wants to play through the bot lane. I think this draft is saying that they don't think they're going to. They're going to leave Artemis and Shun down there and say, both of you just farm. Whatever, Taki's out of there. He's going to be linking up with Drakthar. When you have a point-and-click stun from the Pantheon, yeah, there's a lot of mobility from the Ahri, but it's not there at level 4.
Yeah, no, that's so true. So it depends if Pike wants to get that early rotations up. But again, I guess the big question is I'm not hugely well-versed on this Karma pickup. Why is it so good at the moment, Carrix?
I think there's a few things. At the moment, a lot of the enchanter items are just really strong. Things like Echoes of Helia are just in a really good balanced place. You know, we sort of have that balanced cycle. And then what Karma does that other enchanter supports don't necessarily do is early in the game, you are very aggressive in lane. She can really punish you in ways that something like a Lulu, though Lulu will often have lane control, the damage isn't necessarily there, but Mantra Qs really hurt. The tether as well is really good. It's point-and-click CC, even if it is on a delay. And then Karma leaves lane, you just stop mantring the Q, you start mantring the E, and you're just as good as something like a Seraphine when it comes to actually protecting your ADC, speeding them up, and shielding them.
Yeah, that sounds really gross. I'm not going to lie. Everything you said there just sort of made me really sad because as an AD carry, it's always so annoying to verse a Karma. And then as a mid laner, it's annoying to verse a Karma. So, you know what? I'm excited to see it in action here for GZ if they can take it to the Rift and really shine tonight. As it is game number 1, the coaches are going out very soon to hit those fist bumps, get a bow going, and then start this series off with a bang. But if you had to put a prediction down, honestly, I think GAM's comp is looking really good with that Mel being picked up into the Ari. I have to be worried. Will there be a reflected rebuttal charm that's going to cause Jimmy maybe a slight headache?
Maybe. I think we did see a fantastic Ari earlier tonight. Aria, sort of basically his namesake, it's almost there, was really, really good. In the end, they didn't actually win that game, but it wasn't because of the Ari by any means. Just to see if Jimmy can put on a similar show, though, as you said, this Mel has been doing some pretty illegal things.
Yeah, I think Mel's just one of those champions. There's such a hard way to balance this champion. Oh, hold on. Resistance Jace. Ooh,
Ruined Pantheon. Tanzanite.
Ooh, Risen Legend Ari. Ooh,
Frosted Ezreal. Ooh, that sounds like a cereal. I'll have some Frosted
Sand
Ezreal.
Wraith Pike. Yeah, actually, that does sound really nice. Frosted Ezreals. Like, what sort of flavor would
I
it
can
be?
imagine
like
Ezreal. Yeah, I can imagine Ezreal being a cereal mascot as well, like with the big gauntlet and a thumbs up. They're great.
Yeah. We're really losing it now. It's not even 1 minute.
Yeah,
in,
we're
talking
really
about
dying. It's a long night.
That's okay because we're here for the win, and the cereals at this point. If I could wake up, get my muesli, get that fiber going, I'll be chuffed. But now looking for a hook, it does just go sideways. Shouldn't doing a good job, and Orca just trying to hold on as much as possible. But I guess let's look at this lane as like its entirety, right? Like we got the Ezreal and the Pike into the Sivir Karma. Who wins this out? Like, who do you think?
I mean, it's the Karma. No, I think
Okay.
it's hard to say. In the direct 2v2, it's not even just because it's Karma. It's a range support into a melee support. It's pretty hard for Tark to survive. He's going to get chunked down. Pike is pretty resilient. Has that grey health. He just ducks into a bush. Bush can regen a fair bit. But in the end, you haven't picked this for lane. There's a lot of damage onto Jimmian.
Oh, double flash is coming out. Aris as well, not able to hold on, but Jimmian has no answer to this Mel pick.
No, really doesn't. Chunked down low, but just to finish up the bot lane. The intention here is for Tarkin to leave lane. Like, this is going to get pushed in. He just wants to get to a point where Artemis can be safe in the back half of the lane and then leave. You're not playing this one for the lane, as, Kiaya could be in trouble.
Yeah, might be in a bit of a pickle, as you could even see junglers coming up. Husha wants to join this fight. Maybe it's just as secure as the flash comes through. Solo Bolo, E-Jung. We said he was one of the best top laners in the region, and he's now showing up here at the 3-minute mark. Orca as well, taking a bit of chunk, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, Taki just playing a little bit. I need to see the replay on this one because I'm a little bit confused by what Kiaya does here. He's in hammer form. E-Jung's running at him, and then they're sort of just hit him.
Yeah,
hit him.
Yeah, it's not really weaving in those auto attacks very well. Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing? You're letting me slash and dash all the way around, and
he was never going to win that fight, but hit him.
There's only so much hitting you can do when you know you're going to die. It's like when you're caught in the middle of a pit, you've got no flash, the whole team's sitting on top of you, so you just start dancing. That's basically how you play that one out. So still, let's see if they can come back. The farm is still good for Kiaya, so they're not out of the race just yet, but a pickaxe this early into a tier is not great.
It's not, and again, this is what I was saying, where Kiaya loves Jace, but I don't know if Jace loves him. It's just a pick that he has been dying in lane. I just need to see a bit more impact from him. One death early is not the end of the world, as you said. It happens. No. Mbessa is very, very lane dominant. But I do need to see Kiaya bounce back from this one.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a little bit of that bounce back, most likely from Drakthar, who will look for those ganks. Remember, this is that star-studded jungler that does like to get that impact moving, or at least can hold a game together. So I'm keen to see how it's going to be played out here, but so far, GZ looking quite good. Only 100 gold difference right now. Nothing too nutty, but we should start to see that snowball as objectives are coming up on the board. First dragon in 10 seconds.
Taki loads up another hook.
Shun is there. Spell shield's nice, but the poke back is just dirty.
Karma always gets you in the end as the big mantra Q into the face of Artemis and make sure nothing really happens as public execution's been used.
Yeah, is no longer available, but trying to get that energy back up. And look at Kiaya now doing the damage. It could just be the end of Ejung. It's a 1-for-1 trade on this top side, though, as Kiaya is back in the race.
And this is what, and look, Kiaya is my favorite player. I'm well on record saying he's my favorite player in all of League of Legends, and he listened to me. He hit him.
Yeah, he just hit him. Just hit him. Just hit him. Just hit him. But Dragon's still up.
It's a top lane. You have a biff.
Yeah, I love in chat. There's a bit of caster bias coming out here, but that's okay because we're allowed to have our favorites, and that's totally fine. But no, again, it's still good to see. Ejung's doing a good job, but now it's all about how does GC start to work this map? Because yes, Kiaya's up here getting kills. It's 1-for-1 on the top side. I'm really worried about Eris versus Jimmy in this mid lane because this Ari pick is struggling. It's 2 waves down and really needs to start meeting up with Husha, who can actually do something.
Yeah, and I do think it's interesting that this has developed because I didn't really expect it to be this stark, the CS difference. I kind of thought we'd just be ping-ponging waves, but I guess that early trade has really swung things in RS's favor. It's 500 gold ahead, just basically in the 1v1. It's just constantly rebutting Jimmy, and it's just so annoying to play into this Mel, and he's just getting shoved under tower over and over again, missing CS.
Yeah, no, it's just getting a little bit harder every single time. But now it's about how do you just hold on. You're really playing to match up with that jungler. Objectives are still on the board. I'm still seeing that the Void Grubs are about to come back up in 1 minute. So once this is up, I feel like we'll see a little bit more jungle pressure. But really, everyone's just trying to lane and get to level 6. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and most have gotten there. It's sort of just our support still waiting for their ults as Taki just, I mean, he knows what Pyke is about. You just play super aggro in the face of your opponent. Hasn't really unlocked himself for a roam yet, and I think we're still waiting for that. Needs to link up with Drakthar, maybe around that first Grand Starfall.
Well, Drakthar is off in the wings. Looking at Jimmy, could be low. Flash is still up and available, but so is the Spirit Rush. So out of dodge they go. Ultimate is burnt, and now they might be able to look at an objective.
And the thing is, just so low investment from Drakthar. Basically just walks into lane and says, you got to press your ult now. Jimmy recognizes, pays the toll. But as you said, this should open up Dragon, and it also opens up a play onto mid 30, 40 seconds from now. You send the Pantheon ult, you maybe link it up with the Pyke, and there's not a huge amount Jimmy can do, even with his flash.
Yeah, but also the other side of that, you do see it is Husha up in this top side looking to secure the Void Grubs, but going a little bit too far forward might be a bit too much. But now, first voice comms coming in for GAM.
Yeah, Nor coming in to have a bit of a chat. Hang on a second, we'll have to come back to it.
Kind of nice. Looks like they are going to be able to get out of dodge. It's so hard to go on, but look at Artemis lands. The barrage is good, and it's just too much. The heat is cooking, and it is GAM coming away with 2 kills so far this game. 1k gold lead in the pocket.
And that was that first Grand Starfall sent towards the bottom lane before the death from below is even unlocked by Taki, so not able to go for any big execute plays. He doesn't need to. Artemis now can just whack the tower, take a plate, get a lovely reset. Let's have a look at how it played out. Oh, that's textbook. There's no real counterplay.
Yeah, like why were they so far up when they just saw the dragon being taken? Like it's a little bit nonsense in my opinion. I feel like a little bit of out of place makes sense. It's only first game though. It's not the end of the world. So another kill's not going to cause this game to snowball too far ahead. But 1k gold lead at 9.5 minutes, not too great. Oh man, it's so rough. Like, what do you do? Here comes Taki looking for a hook. Spirit Rush, not going to hit the charm, even go sideways. This could just be Jimmy and going down, but Spirit Rush is already back off cooldown. Golden Eclipse is used, but it's not going to be enough to execute. Maybe it's more to send a message saying, this is my mid lane. You got to be careful.
Taki.
Tips from below! It's not enough. It just slits to the side. Just an absolute disaster, and Jimmy is still just trying to hold on. Orca doing a great job, just trying to give as many shields as possible.
They do manage to navigate that. It was inches away from the death from below coming in as Artemis just gives the business to Shun, but the spell shield keeps him safe. Taki doesn't want to stop, even though he doesn't have ult. He knows he can just be annoying.
Yeah, it's all about just being a menace in the jungle, putting out vision. Orca's just saying, it's okay, let's see what we can do. Throwing out some damage because we're really waiting for these items to come online. I feel like Karma needs a little bit of something just to come back into this game because that one game from Dractyles sort of pushed them back so much. Taki's now taking up this tower, has to be sent packing, but there's not much mana. Oh, that spear did some damage.
Can you smell the chlorine? I think we're at the pool and they're getting ready for a dive. Oh no, they've called it off. All right. All right, I'll just leave.
I smell sunshine instead. Don't worry about it. Oh wait, Kiai is probably going to go down here. One more attack would have done it, but no, it's a flash. Does get them out of dodge. Not all too good.
They managed to just about survive, but has to back off. Has the TP, so can reset when he's ready. Dractyles got up there with the Skyfall.
Yeah. Big tacos. Wait, and they got the kill. No way, we didn't even get to see it. I need to see a replay of that. That is a big swing. GAM very much in control of this game. Oh, there they are.
Environmental storytelling. Let's see what actually happened. It was Kiaya interrupting the back, and then, there's the spear. The aspect of war comes in, cleans it up.
Yeah, well, that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what we like to see, but still, it's only 3 kills to 1. It's a nice paced game, if you ask me, though, Carrix. Compared to the last couple, it's not just blood in the water. It's like, we're not playing Fizz. There's no chum in the water available. It's just, let's just get kills where we can. Push a little bit of tempo, a dragon here, a void grub there, but a 3k gold lead for GAM is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think the lead that I'm most impressed by is this one in the mid lane. It's 1.1k. There have been no kills. This is basically just on the back of RS outlaning Jimmy, and this is one that I'm actually most worried about going forward as well. The kills in the bot lane, that was, interference from junglers. It was moves from the whole map. But then you look at the mid lane, yes, there has been some interference, but it's been even from both teams. Jimmy is just getting outlaned.
Yeah, and it's so rough again. EJ pushing this tempo up on top side once again. Public execution used, and Yaya just able to send them packing. Here comes Husha. Here comes Shun too. So clearly they want to look for potentially a dive here. Only 1 minion, and it's just been killed. Husha, what are you doing? Why are you trying to do that? But no, trying to cancel it out as they do look to get... Oh, the TP goes off! No way! And Shun is 1 HP anyway. A disaster for GZ. They tried to make the play work, and it just wasn't enough.
The puff of smoke and the magician disappears. Kiaya is out of there. This will be a lot of damage on the top tower in exchange. I don't think they'll be able to take it down, but GAM will get their second dragon. They're getting everything they want.
Look, this is a bit of a disaster. Now they're saying, oh no, Shun, you are actually that low. One big block.
Taki.
Then from below, it's good. There's the flash. Great spell shield, but you can't survive a spear to the back of the head.
It is good. Still, the spell shield prevented the payout, so it does reduce the gold given by a significant amount there. Shun, unfortunately, though, will be taken down. The lead grows to 3K. Kiaya gets to whack away at this top tower. He will be able to take that down as GAM pull even further in front. They're not happy with everyone just saying, oh, Team Secret Wales, they're the good Vietnamese team. They want to prove that there's more than one.
Well, that's what they're doing right here, right now. They're doing an exceptional job just controlling the state of the game. They're reading GZ like a book, and I've said it before, it looks a little bit like a picture book. They're just able to see it, and they're seeing 1,000 different messages coming through. But now they're sending it back. Lane swaps are in effect, but Ijong needs to be careful. Taki is down here. Orca is as well, but not too much. But Kiaya does have that Serpent's Fang, so no matter what shields come through, they're going to melt through it.
Ooh, Jimmy doesn't land the charm there. Just kind of maybe expected an instant dodge from Taki. Doesn't predict it quite correctly, but with the overloading of this side of the map, GZ should be able to get a lot of damage onto this tower. They actually should be able to take it with another wave arriving. But look at the top side, because RS is getting even further ahead.
Yeah, it's not good that we're seeing a tower tier 2 at this point in the game already being taken pretty low with those tower plays. But yes, they will be able to take a tower back, so they're trying to mitigate a little bit of this lead that GAM has set up for themselves. But now they're just sieging in mid. Like, everyone's not really wanting to fight. They're just giving objectives their front and center. I appreciate them giving us a little bit of a quicker game, but come on, guys, make it competitive.
Yeah, Herald goes down as well. It's GAM dominance. It really was just that little blip of Kiaya getting solo killed early. Maybe gave Ground Zero a bit of hope, but that has been dashed most expertly, sir, as GAM are just everywhere.
They really are everywhere. It's like a mosquito that's sort of buzzing around your face at night when you're trying to go to sleep. You just can't catch it. Because one, it's in the dark, but also it's a mozzie. It is horrible. It was honestly infuriating. But still, that is what GAM is right now. They are the mozzie in the GZ net. That is just too much for them really to handle, but they're looking to siege up in this top side. Nice to see GZ grouping up once again, just to try and get some objectives on the board.
They do. Could potentially be answered. No, Kiaya is actually just going to back off, play with an abundance of caution as Ijong comes in to catch this wave. The tower won't go down. Kiaya is still just hanging around. Might be trying to set up for a solo kill.
I don't know. Nah, not worth it. But good look to take this tower, though. If you get that reform back, you just pop, pop, pop. And it's gone.
Taki.
Looking for a little bit of a fight as Taki is taken low. Great health is going to keep them alive a little bit longer. Husha wants to take this fight a little bit further. Jimmy jumping back in, trying to get as much damage off as possible, but it's not going to be enough as it is going to be the shutdown. Great pick up there by Ijong. Death from below is going to hit, but Air is able to pick up Husha too. GAM is just so low and being picked up. Jimmy survives. They're walking out with everything possible, and they're resetting that gold a little bit closer in their favor. It's still 2.5 for GAM, but GZ is showing signs of life.
Very much so. They win that fight pretty handily. Taki not able to get the death from below snowballing. If we look at this fight, it just starts. Taki, again, just being annoying in the enemy jungle, but gets knocked up. Orca flashing forward. You get a huge amount done immediately. You think maybe this one can end, but it's Jinian that joins the fight, lands a huge charm track bar over the wall. And look at Taki here. The health bars are low, but the kill comes in before the ult, so he can't get the reset. If he gets the reset, he gets 3.
But honestly, if we saw right at the end there too, that one ball that came out of Ari killed 2 members just in the end. Skywalk now in coach comms looking to talk to the team. Obviously, some shenanigans are afoot. They're trying to get on top of it. Because, right, the gold is still looking good, but it's now about can Pyke get these kill resets? And we haven't really seen all that much. The spell shield's going to be very hard to get through. So it's really on GAM to make some active plays to get these resets forward and get some more kills.
And will they be able to keep that going? It is still GAM in the lead. The dragon on the map, it's a mountain. GZ, they don't want to let GAM move up to Soul Point, but GAM are here in force, and Ijong isn't here yet.
No, public execution is going to be available, but the TP's now coming in. Maybe thinking I'm not going to get there in time. Has to burn the TP, trying to get the slows off. Jimmy's on the backside, but has been spotted out. Spirit Rush away, but it's just gone. Dragna picks up Jimmy, and the CC lockdown's too good. Hoosier as well,
Combat Shelly.
trying to re-engage this fight, but it's the Combat Shelly. It's doing its job. It's drifting. It's moving. It's driving hard, and there's not much you can do. Kiaya is now starting to melt through this GZ roster. Ijung is just no longer for this world. Hoosier is incredibly low, trying to turn this fight around. Wind becomes lightning. It's just a small cloud in the blip, and it is a huge team fight for GAM. They are looking to run this game down and potentially even look at the Baron in 5 seconds.
The Baron is spawning right on time, and GAM can just walk straight over to it. It's a little bit risky to take a Baron on spawn, but I don't think they're worried in this one. 6k gold ahead on Soul Point. Artemis is huge. Kiaya and Drakthar just as big. I don't even know how you'd begin to attempt to stop this one if you're ground zero.
Yeah, it's not ideal. The Baron is gone. Might be one of the fastest Barons I think we've ever seen on spawn has been secured. And this is just all Jimmy and getting caught out here.
That it is, and this time Taki does get the reset. Was already in the animation, of course. The Combat Shelly as Drakthar just drives through. Really, really well used. Orca just gets knocked up, and then Pantheon ulted. The public execution to try and buy space doesn't really work, and at this point it's just too late. It really was just the initial catch onto Jimmyan spelled the end. Ground Zero felt like they had to keep trying to not give away that dragon, but now they've lost dragon, they've lost Baron, and they've 7k down.
Look, Soul Point and Baron at 21 minutes. Not too great as the gold lead is nearing the 7k gold mark. I thought it was an 8k gold mark, but no, it is a 6, not an 8. So it's even crazy with 7k at this point in time. Is not where you want to be for this GZ roster. I think you got to be thinking about game 2 almost at this point, because GAM is not slowing down. They are pushing in 2 whole waves into this top side. They're wanting more. What can GZ do in this situation here, Carrix?
Let me go into the notebook. That won't work. That won't work. Prep for game 2. That's what I'm landing on. Because I feel like this one's just out of hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly, I think GAM's been playing so well so far. I feel like, yeah, there was those little signs of life in the solo kills, but the comp is just too good. Jimmy just took half health damage from that. Artemis, yes, picked up. Ijung trying to hold on. Kiaya is still a big force to be worried about. Who's just flashing over walls. Wind becomes lightning is doing a good job. It's actually GZ coming back with signs of life. They have secured Taki. Orc is trying to hold their life as long as possible. Okay. Drakthar is 1 HP away and wants to die over. Gives the shutdown to Orca, and okay, GZ are back in it. I don't know what GAM's doing throwing away that Baron like that, but okay, it must have been the call.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that works as well. You just win a fight against all odds because GAM just kind of runs into you. Let's have a look at how this one happened. It was just a really good public execution. Ijung just kind of goes huge here. Takes out the AD carry. There's so much damage, and there's just no real ability for GAM to fight back once their lines are broken. Drakthar makes the best of a bad situation, but it takes so long to kill Orca that he has to just go for the death on the tower. And now GZ, maybe they've got a shot.
GZ might be back in it from what was a 7k gold lead. They've brought it back to 5, so it's not winnable. They can win. They can lose. They can. At the end of the day, someone's going to win this game.
Pike falls off.
Pike falls off. But what about Jace? I feel like Jace is the big thing in this game that I'm looking at. Like, yes, Pantheon, always big. Mel, gonna be massive, hasn't died yet. Aris is doing a fantastic job, but I'm looking at Jace too, being like, can they make something work in these team fights, or at least get them low enough for Pike to get to execute?
I think, look, I'm trying to stack the positives for GZ. Pike will fall
Yes.
off. Sivir will scale. Public execution is a good button. Jace, we need to think
They're
about.
looking for
but catch
something.
on arrow.
Air is pretty low, trying to send them back. Crescent Guard is good, but look, they pick up Taki again. What's he doing out of it? As Drakthar is going to be taken low, he gets hit with the GA. Already popped at this point of the game, 25 minutes in. GZ are coming back fierce. I don't know what Taki's doing trying to land these hooks onto Ejug and Tusha. It's just not working for them.
I mean, it's really not. And with the dragon spawning while Drakthar's down, the soul will be denied. This is not great here from GAM. We really needed to see a much cleaner closeout. They were so far ahead, and now GZ is looking like they have a chance.
Yeah, like they're about to take their first dragon of the game. The gold has gone down another 1.2k over. It's about to reset even more, but let's look at this fight one more time. There's the hook onto Husha. I said they just resulted in him saying, let's just pull the fight.
And yeah, I mean, Husha does a really good job here. The Crescent Guard buys an enormous amount of space. Drakthar ends up just super deep. He burns the GA, as you said. It's already down. Shun gets the kill as well. This Sivir is closer and closer to being online. Ignore the individual matchup with Artemis, where yes, he's behind, but he's still a Sivir that is not far away from an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, and that is where the damage is really going to shine. Already at about 50% crit, so I'm just not sure here, Carrick. There's a lot going on. Sending out a True Shot Barrage just to maybe get some poke out, but G-Min getting hit with a good shield, it's going to keep them a little bit up, but Baron up in 25 seconds. The gold, 3.8k in GAM's advantage. The soul point is still up and rearing. It really begs the question, do they look to coin flip the Baron, or do they just wait the 4 minutes?
I don't think you ever coin flip. I don't think you have to. I think if you're GZ, you're happy. You've pulled the game back to the point where you can just slowly farm up. You can wait for Shun on this Sivir to just deal an enormous amount of damage once he gets that IE. And if you're GAM, you've been coin flipping for the last 10 minutes and it's coming up tails. I don't toss more coins.
Yeah, nah, I'm not a gambling man myself, and that's not where I'm not going to start right now, unfortunately. But I think GAM needs to really start reconsidering where they're putting their attention. I think Taki should not be the instigator of these fights. I feel like we need to see some big poke. We need to see Drakthar come in with a Grand Skyfall and actually make a reverse play onto the back line, because right now they're landing hooks and then they're just able to flip the fight anyway. It's the slight scaling advantage. Ejung's now got 2 items. The Black Cleaver means there's going to be a lot more damage going on, and True Shot Barrage used just to clear the wave. It's not ideal.
It's not ideal, but it's not too unusual either. True Shot Barrage, of course, just come up very, very quickly as long as Artemis has something to throw Qs at, which at the moment he doesn't, but the wave will get there in a moment. I think as much as the vision on Baron is very advantageous for Ground Zero, 2 minutes away from this Mountain Dragon, I think that's where we'll be looking to engage.
Well, Taki might be posturing very aggressively, but no, just going to get vision out. Again, we talk about how Artemis is such a strong player in their own rights, and sort of is left a little bit too much, but needs the team to really shine. Shun's done a really good job of just saying, guys, I might be down, I'm not out, and I'm here to really show up and be the Sivir you need me to be. We will join the hunt, and we will turn this fight around. So I'm excited to see how much damage they're going to be putting out, as that IE, as you mentioned before, is now complete. The damage is going to be online.
Another big bit of vision secured around Baron for Ground Zero. They get that Void Scuttle. They find basically the only wards in the area for GAM. So GAM does have to be really careful that they don't just get Baron snuck on them. It does die very, very quickly to the GZ comp. And now they'll move in, take some vision of their own. And again, 1 minute from the Dragon. And I'm just going to keep saying it because I think that is where we are going to have an absolute brawl.
Yeah, that is it. And I think big props and shout out to Jimmy in this game right now. They've come back so big in this game. What was like a 1.5k gold lead in this mid is now only 500. Just securing those kills. They might not have the same amount of items, but they're doing a lot of work. On the counterpoint to that though, Carrix, Rabadon's being completed for Ares on this Mel. That Golden Eclipse is gonna suck.
Yeah, that is going to blot out the sun for GZ. You can't go near Aris if you are not specifically Ejung. He might be able to tank up some of it. Husha can tank it with the crescent guard, but other than that, I think we want to stay very, very far away from Malshun. A good spell shield there, soaking up a bit of Kiaya's poke.
Looking forward as the GA's already come back online. Husha's already low. Crescent Guard's blocking out a lot of that damage. They need to take out Drekthar, who's overstepped a little bit too much. Can the side of GAM actually come back into this fight? Drekthar has to go back over the wall. Shun gets hooked, but is it going to be enough as they are trying to reset this fight? Looking to re-engage. There's the Golden Eclipse. It takes a lot of damage, but it's not enough to kill off the members of GZ. But it is GAM who take this win on the fight, and I think it is GZ that have to give over this dragon. But it looks like they are going to be turning this one around. It is Soul. They know how important it is. Orc is just too low. They have to bail. Better to just avoid it altogether. And it is Mountain Soul, the GAM.
Yeah, and it was GZ, I think, were looking to try and go for something. Then Kiaya thumped a big three-man accelerated shock blast into them, put paid to it. And now they're having to burn teleports just to get up here to stop it also being a Baron play, as both of their solo laners have to TP to the top side. They still have to walk and actually find where GAM is, and the trap is set.
Yeah, the trap is set. They know where Husha is. Caught out instantly and obliterated within a second. They called the play so quickly. Yes, there's charms going out, but their jungler is gone. And it is all she wrote. Now they have the smite success. And it just is GAM's game and Baron to take. Let's see if there's going to be any contention, though. Taki is being looked at by Ejung, but it's not going to be enough as they're trying to go back in. Public execution is available. It lands on no one. The rebuttal actually hits too well. Oh, where did Jimmy and go? Depth from below is good, and it is GAM just doing a really good job blasting the through. The Baron secured. Taki's getting the kills and the gold injection on the board. The double kill is good here, and it looks like GAM might be trying to clean this one out. Kiaya is charging down. Ejung needs to get out. Oh my god, he juked him! He juked him! Oh, you know what? Doesn't even matter if they lose. That was nutty.
Ankles shattered, 10,000 IQ flash, mind control. They do finally find him and catch him though, Ejung. Not able to escape despite the fantastic moves, and it looks like GAM will be putting this one in the books.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a bit of a closing at the fight, but it looks like they're going to be doing it nice and clean. They've taken the first inhib in mid. Now they're looking to go bot. They're already pushing in top. Sending out a true shot barrage just for good measure, but these towers are just going to go. We've hit the 10k gold lead. It's very hard to not close out a game at this point. The Baron still has so much use in it. A 5k gold Baron already is pretty much all she wrote as they can walk this next wave in. You can already see Drekthar up on this top side doing a good job pushing in another one as they could just be bringing in all members forward. Eris walking forward. It's just a lot of damage moving up into this base. The Nexus is in sight though, Carrix, and now they're just going to be cleaning up house. Can they get the kills or do they just commit to the towers? They're sending everything they got. Tower 1 is gone. The Nexus still up. Inhibs going down 2. What do you really do? It's a 12.5k gold lead and they're retreating?
Yeah, I think they just recognized that the waves weren't in the right place. Let's have a look at the replay. This was, of course, a 4v5 to start it. Taki pulls all of this aggro, just sits there. The public execution doesn't land. The rebuttaled charm is what spells the end for Jimmy. And this is just GAM being so cutthroat. They get an inch, they take a mile, and they are now pretty much in an unassailable position.
Yeah, it's basically, can they just put that final nail in the coffin, throw the dirt on the ground, and see if it's ready to go? But we do have a series on our hands. It is still a best of 3. It's all about closing it out, but until the Nexus is gone, there is hope here, Carrick, because Taki could be caught out. Wind becomes lightning. He's going to hit, but not much going to be said of it. Trying to clear it out. Jimmy doing a good job, just looking at the vision. But, oh my lord, GAM is a force. They are moving as a unit, and I'm scared to see if they get hit by one thing, it could just be a disaster. Drakthar does have the Grand Skyfall, so they could make that nice play. Baron is still being used at this time. It's a 6.3k Baron play. Now to look for the re-engage. Husha trying to get something done, but the GA instantly popped. Not even a second to think about it. But can they hold on as there's the True Shot Barrage? It lands, and Husha's so low. Grand Skyfall onto the back. Is going to be enough damage. They're looking to go back into it. Kiaya is going to be taken out. Ejung is so looking for this kill, but it's a double kill going again for Taki. Jimmy is able to clean it up. The support is gone. Ejung's the only one really trying to hold this line together. They're looking at Drakthar. It's just dashes and slash it, but no, Eris is able to get the kills down. Charm goes wide, and it looks like it is going to be GAM's game to win as they clean up the team of GZ. First game is going over convincingly, and GZ have to go back to the books for that one.
Oh my word, GAM are looking a little bit angry as they push themselves over the line. It wasn't as clean as we'd like, but it was dominant. GZ back to the drawing board in game 2.
Yeah, look, GAM doing a really good job. They showed up. I had high hopes for this GZ roster, but just this whole game, it just felt like they tried to take one step forward and they lost a foot. But it is all on the pressure. We did see it was just so much well execution coming out of GAM. Yes, there was a couple little missteps in some team fights where they weren't able to get too much done, but they came back so much stronger. They made their picks, and I think it really comes down to this Mel pick in the mid lane that had such a presence. And look at the damage. Again, it's one of those damage shots where you're like, that's not too much damage, but it was still Artemis with double the damage to Siva. It was still Kiaya doing so good on this Jace. Finally, they're showing up here, Carrick, and you had some doubts, but they made it work this time.
I did have some doubt. I still don't really think the Pike was the play, but GAM made it work. Kiaya, proved me wrong. He had a really good Jace game. They actually had really high impact despite getting solo killed for first blood. We'll forgive him that one because he made the rest of it work. GAM game 2, I think you can just play a little bit more of a standard comp. You don't have to pick this Pike. Obviously, you can't pick this Pike again, but you don't have to pick something experimental like it. GZ, how do we get back into this one?
So basically, the way I look at it is you're going to be picking a whole new set of champions. I think rethink the gameplay. My biggest advice is I want to see Orca on a bit more of a strong engaged support. I want to see something like the Nautilus that can have a little bit more tempo and a little bit more agency. I think that's what I'm waiting to see. I feel like the Karma is sort of like one of these picks. In the right matchup, yeah, it's going to be a menace, but I think early on is where that pressure really lies. And Shun Siva didn't really have any of that agency with it. A Varus would have been good. Something that can land a little bit more. Once he hits 6, you slow them, you get that easy chains of corruption, and you make it work. So I think this Karma, yes, is so sorely looked at and so highly prioritized right now in the LCP. I feel like it's not in our meta as a league to play. I think the champion's strong, but I don't think it's in our wheelhouse and how the LCP teams like to play. We're aggressive. Karma feels like it's not going to be able to get that full aggression into it. So I want to see tanks engage. I want to see Alistair, Nautilus. I want to see a Braum even, but a little bit of an aggressive Braum. That's where I think that the golden goose may lie for GZ.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Braum could have gone a long way this game. It was so interesting because in draft, the Karma was first picked, and then I feel like we didn't really pick the rest of what the comp wanted. We got a little bit caught up in playing GAM's game. You don't do that. You can't get in the mud with GAM. That's where they live. They're better at it.
they live in the mud?
Yeah, like mud wrestling.
That's not a nice thing to say. Okay, okay, mud wrestling's fine.
I love this
I
team.
thought you were like, they live in mud. And I was like, where do you think these guys live? Like, just like in a swamp? Like,
This is my favorite team. I love GAM.
Okay, well, fair enough. We love them. They can still live in a swamp if they want to. We're not going to discriminate against that sort of stuff. But still, so you just throw me for the biggest loop ever.
Can you tell us it's been a long night?
What were you saying? I couldn't even remember what you were saying. All I heard was mud, and they live there, and I was like, "You've got me. You've lost me."
What I'm saying is, we need to play GZ's game. Don't try and play
Yes.
GAM's game. They're just going to beat you in it. We need to play GZ's game, which is a much more controlled one. It's allowing Shun to have a lot of just isolation, just putting him to the side, scaling him up. We saw glimpses of it in this game. He's on the Sivir. He did deal a fair bit of damage in some of these fights, but just didn't quite have the time to do it.
Yeah, we're not going to go play in the mud. In fact, we're going to take them to a cement yard where you can run around freely. Maybe there's a patch of grass as well here, Carrix. You never know. It's all about location, location,
we want to
location.
have free range,
Whenever,
League of Legends.
free range League of Legends. Yeah, not too bad. I like to see it, but we're going to go back and we're going to go on a very short break as it is going to be Game 2 coming right up. GAM is looking very fierce, but at the same time, I do worry a little bit for GZ. I bet on them too. I was hoping for a bit more of a contention here, but Carrix, what would you like to see pick-wise out of GZ in this game going forward? What would you like to see?
I mean, pick-wise, I would love for them to force, like, if you probably can't get Ryze, but you might be able to engineer a draft where you get Orianna instead. I'd love to see that picked up for Jimmy. I think he's been really good on it. I don't think you need to, just don't play as aggressive. If we could get, if I'm, GZ and I'm sculpting a game plan, first blood is happening at 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're not using clay for the sculpting though. We're going to be trying to find some nice mud, preferably like a red mud. But you never know. So let's go to a short break, guys. We'll be right back with GZ versus GAM, game number 2 of the final night of week 3. We'll see you in just a minute.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
我每天都在关心我前队友过得怎么样。上路阿志嘛，就是最近在忙别的事情，可能有意想不到的地方。打野跟中路就基本上在当兵嘛，打野刚当完，北体感觉就一样废在家里，跟教练他们，因为有时候会团练到嘛，然后有时候就会问他们问题，然后问他们日文的东西。就是现在的情况的话，就是大家的实力都差不多吧，谁努力一点都有机会拿到冠军。日文的话，我是刚学，然后基本上没有什么基础，所以沟通上有点困难。私はウディです。
Well, what a game one we just had from GZ and GAM in this first game, best of 3 series, the final one of the week here, Carricks. And you know what? It felt a little topsy-turvy. The Pike felt out of place, but they made it work. They got the dub. We saw a 12.5k gold lead. Very different story compared to our first series of the night. But here we are, game number 2. GZ hopefully looking for the reverse sweep up against GAM Esports. Do you believe?
It happened in Series 1. So why not twice? Why not Crown Zero? Why not the fight back? I think it was a dominant game from GAM. There's no other way to say it. But I do think there were signs of life there from GZ. I think Shun played a few of those fights actually really well. I think overall, the top lane matchup, Ejung, he knew what he was doing in fights. He ended up getting outclassed by Kiaya, but it's hard to play from behind on Ambessa. He was sort of throwing himself in and hitting the right target, but the team was so far behind that they couldn't follow up. Coming into game 2, there are things for GZ to play around.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, there's a little couple more champions in the pool that are going to be available. We talked about the Orianna and maybe like the Nocturne too, but we do have those big staple picks taken off. I'd love to see a Nefiri Orianna for GZ. I think if we can get Husha on this sort of like strong carry pick, it'll do wonders for their confidence. But now it is into it. There's the Nefiri ban. You know what? My hopes and dreams are shattered with the dog taken off the scoreboard. But now we're looking at more. Nara as well being taken away, and Varus and J4 too. Big point of note here though, really quick, Carricks, is GZ are on red side, but they've secured first pick.
That they have, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I was saying, you want to engineer a draft where you can potentially get Ryze or Orianna? Well, they won't be getting that as they ban the Orianna themselves. I expect GAM to ban away the Ryze. I don't want to give that to Jimmian. So what does that leave available for a potential big first pick? A lot.
So
Rumble?
much. Rumble is up.
Okay, Rise.
Cassandra, yeah, okay. Lee Sin off the board. Rise is definitely the big one. I think Jimmy's had some great showings on this already. We'll have to see if they're going to lock that one down, as the Blue Smurf is potentially a good call.
I think it makes the most sense, but no, they're going to potentially go the Rumble.
Yeah.
I think giving RS Rise is very, very dangerous here. I think Kiaya, he can play this Cassante and just neutralize the matchup.
Yeah, you called it right up. Rise being locked in, and it's going to be such a big one. And Nocturne as well. Like, don't even worry about the Cassante. You can still pick it after this. So there's nothing really for them to worry about. They can secure their strong jungler matchup. And really, what's left open for GZ? I feel like they need something that's going to get the job done. Could look bot side here as well.
Banned out. Yeah, I mean, Ashe Seraphine is, this combo that a lot of people really swear by. It is actually pretty good into the Rise as well. You can always kind of know where Drakthar is, can play around potential Realm Warp plays. As
oh my lord,
it's going to be Cassiopeia. Okay. Jimmy just thinks he's just going to try and out hands.
Yeah, he is. Him and the Vi being another option as well could be then, but then also Skarner. That frontline Scorpion is also an option that's going to be able to do a little bit of work, get that Impale happening, but still hovering over the Vi. I think the Cease and Desist is a much cleaner go button for this team, especially with an Equalizer, so I like this pickup, and it looks like GZ's rounding out their comp quite well, but there's the Cassante. It was almost a guarantee pickup there to go up against the Rumble. How do you think Kiaya is going to go into the Rumble in this top side?
Look, I think Kiaya is actually looking his best when he plays these more tanky champions. I know his career would suggest otherwise, but I think in more recent times, he's looked good on the Cassante. He just looks good on picks that he can lose the lane gracefully. If he's 10, 20 CS down against Rumble, who really cares? He has very good target selection in fights, and he will be able to get on top of Shun and Husha.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get the second phase bans coming in, Nautilus taken off the board. They don't want to give Orca really this snap engage that they're hoping to see, and it makes a lot of sense. You could still open up with something like the Leona potentially. Rel is still an option that's going to work well, but it comes down to what AD carry you pair with it, because Ezreal, Sivir, Varus is already taken off the board. Bard being banned out, so they clearly are fearing these sort of like these mages that can roam. It makes a lot of sense for GZ to ban it out.
Totally agree. Just taking away these strong supports, you will have first pick of what's left if you're GAM. I think the bot lane, it was so interesting last time. We really talked about how they want to play around Artemis, but with the way this draft is shaping up in Game 1, of course, they didn't really do that. Game 2, I think they will. You will be bringing Realm Warp, that Paranoia. It just sets up bot lane dives really, really well. The question is, how did GZ play around that? Ezreal and Sivir are both gone. Maybe we see another Xayah.
Yeah, potentially. Zyra Khan is still very much up on the board as they ban the Ashe away themselves, so clearly not going to give the Ashe Seraphine combo over. But also, another thing of note, there is still Yanara Lulu available. That is a big combo as well. I was thinking about the Zeri Yumi is potentially an option too, but the Yanara is just going to be such consistent damage as the game goes on. Corki being hovered here makes a lot of sense, can be a little bit more self-sustaining in the lane. So really comes down to what sort of support would you pair with a Corki?
I think at this point, I'm looking for a little bit of an engaged support. I think we need to see something that can go in, maybe a Leona, Alistar. I think, yeah, totally agree. It makes a lot of sense. Nami is where they go. Okay, a little bit of a halfway house. It is technically an enchanter, but the wave is good at secondary engage. You go in with the Vi, you throw a wave behind her. Can actually work pretty well, but Lulu is super obvious here for GAM, and it makes Artemis look pretty fierce.
Yeah, it really does. And the big thing here is, what can Husha do when you try to start this fight off? You're going to get polymorphed into oblivion, and then there's nowhere to go. So it really begs the question, how well is the front to back going to be for GZ when you have a Cassante to work your way through? And honestly, this Lulu's going to keep them going. I think have built a really strong comp in this game too right here. It comes down to how well these Aqua Prisms are going to land on Orca. Are the hands going to be available? Is Corki going to scale? Is Cassiopeia going to get the poison miasmas off that's going to get the job done? We're just going to have to wait and see as we're getting ready to load up into game. But mate, I think, Carrick, you might have called it with GAM taking this series win.
Maybe, because I think the thing that I'm worried about with the Cassiopeia is we often look at the miasma and say, wow, that really counters something. I don't know what it's massively countering here for GAM. Like, it makes Cassante's life a little bit harder. He does rely on those little dashes during his ult, but he's also tanky enough to just walk through it. I'm not sure. I mean, look, Petrifying Gaze, it's a hell of a button. You can land big Petrifying Gazes and win whole games off of it.
Yeah, look, it is possible. You can get a lot of damage off. It makes a lot of sense. Petrifying Gaze does have that effect, but there is still a lot on the other side. There is a Cassante's all out. Doesn't matter if you're Petrified Gaze, you can just be taken to the other side of a wall, and now you're really out of the fight. But we are on the Rift. It is Walshy Road. It is game number 2 here, Carrick. We're cleaning up house as best we can. GAM versus GC. Final series of the week here in week 3. Let's look at those runes, as that's all conquerors on the side. And oh, hold on, Empyrean Cassante,
Eternum Nocturne.
Oh, that was dark. I like it. Pirate Rise.
Corgi.
Sorry, sunken shit. No, I can't even continue after that. It's like the most unserious skin with the most serious voice. It just doesn't work. But no, we're here, ready to go. We'll never do that again for you viewers, we promise. That's just been the fun we've done since the first game yesterday evening. But okay, let's look at these components. Let's look at this mid lane, because we know this is where a lot of the volatility is going to be. Jimmian and Aeris, this Rise Cassiopeia matchup. Honestly, I'd be curious to know the stats on who usually wins this matchup. I feel like it is potentially Cass favored early and then Rise favored late.
I think I would agree. I think Rise just not having any mobility in his kit as big trades in the bot lane. GAM getting that early level 2, able to win out the prio. Rise doesn't have any natural movement in his kit. It's really just the phase rush. Does mean that a lot of Qs can land from the Cassiopeia, and then you get the Twin Fangs. I imagine he should be pushed in. But yeah, late game, I mean, it's Rise. No one beats Rise.
Yeah. Yeah, should be quite interesting, especially with the Nocturne already being spotted out on this vision here. Jimmy maybe looking to rotate down, but the blue is still going to be contested. Drakthar is here looking to contest. They try and steal it away. Artemis also rotating up. This is just an early fight. Orca's trying to join, but not much mana to speak of. Husha below half health. The flashes go forward. It's just too much damage, and now Orca's getting absolutely blasted too. Drakthar secures another kill. Jimmy in wrong place, wrong time. The snake has walked into the wrong bush, and 3 kills at 2.5 minutes for GAM. Just is disastrous for GZ.
And we said we were going to go to oh, hang on, Kiaya getting burnt, but he's okay. We said we were going to go to a concrete yard, but I think they've broken out the fence and we've slipped back into the mud, because this starts with Husha not quite landing a Q, and with that damage not dealt, Drakthar can just walk forward. They just carve GC up. They have full prio. Shun just can't join the fight. He contributes 1 phosphorus bomb, and that is all that the Corgi can give. GAM now massively ahead.
Yeah, this is just very, very rough. It's not even 4 minutes, and it's a 1.5k gold lead. Let's just take a deep breath and try not to feel a little bit, because you can see Husha is now looking. They're just sending everything on Ares. This kind of makes sense. They've already said you've taken so much, but the flashes go forward. They want to secure this kill. 1 final hit for Jimmian, and they get something back. A nice little flick of gold into the mid lane.
And that's a pretty low investment there for the mid lane. It was Jimmian's flash, but he traded. Aeris's flash was already used, so you're not too worried about that. it's a good little break of play. They're just caught out on the timing. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, he just has no idea that Orca can be here.
No, yeah, it was just the sneakiness of it all. Orca was there, so was Husha. Husha didn't even get the assist here at all, which is pretty devastating. But still, Jimmy locking down that kill, it's just a nice little thing to get back into your pocket. So gold is still at a 1.5k gold lead. Draktar's just jungling like a madman, stealing away these cams. It really helps when you have an early phage and you're 2-0 at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate. You know, Husha's turning up to the fight. He's got his little sword, and then there's an evil, like, shadow of nightmares with a giant hammer. I don't think I'd want to fight that, personally.
It's sort of like talking about the whole mud situation. If you're taking a sword and a hammer to a mud fight, who really wins the wrestling match? I feel like it's the hammer. Maybe surface area does a lot more in a mud situation, but you know what? Doesn't matter, because that's where games be living, and they're living large.
They are living large and in charge. And it's been a long night. It's been a real long night.
Look, I'm thoroughly enjoying the mud talk. Oh, as they're looking for a little bit of a fight again. Jimmy, and why are you walking up here, my guy? It is not the place to be. Draktar is waiting in the wings. Husha, now sitting on a pink ward, wants to be able to look at arrows. Still, no flash. Trying to get the engage. Does miss. Paranoia does come in. Petrifying Gaze is good, but it's not going to hit anyone at all. And Draktar picks up another kill. The heals are trying to go through. Nice little bubble does land, but it's not going to be able to use too much. The good kill going over to the jungler, and this lead just keeps going.
I don't know what Husha's thinking there. They know Draktar's here. He showed. He's level 6. He has the paranoia. You're level 4 on bye.
Yeah, level 4.
They know Draktar's here. They see him. He isn't level 6 when they see him, to be fair. He actually hits 6 right as he dips out of vision. But even not knowing that, I don't feel like we can ever fight this. Just a silly, silly play from Husha. Jimmy gets away, but it's still the first paranoia is a kill. It's looking a little bit desperate for GZ.
It's those desperation plays. If they work out, it always does well for your team. It's not the end of the world. But at this point, Draktar's just way too fed. He's so strong. He's probably going to have his item completed very soon with a 1.4k gold lead just on the jungler. For GAM is actually crazy. But now it all comes down to extending it out into those objectives. We have a first dragon on the board. Hextech is available to be looked at. Void Grubs are coming up in 50 seconds.
I actually do think it will be interesting which side of that GAM favors. I actually think there's a strong argument to favor the Void Grub side. Is Kiaya?
Okay, Equalizer does get dropped. Kiaya is getting very lost. Super careful as Ejung does pick up their first kill of the game. Fire does beat Mountain Man?
Mountain Man? I mean, I don't know. Look, we'll see it more in the replay. And again, I'm allowed to flame because he's been my favorite player for the last like 6 years.
No, you're not.
Let's have a look at this one. I want to count the missed Natofo strikes because there were a couple. Kiaya starts the fight really well. He knows he can go all out to recover this one. Ejung, he's already overheated. The equalizer's not amazing. That's 1. That's 2. And then he dies. He hit the third one.
He hit the third one. Third one's usually the most important, but in this situation, he was already pretty low as the paranoia into this mid lane again. They're really going hard for it. And okay, Taki's going to take the kill away and an easy secure 3v1 underneath your tower. Honestly, that hurts.
Taki, you little rapscallion. Just comes in mid, steals away the kill.
Look, if you're not getting kills on your Lulu, what are you even doing? But now, Draktar is quite low, looking to take this dragon already. Husha is here. They could look for a steal. They do have that health. They are level 7 now, so they have caught up. But dragon's gone. There's the Realm Warp. Bon voyage! And they're out of there.
And this is why we don't like letting Rise hit the Rift. He is just able to warp the game in so many ways. I do think Husha could have come in, even if he couldn't quite go for the steal. You can pick one person off, use that Vi ultimate, potentially get something. But now Drakthar gets away. He doesn't even really have to go and reset. I think he could just do these grubs. This is just an abundance of caution not to do this.
I think it's just they're deciding to back off. I think that makes sense. They've got a couple wolves there. You don't really want to look for a fight when you were that low, especially over another objective. Yes, you got realm warped out to safety. I would be playing it a little bit of caution. Yes, you're so fed. You can be a little bit more adventurous, but at this point in the game, especially around these early objectives, play it smart.
I mean, it's very true. And of course, they didn't have Taki roaming up there, that absolute juggernaut of a fed Lulu after getting that kill. I wouldn't go for a fight without him there, as it will be the consolation prize. It should be all 3 grubs going over to GZ. Kiaya is being shoved in, but he's playing this one fairly even outside of that one little hiccup. And he had a little hiccup in game 1, and then his chase looked incredible. So it might just be history repeating itself.
Look, usually you can hold your breath to get rid of the hiccups, or if you have someone scare you, and in this case, maybe they got scared a little bit too well, and then it's just given them maybe like superhuman powers to be able to play these fights out. But still, it all comes down to Kiaya is just trying to hold their own. They're scaling into the late game. They're playing this champion, Cassante, for a reason. They're going to be a meaty front line that's going to be able to hold their own. And with Eris, who is quite strong, doesn't have any kills on the board just yet, but already got those Merc treads, it's going to be able to help because you don't get as slowed, or you have that tenacity that really supports you as you're up against the miasma, as you're up against these bubbles. It's going to really help out. So I like the itemization coming out here still, regardless. GAM are doing a really good job just pushing the lead a little bit further, 2k gold up at 11 minutes.
That they are, they're not doing anything silly. They're not getting too hyphy and thinking, oh, we just have to take team fight after team fight. That is how you potentially throw really solid leads like this. But Drakthar going for a reset should be, oh no, hang on a minute. He's going to stay. The paranoia is there.
All out being used. Kiaya looking at Ejung, who did just have a bit of a burnout. Now trying to hold on. Is the damage going to be enough? As there is the paranoia. It's actually down into this bot side. There's a big fight. Shutdown is going over. It was Orca be able to pick up a kill. Drakthar is very big. And they're trying to hold on a little bit more as Husha is able to pick up Taki. Trying to get back underneath the tower. And it actually is GZ returning the fight around. And Ejung won the fight topside. This is GZ coming up with the goods.
Yeah, easy Jeezy, apparently, as they're only 600 gold behind now, as Kiaya, once again, not landing the abilities when they count. Ejung, I mean, it's hard to miss on Rumble.
Yeah,
Let's have a
look
look at
you can spin around in a circle and be able to do this. But yeah, look, walk me through this. The paranoia comes in, trying to hold on. Great flash out. But Carrick's, Taki able to hold on and just do as much as they can here was pretty insane.
Yeah, and I think the one mistake that's made is they put the wild growth on Nocturne. They go for that really aggressive wild growth instead of using it on Artemis to keep him alive. It might not have kept him alive throughout the entire fight, but it would have made it take longer, made Drakthar maybe able to turn back around. Let's have a look at this top side. We saw the start of it in the live, but once again, it's Kiaya starting the play. That's one, as it goes all out. That's that one. It's looking, that's two. Unstoppable, moving forward. It's getting, look, it's so close. That's three, that's four, and then just gets burnt down. That's five. Flashes away, but Ejung bears down, and unfortunately at that point, it's too little, too late. Oh, has to flash over that one.
Okay, that was pretty nuts. I was about to say, like, leave him alone. It sounds like he's bullying this poor player. But no, he almost got the win there. It was just a flash diff right at the end. So you know what? Big props still to Ejung holding their own. Now, plays across the map. Another dragon is up in 20 seconds. This is where I expect the next fight to be. Ares as well, slowly coming online as they're both sides in the mid lane looking to rush that Rod of Ages. Already completed for Jimmy though.
I think Ares should be picking it up on this reset. Is he? Oh no, he's actually cancelled his back. They think there might be a bit of a fight brewing. Dragon has spawned and immediately pulled for GZ. Do GAM want to go for something here?
everyone as the TP's now coming in. They've realized that Rumble is here. Ejung is waiting in the wings. Wellmorp off to the side. It's stolen away. Absolute disaster. The tidal wave is going to come out, but as soon as the Paranoia, the Wild Growth knocks up 3. Orca solo equalizer does get dropped out. It's doing a lot of damage. The all out from Kiaya is nice, but it's not enough.
Why?
GZ now have the kill lead. They've reset the gold, and a big turn again for GZ in this matchup.
I don't know why we did that. Like, it was a really good steal there by Drakthar. He goes in. It's a bit of an early smite by Husha. Drakthar picks up the smite, but then they go, okay, we need to send the Paranoia. We'll have a look at this one. Husha just tries to time his smite with damage hitting. Unfortunately, the Q is good, but we have time to call this play off. They go in. It looks good at first, but unfortunately, just so much damage, and a miasma actually cutting off the rest of GAM from really joining that. Artemis not able to actually get damage going. I think the reality is that there's not enough time to call off that play. There's like a 2-second window between the dragon being taken and we can call off this fight. Because if you don't get the dragon, you do actually really want to fight.
Yeah, that's it. So you're basically full committed at this point. The Paranoia should have really been just to turn off the lights. Somehow GZ, they don't really like playing in the dark. And who does like playing in the dark? Like, it's no fun for anyone unless you got night vision. But still, let's not worry about the craziness coming out of us. But still, really good play out of GZ. They held their own. They've also got those Void Grubs in tow now from that before. So they might have a little bit more success starting to look at hitting these towers if they can get to it. We're just seeing great wave clear out of every single member on GAM, and they're not giving them an inch. And you see Jimmy is looking topside, but not really much can be done.
It is pretty tricky as RS is just able to farm from such safety, able to just flux away those waves and just run away. But now GZ just have map control. They've got so much strength in this Rumble. The side lane's been isolated, and they are the ones picking up objectives. GAM have kind of thrown away their early lead, not just in gold, because Drakthar individually is still ahead, but Vi can still just press Alt.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how insane this gold is. They had such a strong lead, like 2k gold lead plus, and they sort of just threw it all away off a dragon fight that they already stole. So as this game goes on, it's going to be very hard, most likely for GAM to be able to stay in it. Cassante is going to be that strong front line, but you're putting all of your bells and whistles onto this Nocturne who's going straight on him. Miasma's good. It's Petrifying Gaze, but it's not going to be enough. Drakthar picks up the kill. Husha taken to below half health, and now they're looking to reset, but the pick is there. Jimmy is not allowed to play this game.
No, he is not. And we cut to the solo lane again. This time Kiaya, I think, knows he can't fight this one. He's a little bit too far behind a full item Rumble with that Haunting Guise as well. Just dashes away, but GAM win out on the side.
Yeah, now, Shun doing a good job just maintaining as much as they can, but Artemis is playing pretty exceptionally. Good farms thus far, 185 right now. Got about a 780 gold lead over this Corki, but Triforce is completed. Now stacking that tier up, but 2 items for Artemis is nothing to snuff your nose at. It's going to be a lot of damage. Ultimate's going to be a little bit cleaner and coming in faster. There's a lot going on, so we have to be pretty careful of this Yanara as the game goes on here, Carrix.
We do. We need to sort of refocus onto Artemis, and that is true so often in GAM games. As Norl comes in, the second coach comms for GAM. So everyone having a little bit of a chat about how to get this one back under control. GAM have pushed the lead back out. It was evened up for a moment there. Now it's gone back out to 2k. Again, the biggest problem is just the top lane matchup. Kiaya can't really stand up to Ejung, which is meaning that RS has to do it. Not the worst situation. Oh, my Rise has to farm a side lane. Truly, what a tragedy. But it does mean that GZ have a little bit of priority to plays in there.
Yeah, Rift Trail now being summoned mid. Looks like they're going to get a good charge off. Should be able to crack open this tower. Does take it pretty low, but It's a lot of damage. Artemis is able to blast this Shelly down incredibly quick, so they don't open it up just yet. Not enough members of GC in the mid to help secure it. No follow-up. As now they're looking to turn around, Artemis posturing very aggressively. The TP comes out as they are looking at this next dragon. It could be another steal. They get the vision up. Drakthar has the paranoia. Let's see if they can turn this fight. Paranoia gets dropped. Tidal wave goes in. It's stolen again. It's just too easy for Drakthar. He's keeping GAM in this fight way too much. Now that they stole the dragon, get out of the fight once again. But no, they're strong enough to take this a little bit further. Double kill going for Eris. Now they're charging it down. Let's see if they can get the re-engage going back in. Petrifying Gaze hits too, but is the damage going to be able to follow it up? No, Jimmy is just too low. Drakthar picks up another kill. Shun is being charged at. They're just tower diving instantly, and they pick up 4 members for none. And is GAM back in the lead. 5k gold up, and they are feeling good after this fight.
They are feeling magnificent. That is how we want to play it, just a little bit slower. We don't need to throw everything all at once. Just isolate out the really strong member Ejung, and then we go really hard as Artemis.
Oy, nice little clean-up kill there. Usha coming back in, but Eris, look, they got 1 kill off a play of losing the drag and a lot of gold. Still, that's a consolation prize.
And Drakthar, once again, just has the better smite finger, able to get that. That's GAM moving to Soul Point. Ejung does his best here. He knows that he is so strong, but Kiaya finally gets a little bit of a play, flips him over, flashes away from the Flame Spitter, and at this point, there is no one left who can stop him. Even with a 2-man Petrifying Gaze onto the 2 biggest damage sources of GAM, it just doesn't matter. They're too far behind
I think
without Ejung.
Back in live, Drakthar just got another kill in the mid lane. A bit of a straightforward one, and it was on Shun, who just got blown up instantly. So that is a 2-item Nocturne. Yeah, no, don't be anywhere near it. Basically sit under tower at this point, as it is. Ejung being very aggressive too. They're sending more. Drakthar's coming down bot side. Equalizer does drop. Kiaya is gone. Orca sniping away the kill. You cannot dive that You cannot dive Drakthar right now. You're going to be so careful. Just take the tower and walk away with your gold.
Yeah, and I mean, this was, again, just Ejung has such an individual lead that even with Drakthar there, the numbers don't work. The Cassante just melts to that Furious Flame Spitter. Husha now has so much control as Drakthar's a little bit low. Paranoia about to come up. This could be a little bit too far for GZ. I think they will evacuate.
Yeah, get out of dodge. It's the place to be, but still, towers up. This mid tower needs to go down to open up the space. As you can see, all again are hard pinging the Baron right now. They're saying, can we just go and do it? They have the lead 7-1 and 5 on this Nocturne. A level up with good items, and they should be shredding. Eris is doing damage. Artemis is here doing damage. There's a lot going on here that they can just secure this and steal it away from under their nose. Because look, Husha's just left base.
Yeah.
It's gone.
No response. It's gone. I mean, what else can you say? They just sneak the Baron. They're 5k up. GAM are looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's just a criminal move. GZ, they've been showing signs of life, but unfortunately, every time they show signs of life, it dies in the palm of their hand. As GAM are just taking this game by storm, taking big control of the map. It was just no vision. I don't think GZ even realized it was happening. And with the last dragon, Soul Point for the side of GAM 2 down at the spot side, they're going to be posturing very big around this. And I have to say it here, Carrix, Drakthar is carrying this GAM roster on his shoulders again.
Yeah, exactly. And last week, it was much the same on that Shyvana pick. Drakthar coming into this split after last split, Drakthar had a lot of pressure on him. People were looking at him and saying, you're not Levi, you haven't lived up to it. And look, those are some big shoes to fill. But these last 2 weeks, Drakthar has been looking fantastic, and he has been the main source of GAM's success.
Yeah, and they're definitely putting it on his back, but at the same time, Artem's doing a good job as well. Ares, it's Kaya having a bit of a rougher time, but if you get them onto these sort of tank picks where they can just be a bit of a disruptor, it really works out for them. But now, both teams really want to go for it. 10 seconds on the Dragon. Kaya is in the middle and the thick of it all, but it is GZ, a fortified unit, moving as 5. They're looking to hit the Dragon, maybe start to get some damage off, but Drakthar is up on the top side. There's the Equalizer jumping back over. Tidal Wave hits a few. It is Ejung picking up Kaya, but now they're looking to turn this fight around. Taki is low. Let's see if they can pull the Dragon out, maybe look for the trade, but they have the Baron. They can give over a drag, and they can just start taking the base.
Yeah, I mean, that was just Kiaya going too deep as, yeah, GAM will trade that back onto a tower. They only get tower plates. This actually blunts them pretty badly here. They'll move up to the top side, but GZ have plenty of time to respond before it gets too dangerous. Just a good passage of play from GZ to keep themselves in this one.
Yeah, nicely done as they still have this Baron buff pushing in this top side. Maybe be able to open up top, but again, they just hit the crystalline growth and back away.
Yep, they just run it out. The power play has actually been pretty bad because, of course, you start out at about 500 gold after the Baron dies. So, really, they've lost it as Nall comes in to give his players a bit of a talking to. As we have a look at this replay. It started out Kiaya just taking too much damage. They're split. They don't come in with like a unified Realm Warp or anything like that as RS kind of just stuck in the back of the hit with a miasma and a equalizer under him. He's not able to deal damage. Drakthar can't actually jump in. This time the Dragon wasn't low enough to steal.
Yeah, nah, that's not ideal, but still at the same time, one Dragon when you're still sitting on Soul Point is not the end of the world. So we'll have to see where they're going to be putting a little bit more focus in it. I want to see GZ trying to be as proactive as possible. As you can already see, Eris is down on this bot side, clearing out the wave, looking to take this tier 1, but where is GZ going? They're just moving up top side, and now they're looking to reset. Now they're looking for a gate, but Kiaya's already gone. Maybe they're trying to get a bit of gold back from these towers. It just feels like GZ feel a little bit lost.
A little bit, but I do think, you know, that last play, they find something. I think GAM
for sure
still has some things to work out in that, especially after how dominant the early game was, we maybe would expect them to be a little bit further ahead at this point, maybe looking to end the game in the next few minutes, which they simply aren't. They've now lost that Baron. They didn't build anything off of it. With another, minute and a half from another objective, it is on GAM. They're still the ones in the lead. They're still the ones on the front foot, but they have to lead the dance to the Nexus.
Got to lead that dance. We're going to be. What sort of dance are we talking about, though? No, we can't get into nonsense talk. I refuse. Let's focus on the game. We've got items on the board here, characters that are super important, that are all coming into the light. I'm looking at Artemis right now. 3 items completed. That's going to be a very big Yanara, especially as they're getting closer and closer to that IE, the BF sword in tow. But also, Eris on this rise. They're 3k gold up. 3.5 items with a Seeker's Arm Guard. I don't know. Can you kill this rise?
I think it's really, really difficult. I think it has to be getting caught by a Petrifying Gaze into just Jimmy and vomiting damage alongside Ejung. But Eris has been playing really cautiously. He hasn't been the one getting caught. You can see he's only died once, and that was a little while ago. Has been finding really good Realm Warp angles. GAM, I mean, they've got all the tools they need to succeed. They just must execute. And I think it would be some sort of Irish river dance, because I imagine that's like in the mud. Just to
I was thinking like a nice like a tap dancing, maybe a salsa even could be kind of good. I don't know. There's a lot of different dances you could do. I guess it's how intense do you want the dance to be? Maybe we go with like a bit of a contemporary dance and just really wing it, because it feels like that's what both these teams are doing anyway. The chaos is a little bit too much for me, but Baron has come up, second one of this game. Let's see if GAM are going to be able to take this one once again from under the nose of GZ, where they are putting a little bit more vision out. So it's nice to see GZ are definitely conscious of it.
That they are. I think they recognize that another just uncontested Baron for GAM would be pretty backbreaking. But they're not actually able to aggress into the river and clear out all of GAM's vision. So at the moment, we're just in a bit of a holding pattern. Taki moving in to try and get that vision supremacy, but needs to be pretty careful on a squishy Lulu, of course, and they don't quite know where everyone is. They do now, as basically all of GZ are spotted on that ward. Dragon, 20 seconds away. This will be the big one.
This is where they're looking to fight. You can see GAM already have that thought of if we take the Dragon, there's the Paranoia straight on in. Realm Warp into the backside. Tidal Wave does land on 2, but is it going to be enough? And is GZ able to get out of the fight relatively unscathed? So a nice little job just negating and getting those ultimates off the board. 3 ultis down. It is all on the all-out and the wild growth to keep them relevant in these fighters. Eris trying to do some damage. They're looking to go for a little bit more. Miasma's good, but it's going to be enough as the all-out is even better. Husha's being taken very low. Kiaya again getting burnt down. The Dragon's already gone, though. Carrix, it's just a bit of a disaster, and they're looking so low. Now Eris is flashing forward. Stuns are good. Damage is even better, but Artemis wants to get anything more than they could do. Shun is dangerously low. This Corki needs to fly out and stay alive, as it was so rough. That Infernal Soul now secured for GAM.
Yeah, Kiaya recognized his role was just to go in, take Husha as far away from the Dragon as he could get him. He knew he wasn't coming back. That was a one-way trip, but Soul is secured. The damage is going to be even more fierce. We already saw just a little bit of what Eris could do. He was barely in range to cast anything, and he still looked like he was going to one-shot people. Let's have a look at how this one started. It was with a Paranoia and a Realm Warp, and the only reason this doesn't go horrifically is a lovely equalizer. They're completely sectioning off the fight. If that doesn't happen, if Ejung isn't as fearsome as he is, I think it all goes wrong. He does the on-the-spot TP, so he's got that max health shield. Eris can't bully him out, but it doesn't matter because Kiaya just holds Husha in place, sacrifices himself for the cause, gets themselves an Infernal Soul.
That's a true tank right there. The sacrificial lamb for the cause, saying do not go near this Dragon, and the damage is thus, and it's all on this Rise, who is looking so fierce, and now it is GAM looking heavily towards this top side. You can't ignore, this is a Corki with 3 items. Those rockets are going to start doing some damage, but that is still Drakthar going into the back line, straight on through, does go through. Artemis goes over the wall and says easy pickings. That's a nice petrifying gaze, but there is the equalizer as well. Artemis is low, gets a good shield from Taki. They're trying to hold on as Ejung is still quite healthy. Let's see if Artemis has the damage. The flashes go forward. It's all too much. Artemis is able to pick up these kills, and they lock out 3 members, and the Baron could be the call. They're still so low, though, Carrix.
They are, but it's only Shun left to really do anything. I think they can go for this. Drakthar will tank it up. There's some nice little berries in the river for Artemis as well. This is going to be a GAM Baron, maybe some tower plates in mid, but no, there's no wave there. He can't even get tower plates. It's all gone wrong for GZ, and GAM once more take the purple buff, and they're looking good.
They're looking so strong, and it all starts off with this big fight. Kiaya trying to do something, but in the back line, just left alone, and Drakthar's making big plays, and Artemis is just here for cleanup crew.
Yeah, and you called it in the live. It was a really big petrifying gaze and equalizer, but unfortunately it's just too little too late. I respect Ejung here. He flashes forward. I think if he kills Artemis, it actually stops the Baron happening, so that's what he's going for there. In the end, it doesn't work, so he looks a little bit silly. But yeah, I mean, if he kills Artemis there, he removes a lot of damage.
Yeah, 7k gold now up for GAM. They've got only 15 kills to 12, but at 33 minutes, there's another Paranoia going forward. Let's see if the Realm Warp's going to be able to catch them out. The fear is good. That is a lot of damage coming out of this Nocturne, and it's why it's such a big pick for this roster. Oh, man.
Drakthar is having a hell of a game.
A little bit too far up as the shield is going to get blown up. And okay, he stepped a little bit too far over, but it was Orca who picked up the kill. Oh, disaster she wrote.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shutdown going over to Yonami. Orca hearing that the whales won earlier and thinking, hey, that's me as Artemis.
But
Oh my
Artemis is going
god.
forward. Wild growth, the damage is insane, and they're doing everything they can to hold on a little bit more. Artemis going to be throwing out everything more, and wow, it just blows them up. That's the Infernal Drag really starting to clean up, and it is GAM doing an exceptional job trying to finish out this game. 34 minutes they're looking at their first in-hit in this bot side. I think they just look to reset with the Baron and clean up and go towards mid and top.
Yeah, and they take out that inhibitor, as you said. Let's have a look at this one. It was just Artemis deciding he's got places to be. Goes man mode, gets that Lulu ult, just gets so much damage. It's only a GA that buys time as Crit just takes him down with a ball to the back of the head. And Artemis now is showing why GAM play through him.
Yeah, it's looking so good. 4, 2, and 7, but they're 4.4k gold up. The items are actually massive. We are 1 item away from full build. The Lord Dom's now completed with the IE. This Yanara hurts, and that was not even for that fight. This was after the reset. So now that they're fully 100% crit plus some, I don't know, who dies first?
Yeah, I think that kind of is the question. Again, there is the edge case out of a big petrifying gaze into a big equalizer. That out exists. But I don't know how likely it is, you know. A lot of things have to go right all in a row for GZ.
GZ. Pull the trigger, it's not enough. Drakthar going off down into Paranoia, but Tidal Wave's going to hit. It's only going to hit 1, but there's the equalizer dropping down. It's in a nice spot. Let's see if the Cease and Desist going to hold it in. It is actually GZ cleaning up this fight. It is GAM not able to hold on. It's a double kill for Eris, though. He's looking absolutely monstrous, and Husha is running between his legs. It's an ace heading over. All they lost was Artemis and GAM. They started the fight. It looks dicey, but they were inevitable regardless, and they've got a super minion wave pushing down this bot, and I think they're looking to end this game right here, right now. Drakthar leading the charge with this roster, saying, guys, put your faith in me. I will carry the world on my shoulders, and they're cleaning up in a 2-0 out of the best of 3 series, and it was all she wrote.
Hell of a performance from Drakthar. I wish we could get a replay of that last fight. We'll probably see it in the highlights because Artemis went down, but then Eris teleported behind them, nothing personnel kid, and cleaned them up to give GAM the win. That's a big win for GAM. GZ is a team they are directly competing with on the ladder. Pushes GAM further up, and it was a 2-0 as well. Both of us expected a 2-1. We expected to be a little bit closer, but no, GAM in the last 2 weeks have shown that they've actually really leveled up as a team, and particularly Drakthar has leveled up. He was, I was saying it earlier, he was a little bit iffy, and then he just put on carry performances. Last week on Shyvana, this week on Nocturne. He is looking so good.
Yeah, no, 100%, and that's my MVP for this series too. Drakthar really is holding this team together, has to be MVP, but at the same time, the whole team was starting to come together. I think once a couple items come onto the board, they were really doing a good job. Their early collapses, especially in their second game, really nice to see. You can see this team have everything to celebrate because they've got these wins on the board. They're working their way up the ladder now too. Big waves. It's not as cool as Evie's thumbs up, but yeah, we'll take it. These are pretty fire. They're looking happy with that. So still, it comes down to where did these guys go next? The damage charts, oh wow, okay. Like, we can look topside, but everywhere else was just a shellacking.
Yeah, look, Ejung did have a really good game on the Rumble. That is a big positive to take away for GZ, that he was definitively the best top laner in the game. But a lot of that damage is just burning a Cassante over and over again. It's a little bit fraudulent. Meanwhile, Eris's and Artemis's damage was very, very real.
Oh yeah, look at this big fight. I think this was the last final one that we saw. This is the replay we were hoping for, but I think Eris might be getting MVP because that's who we're focusing on here. The flash. Oh, whoa! What is that damage?
Yeah. I guess, yeah, Eris was also a contender. I guess in game 1, his Mel was actually massive. Game 2, I think Drakthar is obvious to look at, but yeah, no. That Mel in game 1 does kind of push Eris over the line.
Yeah, no, I think for sure the rise towards the later end of the game when it really starts to shine did show up for the team. But yeah, that Mel, those rebuttals were phenomenal. It shut out Ari all the game, and there was just nothing they could do in the previous one. So a nice pickup. Let's listen to this coach comms just for a little bit, Carrick, just to get a feel and a vibe for how this team communicates.
Oh, well,
it's a lot of silence.
I'm not sure if yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if that's on my end or if
No, they're quiet. They're focused.
Locked in.
You can actually see it is actually Ejung being the main shot caller here, saying, guys, this is where we need to probably be looking to fight. But obviously they were quite fed, so I think they're putting that faith into them. And I feel like at this point, this team needs to be a little bit more vocal. Let's listen to GAMs instead and see how they respond in kind.
Chưa có mục tiêu gì đâu nên đoạn này con nóc mình cứ đi bắt cánh thôi. Ok, vậy anh lên top deck rồi. Toàn canh chung với đại rồi. Rồi. Mấy đoạn mù tầm nhìn cẩn thận hai bên cho tụi em con Quy nó sẽ mở AD mình á. Ok, nhìn này con Quy sẽ mở. Đại anh chắc anh đi bot ngon hơn em á. Được không?
It does actually seem like that GAM is a little bit more vocal. You can even hear like they're starting to get a little bit more into this fight, and it's still, there's clear shot callers going around. It is Artemis who seems to be like that main sort of guide for the team, so getting a little bit more vocal with it means that they can feel a little bit more into this game. So I kind of like this, as we can see some of the great highlights. This was the level 3 fight, Carrick, and it was pretty nuts.
Yeah, it starts with Husha just being a little bit out of range for his Vault Breaker, so just misses a huge amount of damage. Drakthar able to pick that one up, and then the rest of GAM just arrived. And this set the tone for the rest of the game. God, I don't want to see this one again. My boy, my beautiful boy. But no, I do want to give Ejung his flowers. He played the top lane really, really well. That flash actually was really fantastic, playing on top of the equalizer as well, made Kiaya's life really, really hard. Ejung was the bright spot for GZ. He has been the entire split as well. I still remember I was watching the week 1 games to sort of like, I want to talk about this. And my notes for the GZ game was just, wow, Ejung's pretty good. And he has been really, really fantastic. He's been in the upper echelon of LCP top laners. And if they're going to continue building this team up for the rest of the split, it's around Ejung.
Yes, no, absolutely. And they need to let him be that shot caller that he has been doing. And this fight, oh, that smite was so close, but a fantastic steal. 3 steals in total for this entire series as well. I think there was more in the first game, actually. I just mean the game. And still, Drakthar holding their own as this Nocturne, able to get into these fights with that paranoia. It was just a disaster. Here we go with another one. Just an easy steal straight on in. Nowhere to go, but to a grey screen as well. Kiaya might not have had the best game, but I feel like they did do their job, which was take a lot of the attention away and let GZ and let the rest of GAM deal the damage they needed to do. And so as well, here we see Eris getting a lot more damage going down. Petrifying Ace was so good. They threw everything they needed to. It was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, Kiaya recognized after things went a bit wrong in lane what his role was, and it was not to be that big Cassante carry that we sometimes see. It was just to soak up attention and damage. So much of Ejung's damage is just put into Kiaya, and that's not Ejung doing the wrong thing. You have to kill Kiaya. But he just made it as costly as possible in this fight. This was where GC sort of fought back a little bit. They do get this dragon. The issue is that any GZ comeback was taking so long that even when Drakthar became less effective, which we certainly didn't see in that fight, but over time, the Nocturne does start falling off. Artemis was ready. He was full build. He just took over the reins and said, you got us here. I'll drive us home.
Yeah, nah, that's it. Sometimes you're going to let someone else take the wheel as you've already set the driving course to an easy A. And it was GAM doing a great job here. This was that final fight. We're just going to see Eris. Look at Eris moving around the backside. Orca's low. Shun is there. Boom. That was one ability, two abilities, three abilities, and that's all she wrote. And then just cleaning up, and it was an easy walk back through all the way. But that is today's result as well. Here, Carrix, it was TSW taking the 2-1 against SHG, our series of the week, and it was GAM taking the clean 2-0 against GZ. A result neither of us really saw. You got the win on both of them in your predictions. I clearly was not in the right, but you know what? Sometimes you're going to be proven wrong to see what else is possible. And you know what? I love that Secret Whales are solidifying their place on top, and I love to see GAM is showing that they can still be somewhat dominant moving forward. Let's look at the standings up the top. Secret Whales comfortably at the top. SHG still making it into that second place. Vikings in third. GAM now in fourth place. They have moved up the ladder. Flying Oysters, Ground Zero, and Relove DCG all sitting at 5th, and DFM in that 8th spot. But Carrix, it's not too bad if you ask me. These standings are starting to make their way in. We're starting to see some clear winners.
Yeah, and I think the most exciting thing is that, yes, Team Secret Whales got that win. They remain undefeated, but it was a very, very competitive game between them and the Hawks. The worst result would have been if Team Secret Whales just came in and kind of slapped them down, because it would have just made things less interesting. When that series happens again in playoffs, and it will happen again, it's going to be just as hard to predict.
Yeah, it's literally going to be Wales and the Hawks basically battling out every other of these teams just to get that practice in. Now we can see once again it is the player of the match standings, and it's still ones across the board. So many people are starting to earn their place with these player of the matches. We haven't even got one person with 2 just yet, but it's only week 3 though, Carrick, so it makes a lot of sense. We're seeing a lot of love and a lot of mid laners up the top there. So I know it's alphabetical, but still, maybe that's just what alphabetical people like. They like being up the top in the mid lane, but still, looking good. It's nice to see a diverse range.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, there are some players here that potentially could have added the second. Had GZ come out on top, I think Ejung would have been in for a player of the match, but of course, didn't get there. And this is a look forward to next week. Saturday, DFM and GAM. DFM still looking to get on the board.
Yeah, but Secret Whales versus GZ, we just saw what happened with GZ and Secret Whales at the top. That is not going to be a walk in the park. There's going to be a couple muddy puddles, you might be saying, Carricks, but who knows? But that is Saturday night, week 4. So make sure you tune in for these series, as they will be just as explosive as tonight, if not more so.
It's always fun at the LCP. You can't miss a match, or you could miss a banger, and we were treated to those tonight. There's no doubt of that. I'm keen for next week to see even more.
Yeah, you'll be taking that Saturday night as well. I will sadly be off, but you know what? That's okay, because I will be back for more games in the very near future, because here at the LCP, well, as Logan might say, we're made for this. But still, we got a lot more coming up. We still got quite a few weeks coming up in the regular season. Teams are still trying to find their place in the great scheme of the LCP. We're just going to have to see what's going to happen moving forward. Secret Whales, they're looking strong. SHG, they're putting up the performance. Vikings, they're looking phenomenal. And it is now GAM in that 4th, looking as good as possible. But still, Carricks, any final words or advice or love out to our community before I wrap up for tonight?
I think the only thing there is to say is that in the LCP, you never know what comes next.
Look, I could not agree more. Guys, don't forget to hit all of us up. Make sure you hit that follow button. Treat us all to a delight, and hit us up on our social media so we can talk to you about more LCP action and these great teams. But from all of us here at the LCP and Riot Games, thank you for watching, and we'll see you on the next adventure. Good night.